Chapter 773. Seeing Mu Firen, Gu Xinian ran out immediately. Any Firen you're here? Seeing Yin Yin, Mu Firen thought of Yun Yun. They used to be together every day, but now Yun Yun was nowhere to be found. She hugged Yin Yin and almost cried. Gu Xinian hugged her and said, Annie Firen, don't worry. Dad will find Yun Yun for us. Mu Firen nodded hard and looked up with a smile. It's so embarrassing that I have to be comforted by my child. Actually, it wasn't embarrassing. Everyone could understand this feeling. How could she be so calm when her child was missing? No matter how hard she tried to control herself, she must be extremely anxious. Gu Jingze watched from the side and said, I asked someone to help me just now. I think there must be a result. Wait a moment. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Seeing Gu Jingze go out, Lin Che hurried to follow him. You asked someone to help you? Yes. Gu Jingze picked up the phone and said with a smile, I'll call and ask. Lin Che nodded and watched him dial a number. The call went through quickly. He said with a smile, It's the same thing. How's it going? The voice on the phone was dull. Lin Che didn't know if he heard it wrong, but she felt that she had heard this voice somewhere before. I've found the child and I'm thinking about how to go there. Hey, you haven't told me what you're going to give me. You know, I'm always slow when I don't get any benefits. I believe that you won't ask me for anything after you see the child. Huh? Do you think I'm that kind of person? We'll talk about it later. If you go there now, I'll ask someone to go there right away. I can only tell you that you're helping yourself by helping me. You won't regret it. The other side pondered for a moment. Although Gu Jingze's words were too ambiguous, he chose to trust him in the end. Okay, I'll send you the address. Hearing him hang up, Lin Che leaned over and asked, How is it? Who is this? He sounded so strange. Gu Jingze looked at her and said, He's a newly rich businessman from Country C. His name is Mo Jinyan, and he's a good business partner. Ah, I've never heard of him, but what's strange is that his voice sounds a little familiar. Lin Che said. Gu Jingze smiled mysteriously. You didn't hear wrong. You've seen him and heard his voice. What? He smiled and said, He has another name. What's his name? Black Hawk. Lin Che naturally knew who this person was. She would never forget how Black Hawk and Li Mingyu had used her as a hostage and lured Gu Jingze to a land to be tortured. Lin Che said in surprise, Why is it him? Did you work with him? Gu Jingze said, There are no permanent friends or enemies in the business world. He has enmity towards the Gu family, so I used his enmity to help me deal with my grandfather. That way, I won my own interests and helped him obtain a legitimate identity to do business in Country C. Although our relationship is one of mutual benefit, it's still okay for us to help each other when we need it. It'll be much faster for him to do this than for me. After all, his henchmen are everywhere, and he can find any dirty place. Hearing this, Lin Che felt that it wouldn't hurt to make use of such a person if they could save Yun Yun as soon as possible. However, she was worried that Black Hawk wasn't a good person. But, can you not interact with him too much? I'm worried. Gu Jingze held her hand and said calmly, Don't worry. As long as we have common interests, we won't break up. When the interests disappear, it doesn't matter if we become enemies. Anyway, we were enemies before, right? What he said seemed to make sense. But you just said that this is also beneficial to him. What does this have to do with him? Well, you'll know in the future. Isn't it great that he can help us find our child by saying this now? Lin Che knew that Gu Jingze had his own reasons for his plans. Lin Che couldn't keep up with his thinking, so she definitely wouldn't understand. Whether it was in the past or now, Lin Che found that her trust in Gu Jingze had never changed. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze, nodded, and said to him, Then I'll wait for your good news. Gu Jingze patted the back of her hand quietly. Don't worry. Watching Lin Che go in, Gu Jingze thought that there was one thing he didn't tell Lin Che. That was the relationship between Black Hawk and Mu Firen. This could be considered a big gift from Gu Jingze to Black Hawk. He wanted to let him see his biological daughter and know that there was a daughter in the world. What would Black Hawk think? Maybe this cold man still didn't feel anything. Maybe he was willing to acknowledge this daughter. No one knew whether this was good or bad for his daughter or Mu Firen. On the other side, Mo Ding came out with a cigarette in his mouth. When he saw that Mu Firen had finally called him, he chuckled. Last night, he kept calling Mu Firen, but her phone was turned off. So he knew that Mu Firen was probably on the plane. Now it seemed that he was right. Firen, what's your decision? Mo Ding, I'm back in sea country. I want to see my daughter. Take me to see her first. Whether I can see your daughter or not depends on your sincerity. Come here and sign a contract with me. I'll return your daughter to you right away. No, I mean give her daughter a warm home right away. What? What do you mean? Sign a contract. Do you want me to continue selling myself for you? What do you mean by selling yourself? You're a superstar. No one in the domestic entertainment industry can surpass you. When you come back, it'll be a piece of cake for you to collect money. You can have as much money as you want. At that time, we'll pretend to be husband and wife. That way, we'll live in front of the paparazzi. I'll definitely treat you well and our daughter well. You, Mo Ding, you're the one who should be acting. I'm ashamed to face you, Mu Firen said coldly. Mo Ding laughed. You don't have a choice, Mu Firen. Do you want to be a star that is loved by millions or a slut that is despised by millions? Make your choice. If it were me, I would choose the former. Mo Ding put down the phone. Wei Jingjing couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Is Mu Firen really back? Mo Ding snorted. Of course. I told you that she'll come back to make money for me. Chapter 774. Wei Jingjing leaned on Mo Ding. But I'm still unhappy knowing that you're going to be her husband. What should I do? Mo Ding lowered his head to caress her face and pinched her huge breasts. She cried out coquettishly, Jerk, what are you doing? Mo Ding said, Don't worry. Even if we're husband and wife, I'll only sleep in your room. His expression turned fierce. Who would want to sleep with a broken shoe? She must have been played with by some man, yet she's acting so high and mighty. I wouldn't even touch a woman like her. Mo Ding still felt angry when he thought about it. He didn't touch her on their wedding night, and they kept quarreling. But one day, someone suddenly told him that he was going to be a father. Someone took a picture of Mu Firen going to the gynecologist, and it seemed like she was pregnant. At that time, he thought that he had never touched this woman. How could she be pregnant? He knew that many women in the entertainment industry were like this. They looked young and beautiful on the surface, but had slept with many men behind their backs. But Mu Firen had always been noble and virtuous in front of him. Could it be that she had slept with other men without him knowing? He was so angry that he went to confront Mu Firen. But Mu Firen only cried silently and didn't say anything. Mo Ding felt that he had been cheated. Luckily, he had never touched her, or else he would feel dirty now. The two walked out of the hotel. After Mo Ding's company lost Mu Firen, there were no more celebrities worth promoting, so the company's profits were getting worse. This time, he came out to socialize with others. In the cafe of the hotel, he sat down with Wei Jingjing and saw a tall man with a ferocious look on his face. Although he had a smile on his face, it made people feel that his smile was even colder. He slowly walked over, causing Wei Jingjing's eyes to pop out. She patted Mo Ding's shoulder and asked, Who is that? Mo Ding looked up and frowned. I don't know him. What's wrong? No, I saw him come in and look over here. Did you think he was someone you knew? Why? Don't you know him? Of course not. What a pity. This person looks very rich. Look at the watch he's wearing and the car key in his hand. I thought he was the person you were going to meet today. Mo Ding also noticed him at a glance, but he really didn't know this man, nor had he seen this man anywhere. However, after Wei Jingjing finished speaking, Mo Ding realized that the man was walking towards him, and from the looks of it, he was indeed coming for him. Mo Ding couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Seeing the man approaching, he raised his head and wanted to stand up. The man walked in front of him and suddenly said, Mo Ding, right? He stood tall and looked down at Mo Ding. He casually took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and flicked the pack with practiced movements. A cigarette protruded out of the pack. He squinted his eyes and put the cigarette in his mouth. He lit it up amidst the smoke. Then, he lowered his head and said to Mo Ding, There's something I need your help with. The way he lit the cigarette made him look like a ruffian. His powerful dark aura and his disdain towards others made Mo Ding feel a lot of pressure. However, Mo Ding looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" The man said, "I have a child. Is she locked up by you now? I want to see her now. Please hand her over." Mo Ding's heart shook, and he immediately understood. He was here for Mu Firen's child. Mo Ding thought to himself, "What does this mean? This man is here for Mu Firen's child. What's his relationship with Mu Firen? Or is it his relationship with Lin Che?" Mo Ding didn't know what Lin Che's relationship was. Every time he went to Lin Che, with so many bodyguards, they wouldn't let him get close to him. He only suspected that the man in front of him was related to Lin Che. Lin Che was really a huge obstacle to his plan. Mo Ding said straightforwardly, "I don't know what you're talking about. I only brought my daughter back. My daughter and I have nothing to do with anyone else." However, just as he finished speaking, Mo Ding's collar was yanked up by the man. His evil face came close to Mo Ding. The cigarette was burning in front of his eyes, as if it was going to touch Mo Ding's face at any moment. He said, "I'll ask you again. Where is the child? I don't care who she is. Now, I want her to appear in front of me. If you take me to find her obediently, then we don't have to talk about anything else. If you don't, then I'll force you to take me to find her." You. Where did you come from? You dare to treat me like this? Be careful, or I'll call the police. All right, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Huh? Mo Jinyin directly pulled him off the ground and dragged his body over from the table. Then, with a loud crash, he fell to the ground. The cafe was instantly in a mess. Wei Jingjing's scream came from behind. Mo Ding was dizzy from the fall. He climbed up with difficulty and looked up at the man with the same expression. "You?" Everyone in the cafe hurriedly ran out. Wei Jingjing looked up and saw that the cafe was filled with people. It was a dense mass of people. Although they were all dressed differently, they were all surrounding the man. It was like a scene from a movie. Only then did they realize that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. Mo Ding still persisted. "I don't know what you're talking about. What child? I don't know." Mo Jinyin threw a photo at his face. "This was taken by my men. You locked the child in this hotel. Which room? You take me to find it. Otherwise, I'll take you to find it. But whether you bring your fingers, arms, legs, or even your little brother to find it, I don't know." Mo Ding was so scared that his whole body was covered in cold sweat. According to Mo Jinyin, he was worried that Lin Che would interfere. So he specially found a very special place to lock the child up. That place was a hotel that didn't require identification. It was a place that was used by the underworld to stay. It was a place where crooks and honest people mixed together. There were more than 10 rooms in a hotel. It was small and dirty, but it was safe, because no one knew which room the person you were looking for was in. The owner would never tell you which room the person was in. You could either search one by one or give up. Unexpectedly, the man in front of him did not take the normal route and directly forced him to search. Of course, he was unwilling, but when he saw the cigarette butt in the man's hand, he couldn't help but think that if the cigarette butt was a knife. Chapter 775. Was he really someone who dared to use a knife on him? Mo Ding could only say, I'll tell you, all right?" This time, Mo Jinyin nodded in satisfaction. Mo Ding originally thought that he would find an opportunity to escape once he got out. However, Mo Jinyin directly asked someone to carry him. The few of them crossed the street and were not afraid of the police at all as they walked towards the hotel. Mo Ding had no choice but to bring them to the door of the room. Inside, an Annie opened the door and was immediately shocked by the scene. Then, the little girl's appearance was revealed. Mo Jinyin walked in and immediately saw the little girl sitting inside. She was wearing a little white dress, and she was looking up at him. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. For some reason, he felt that this child was very pitiful. Then, he felt even more that this child was very cute. He walked over and squatted down looking at the child. "All right, you're safe now." Yin looked up at him. "Who are you?" "I'm here to bring you to Mommy." "Let's go, are you coming?" "Really? I miss Mommy, but they said that Mommy is still busy with work," Yin said. Mo Jinyin fiddled with her slightly yellow hair. "I'll bring you to Mommy now." He picked up Yin and directly collapsed in front of Mo Ding, walking out. Mo Ding gritted his teeth. but he was being held down and couldn't resist at all. Who was this man? How could he be so overbearing? When did Mu Firen get to know such a person? Mo Ding's plan didn't work, and he thought angrily that there would be a chance next time. No matter who Mu Firen hooked up with, she was still his wife in the eyes of the law. Mo Jinyan looked at the child. Yinyan looked outside. She was obedient and sensible. Her pretty little face was chubby, making people really want to go up and pinch it. Perhaps it was because she was too sensible, but it made people feel pity for her. Even Mo Jinyan, who wasn't good with words and didn't like to communicate with children, couldn't help but look down at her and ask, "Do you feel like eating anything? Have you suffered in here for the past few days?" Yunyan looked up and shook her head. "Yunyan, be good. Mommy is going to work. Yunyan, be good." Mo Jinyan's heart couldn't help but feel even more uncomfortable. This kind of feeling made even him feel strange. Looking out, he said, "Stop." The chauffeur stopped, and he threw his wallet to the chauffeur. "Go and buy some snacks that children like to eat." The driver was taken aback and didn't dare to say anything. He quickly went to buy a lot of snacks. Not long after, the snacks were brought up. Mo Jinyan looked at the child and said, "You can come and eat whatever you want." "Can I really?" "Thank you, uncle." Yunyan smiled happily like an angel, which warmed Mo Jinyan's heart. He couldn't help but reach out to stroke her little head. "Good girl." The driver watched from the front and felt like his brain was about to explode. Their boss was actually so nice to a child that they couldn't tell that their boss was so kind to say that Black Eagle was kind. In the underworld, many people would vomit to death. Lin Che's residence. Gu Jingzi took the phone and said, "The child is here." Mu Firen and Lin Che, who were sitting in the living room and waiting bitterly, stood up together. Gu Shinian stood up slowly from the side. Just then, they heard the sound of the car outside stop. Gu Jingzi glanced at Mu Firen. Seeing her walk out excitedly, he stopped Lin Che, who was about to follow her. "Let mommy spend more time with the child," he said. Hearing this, Lin Che felt that he was right. Looking at Gu Jingzi, he felt that he was as attentive as ever. He could even think of such a small thing. Outside, when Mu Firen saw a man holding Yunyan in his arms, she immediately ran out without any hesitation. After worrying for a few days, she finally saw the safe Yunyan. She shouted excitedly, "Yunyan, Yunyan, mommy is here." Yunyan also called out to Mu Firen, "Mommy, mommy." Mu Firen ran over and hugged Yunyan. Sticking to Yunyan's face, she looked like she was about to cry. These few days, she really felt like she was in hell. But as long as Yunyan was safe, it was worth it. After hugging her for a while, she remembered that there was someone else in front of her. She looked up slowly and said, "Thank you." She was about to say, "Thank you for helping me." However, the man in front of her had sharp features and a deep gaze. His eyelashes, which resembled the feathers of a black phoenix, were faintly discernible over his pitch-black eyes. When he stared at her, it was as though her soul was being displayed in front of him without any concealment. His demonic eyes caused her heart to tremble. This was especially so when she sensed that the familiar nightmare was suddenly right before her eyes. Mu Firen's body froze. The man in front of her felt very similar to the man who had forced himself on her on their wedding night. But at that time, she didn't see clearly what he looked like. Now that so many years had passed, it was even more blurry. But when he suddenly approached, that feeling suddenly reminded her of it. She couldn't help but raise her head to look at the man in front of her. She subconsciously wanted to stay away from him. However, Mo Jinyan's eyes seemed to have been fixed on her beautiful face. She didn't remember him, but he would never forget her. Because at that time, he had lost control and grabbed a woman in the corridor and brought her back to his room. Now that he thought about it, there were so many dangers that he didn't think about it. Luckily, nothing happened at that time. These few years, he almost thought that he would never see the woman that night again. But unexpectedly this child was hers? Mo Jinyan took a look inside. At the door, Gu Jingzi was standing there, looking at him with a meaningful smile. When their eyes met, Mo Jinyan suddenly thought of what Gu Jingzi had said. "Those things, you won't regret doing this. Helping me is also helping yourself, that this child. Mo Jinyan's eyes widened as he looked at the child in Mu Firen's arms. Looking at it carefully, The child indeed looked like Mu Firen, but there were some features that were completely different from Mu Firen's. For example, the yellowish hair, the earlobes, the neck, and the way the little hands were bent. After knowing a little, the more he looked at the child, the more he felt that it was similar. At this moment, Mu Firen looked at Mo Jinyin again and said, "Thank you for bringing Yunyan back." Mo Jinyin shook his head as if he had just come back to his senses. He looked at the back of the child's head and said, "It's okay." "Oh yes. How old is the child?" Chapter 776. Mu Firen was stunned. The child is 3.5 years old. It's only 15 days away from Nian Yinyu. They are all 3.5 years old. 3.5 years old. Mo Jinyin's expression seemed to drift as he looked ahead, calculating in his heart. The timing was just right that he smiled and looked at Yunyun. It's good that the child is fine. Yunyun, now that Uncle has brought you to Mommy, aren't you going to say thank you to Uncle? Yunyun turned around and happily hugged Mo Jinyin's neck. She kissed him on the cheek and said, "Thank you, Uncle. Just call me Uncle Mo." After being kissed, Mo Jinyin's mind became even more relaxed. He smiled at her and said gently. Mu Firen looked at him in surprise. She thought that this person looked scary, but he was so nice to the child. It seemed like he liked the child a lot. Mu Firen smiled gratefully. "Thank you." Mo Jinyin looked at Mu Firen. "If you really want to thank me, you can ask Gu Jingzi to treat me to a meal next time. After all, he was the one who asked for my help." "Oh yes, your number." He took out his cell phone and handed it to her, indicating for her to enter his number. Mu Firen was stunned. She didn't expect him to take her number so directly. Mo Jinyin said, "I'll tell you about the man who took the child later. The child is here now, so it's not convenient." Hearing his words, Mu Firen nodded with understanding. She took the phone and keyed in her phone number. Mo Jinyin looked at her deeply, then looked up at Gu Jingzi. He tilted his head and signaled for him to talk outside. Outside, the cigarette in Mo Jinyin's hand was already half burnt, but he hadn't had time to brush the ash off. Gu Jingzi walked up behind him. "How is it?" Mo Jinyin turned around. "Gu Jingzi, you already knew, but you're telling me now. What do you mean? What are you trying to threaten me with? Let me tell you, even if the child is mine, we don't have much of a relationship. You want to use the child to threaten me and make her my weakness so that you can control me? That's impossible." Gu Jingzi waited for him to finish before saying, "Hey Ying, get this straight. I'm telling you this out of goodwill. Threaten you? Make her your weakness? In that case, I don't have to tell you. I'll slowly become the benefactor of Mu Firen and your daughter and make them trust me. When the time comes, I'll show the child to you. It's just that I happen to be in time, so I let it happen naturally." Mo Jinyin held the railing with one hand and looked down at the pond below. Gu Jingzi walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "All right, I've told you what I should. Mu Firen is Mo Ding's wife in name, but as far as I know, they have never slept together. However, Mo Ding has been using your daughter to threaten Mu Firen into helping him earn money." Mo Jinyin thought of the man in the day. He still wanted to be Yunyun's father? If he had known it would be like this, he would have removed both of his arms first. Gu Jingzi quickly returned inside. Seeing that he had finally finished talking with Black Hawk, Lin Che hurriedly walked over. "How is it?" "I'm fine." He patted Lin Che's hand. At this moment, Black Hawk also walked in. Seeing Lin Che, he smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Lin, we meet again." Lin Che spread out his hands. "Yes, fate is really a strange thing. I really wish I could never see you again. I didn't expect." Black Hawk laughed. "Oh yes, Li Mingyu went to Country M. I saw him a while ago. He even asked me if I had any news about you. It seems like he misses you a lot." Lin Che's face darkened. Gu Jingzi's face darkened, and he glared at He Ying. Black Hawk was satisfied to see Gu Jingzi's expression. He seemed to feel a little better and reached out to shake hands with Lin Che. "Just call me Mo Jinyin." "Hello. It seems like we'll meet often in the future." There was a hidden meaning in his words. He looked at Mu Firen through Lin Che. Lin Che spread out his hands. "I really don't want to," but she still shook hands with Black Hawk. It was better than being an enemy. He smiled at Lin Che and looked even more devilish. "It's very magical, but we still need to communicate more in the future. I think you're a good friend. Gu Jingze held Black Hawk's hand and pushed it back. All right, you don't need to be friends with other people's wives. Black Hawk looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly. This man was so stingy with women. However, looking at Lin Che, he couldn't be blamed for worrying that someone would steal her from him. Although he didn't have much feelings for her, he knew that Li Mingyu had only been with her for a few days, and he still couldn't forget her. He knew that she must have something special about her. Black Hawk quickly left with a smile. After he left, Mu Firen brought the child to sleep and coaxed him to sleep. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, "This person doesn't seem so bad." Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. "Silly with your personality. You always think that anyone is a good person. No, I think that even if he is bad, he might have his reasons. No one is so bad for no reason. Maybe he has experienced something that we don't know about." Gu Jingze's face darkened. He grabbed Lin Che's shoulder and looked in her eyes threateningly. "Don't think about other men in front of your husband." Lin Che pushed his hand away and said, "You're so annoying. Why are you pulling me? Look at me and tell me that you won't do it again." He pulled her away again and stared into her eyes as if he wouldn't let go of her until she said it. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. She had no choice but to say with a slightly red face, "Yes, yes, yes. I won't do it again. Let go of me." Mu Firen was still here. It was embarrassing for him to pester her like this. Hearing her words, Gu Jingze smiled in satisfaction. He put his arm around her shoulder and pulled her into his arms, kissing her gently. Lin Che glared at him. She still wanted to resist, but she felt that his lips had already pressed down. His mouth had a slight mini taste, which made people feel very fresh. His thin lips moved gently on her lips, slowly leaving behind moisture and his elegance, which made people feel very comfortable. Lin Che closed her eyes gently. She felt Gu Jingze licking her lips gently, as if he was tasting a delicious patch. Then, he pried open her lips and entered her mouth bit by bit. Their silhouettes slowly intertwined with each other. At this moment, Lin Che, Yun is asleep. Mu Firen opened the door and saw Lin Che and Gu Jingze. She was stunned and quickly turned her head. Chapter 777. Lin Che hurriedly pushed Gu Jingze away with panic in her eyes. Gu Jingze wiped his mouth unhurriedly and reached out to wipe away the moisture on her lips with his fingertips. Then he patted her shoulder with a smile and said, "Okay, I'm going to deal with some business first. We'll talk when I come back." Lin Che glared at him resentfully. Then she put away the panic on her face and turned around to smile awkwardly at Mu Firen. "Firen, what's wrong?" Hearing her words, Mu Firen covered her mouth and turned around with a smile. "Hey, you and your wife. Even if you love each other, you should choose a place, okay? I'm a loner. I'm so anxious to see you like this." Lin Che hit her with a red face. "What loner? You still have us." "Alas, but no man loves you, especially a man like Gu Jingze." Mu Firen looked at Lin Che. "I really envy you. You can find a man who is willing to love you and treat you sincerely. Look at me. No matter how glorious I am and how I am named the Empress of Heaven, only I know how much of a failure I am." Lin Che held her hand. "You're only a failure when it comes to choosing a man, but in other areas, you're the most successful. You're the idol of so many people, and you're also my idol. Your daughter is so good, and your friends are so good. How can you be a failure?" Mu Firen looked disappointed for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "Yes, I can't let that scumbag ruin everything for me." Mu Firen led Lin Che into the room. "Who was that man just now?" Mu Firen asked. Lin Che said, "His name is Mo Jinyan, but his alias is Black Eagle. He is a very complicated person. I heard that he used to have a bad background, but now he is working in the business world." "Oh, I see." Mu Firen lowered her head and pondered, looking a little hesitant. It didn't seem to be him. It just looked like him. Mu Firen didn't want to recall what had happened that night. Her impression of that man was also very vague. At night, Gu Jingze came to her room again. He looked a little tired and took off his clothes as soon as he came in. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. "Where did you get the key to my room?" Gu Jingza said. The servant opened the door for me. What? We're husband and wife, so of course we have to sleep together. So, as soon as I asked, they gave me the key. Come, let's sleep, it's late. Get lost. Go live by yourself. There are plenty of rooms outside. How can I do that? Mu Firen and his daughter are living here now. It's more suitable for me to live with you. Otherwise, it's not good for Mu Firen's reputation to live under the same roof with a strange woman. Get lost. Stop finding excuses. Lin Che pointed in the direction of the door and said. Gu Jingza suddenly came over and hugged Lin Che. He wouldn't let go and wouldn't let her move. Circling her body, he said, Okay, don't move. There's something I need to tell you. Lin Che stopped and felt his lips right next to his ear. What is it? Come here, let's talk slowly. He pulled her to lie down with him and covered both of them with the blanket. He continued to wrap his arms around her neck and said, I'll take you to the company's banquet tomorrow and pick you up tomorrow morning. What? A company party? Why would I go? I'll take Shenyan to meet some of the company's shareholders and get someone to familiarize him with the company. What? Lin Che opened her mouth in surprise. No way. Why? He's so young. Why does he want to see the company's things? Gu Jingza said, since he already knows some things, we can let him know what our company does for the time being. It's still possible for him to develop in this area in the future. It'll be good for his future development if we let them meet him. But his potential is much greater than you think. He's like me. When I was his age, I started to meet the company's shareholders and gradually got to know the family business. It's much better than suddenly taking over the company in the future. Lin Che thought for a while and felt that it was very stressful to worry about the child. However, since he said that he was only going to contact the shareholders, Lin Che had to agree. She felt that she really needed to go and see what the child should do. Although as a member of the Gu family, Nian Yin might not be ordinary in the future, he was still her child after all. If someone wanted to hurt her child, she would definitely stop it. The next day, early in the morning, Yun Quishan stopped Yun Luo, who was about to go out. Luo, you have to go to the Gu family shareholders meeting today. Why? I heard that Gu Jingza is going to take Lin Che to the shareholders meeting. Humph. The Gu family still doesn't know what happened between Lin Che and Gu Jingza, and they haven't seen Lin Che yet. Go and ask Madame Gu to go with you. Humph. I want to see how Lin Che will meet the Gu family when he can't hide it anymore. Yun Luo said, that's not a good idea. Will Jingza be angry? Yun Quishan said, what's there to be angry about if you bring Madame Gu there? Just say that she wants to go with you. Don't you know how to lie? You're in a critical period now. Are you going to watch Lin Che steal Gu Jingza away again? Wouldn't everything we've done before be for naught? Yun Luo listened to his father's words and slowly clenched his fists. For Gu Jingza, Mu Wanqing hadn't gone out for a long time. Looking at Yun Luo, she sighed and said, I don't know if my body is failing me, but I can't be bothered to move anywhere. Yun Luo smiled. How can that be? Annie, you don't look old at all. You're still the same as when I first met you. Mu Wanqing smiled. You're already of age, but you're still failing me. However, the weather looks good today. It's time to go out for a walk. Mu Wanqing quite liked Yun Luo. This child looked quite pitiful. He had a heart disease since he was young, and he was weak and couldn't make decisions for himself. However, it was also because of this that she liked him. Compared to some treacherous people, she felt that it was better to be honest like this. Very soon, Yun Luo went outside and said, Annie, I heard that there's a shareholders meeting today. Mu Wanqing said, yeah, they gather a few times a year for meetings, then have a meal and discuss things. I heard it from my father. He's going today too. Why don't we go and take a look? Are you interested in this? A little. I don't want to always stay at home for treatment. I also want to have a chance to work. Chapter 778. Mu Wanqing patted her hand. Look at how pitiful you are. There will definitely be a chance in the future. When you recover from your illness, Jingza will still be helping you with your research. There will definitely be hope in the future. When Yun Luo heard this, he nodded his head solemnly. Mu Wanqing pulled her and said, all right then, let's go and take a look. At the shareholders meeting, Gu Jingza was serious during the meeting. Everyone only relaxed when the meeting was over and followed Gu Jingzhe out of the room. President Gu, it's really gratifying to see so many people here. Gu Jingzhe had taken over the company's board of directors recently, and everyone was more polite to him. They knew that he had inherited the position of the family head, and they were almost putting him on a pedestal. All of them were eager to get close to him. Gu Jingzhe had already settled Lin Che and Gu Xinian in his office. He would go over to call them over soon. However, at this moment, the secretary suddenly walked over and said, "Sir, Madame Gu is here to see you. She wants to ask if the meeting is over." After the meeting, it was dinner time. Everyone chatted for a while and talked about some private topics that were not easy to talk about at the meeting. When he heard that Madame Gu was here, Gu Jingzhe frowned. Although it was nothing for the Gu family to come to the shareholders' meeting, he knew that Mu Wanqing never liked to go out. Gu Jingzhe was a little confused when she suddenly came at this time. "Please come in," Gu Jingzhe said. Mu Wanqing walked in and saw Gu Jingzhe. She smiled and said, "How is it? Is the meeting over? I don't know if it's good for me to come so abruptly, but the weather is good today and everyone is here, so I came to take a look." Gu Jingzhe walked over and put his arm around his mother's shoulder. The Gu family had been in turmoil for the past few years, which made Mu Wanqing's heart ache a lot. In the turmoil, Gu Jingzhe could clearly see who was really on his side and who was just watching the show. And Mu Wanqing was an absolute supporter of her son. Therefore, Gu Jingzhe naturally became closer to her. When he heard Mu Wanqing say that, he said lightly, "It's already over. Feel free to come. It's not rude." "Oh, Yun Luo is here too. We wanted to go out for a walk, but we remembered that today is the shareholders' meeting." "Oh, where is she?" Gu Jingzhe looked around, but didn't see Yun Luo. Mu Wanqing said she knew that Mr. Yun would be here today, so she went to look for her father. Everyone looked at Mu Wanqing. This lady rarely appeared, but they all knew her. Seeing that Mu Wanqing had arrived, everyone quickly came over to greet her. Previously, when Gu Jingzhe had been demoted and the Gu family had all joined the battle team, Mu Wanqing had decisively stood on Gu Jingzhe's side. The truth had proven that Gu Jingzhe was the victor, so those who had stood on the wrong side before no longer dared to make a sound. As for Mu Wanqing, everyone had once again become even more respectful towards her. Therefore, there were many people who tried to curry favor with her. Someone looked at Mu Wanqing and said, "Are you out shopping with Miss Yin?" Mu Wanqing said, "That's right. It's just that we have nothing better to do. It's been hard on you. We women can only eat for free. We can't help with anything." "How could that be?" "It's because you're in charge at home that President Gu can lead us to work hard outside. Look at Miss Yun, just like Madam. She's from a wealthy family and has such a good relationship with you. These are all President Gu's blessings." These words sounded as if Yun Luo and Gu Jingzhe had some sort of relationship. Mu Wanqing was stunned and immediately looked at Gu Jingzhe worriedly. As expected, Gu Jingzhe's eyes had already turned to look at him. That sharp gaze was like the cold light of a blade, causing one's heart to tremble. The shareholder didn't know what he had said wrong, so he could only shut his mouth. Previously, everyone had heard rumors that Gu Jingzhe was very close to the Yun family, and that they were probably going to get married. Regardless of whether Gu Jingzhe was engaged or not, everyone still felt that this was nothing to the Gu family. Wasn't it just a wife? Just a divorce? Whatever the Gu family wanted to do, would there be any obstacles in this aspect? Unexpectedly, he had flattered the wrong person. Gu Jingzhe suddenly said, "This time, I invited everyone here because there's another person I want to bring everyone to meet." "Oh, who is it?" Everyone turned to look at him. They felt that the person Gu Jingzhe wanted them to meet must be someone important. Could it be that the Gu family had poached a powerful senior? However, what Gu Jingzhe said next shocked everyone. "My son. I hope that everyone can meet him. If there's anything in the company in the future, I hope that everyone can help guide him." Everyone thought that they had heard wrongly. Gu Jingzhe's son? It seemed that no one knew that Gu Jingzhe had a son. This news was so secretive that everyone was shocked when they heard it today. "President Gu, when did you have a son? We didn't even know about it," someone stammered. Gu Jingzhe smiled faintly. "He has been living abroad. I just brought him back." You'll know when I bring him here later. Although he's only 3 years old, it's always good to educate him early. I hope that everyone can help him. Only 3 years old, that all right. It was reasonable for the Gu family's child to live abroad and bring him back when he was safe. However, it was a little too secretive. Now he wanted to introduce this son to everyone and ask everyone to help take care of him. He was only 3 years old, but he already liked this child and hoped that this child would be successful in the Gu family in the future. To say this in front of so many people, it was a direct affirmation of the child's status. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Immediately, someone spoke up, "President Gu, don't say that. This is what we should do. He is so sensible at the age of 3 and can be brought here to learn. It can be seen that a tiger father will not beget a dog son. He will definitely make a name for himself in the future. We are really looking forward to meeting him." When everyone saw that someone had gone to show their loyalty, they immediately followed, unwilling to be left behind. The child that Gu Jingza had affirmed would have a high status in the future. If they didn't show their loyalty now, when would they? On the other side, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but pull Gu Jingza over. She couldn't hide the excitement on her face. "You mean the child is back? Has he been brought back?" Gu Jingza looked at Mu Wanqing. Looking at her expression, he pressed her hand and said, "Yes, he's here now. I'll bring mother to see him right away." "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you bring him to me now?" "My grandson." "All right, calm down. You've been hugging Jing Yan's child every day. Haven't you had enough?" Gu Jingza teased. Chapter 779. Mu Wanqing said, "It's that hug every day. I can't see this even once, so I'm even more excited. Look at you. You usually don't let me see it, and you don't let me see it either. I can understand that you don't want me to ruin your plan, but now that you're back, you still won't let me see it." Gu Jingza held Mu Wanqing down to prevent her from jumping up. Then he sighed and said, "Mother, you'll see her in a while. Don't worry." Mu Wanqing couldn't wait any longer and urged him to hurry over. Lin Che and Gu Shinian were settled in the office. Gu Shinian was playing on the computer while Lin Che stood there and looked at his office. She looked at the things inside and flipped through them casually. The documents she opened were all things she didn't understand. She only glanced at them and didn't want to continue looking. Just then a sound came from outside. Lin Che seemed to have heard Qin Hao's voice. She thought it was Gu Jingza and opened the office door. "Assistant Qin, it's Gu Jingza." However, when she raised her eyes, she met Yun Luo's gaze. When Yun Luo saw Lin Che, he was obviously stunned. Qin Hao looked at him. These two are going to meet here today." No one in the world didn't know Yun Luo's feelings for President Gu. However, there were all kinds of rumors going around. Although Qin Hao had his suspicions, the moment Lin Che returned, he knew that Yun Luo had no hope. So at this moment, Qin Hao looked and hurried to Lin Che's side. He lowered his head and said attentively, "Madam, Miss Yun is just here to take a look." Lin Che gave an "oh" and nodded, expressing his understanding. His gaze fell on Yun Luo. Looking at this seemingly delicate and weak Miss Yun, he smiled and generously greeted her first. "Hello, Miss Yun." Yun Luo's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Lin Che walk out of Gu Jingza's office, she was extremely unhappy. However, she was Gu Jingza's wife and still was. Perhaps it was because of this that Qin Hao let Lin Che in. After all, she was the lady boss in name. If she wanted to come to the office, who would dare to refuse? Yun Luo said, "Why, Miss Lin was in Jingza's office just now." Lin Che said, "That's right." Yun Luo looked at Qin Hao. "Does your teacher know?" Qin Hao naturally understood what Yun Luo meant. Gu Jingza's office had always been protected by 3 layers of security. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter. The moment someone entered the door, the alarm would go off. Yun Luo had been here before and triggered the alarm. Qin Hao smiled. At this moment, he was naturally unwavering and standing by Lin Che's side. "Miss Yunus, Madam came over. It was Sir who personally brought it over." Yun Luo's face darkened. Raising his head slightly, Lin Che looked at Yun Luo and said, "What is there a problem?" Yun Luo hurriedly wiped away the awkwardness on his face and said to her, "No, I'm just curious. Normally, No one is allowed to enter this place because the secrets inside involve the lifelines of many companies. If there's a problem, Gu Jingze might be exceptionally busy. That's why I mentioned it. Lin Che looked at Yun Luo, walked over, and said, if that's the case, then I really don't know. When Gu Jingze asked me to come here, he didn't mention anything confidential. When Qin Hao heard this, he hurriedly chuckled and replied, that's right, that's right. To Madam, Sir doesn't have any secrets. Sir is absolutely honest in front of you, so it doesn't matter what you want to see. Yun Luo looked at Qin Hao with even more surprise. This Qin Hao, from the way he behaved, it was as if he wanted to give Lin Che ass so attentive. Yun Luo had always been very respectful towards Qin Hao because he knew that Qin Hao had followed Gu Jingze for more than 10 years and had always been his special assistant. Therefore, Qin Hao's reputation in various places was also very high. When people saw him, they would give him some face no matter what. But now, he had become a bootlicker in front of Lin Che, following behind her like a pug. Was Lin Che really that scary? Yun Luo remembered that his father had once said that this Lin Che had no background at all, yet she was able to capture Gu Jingze's heart, and even made Gu Jingze give birth to a child with her. This woman was definitely not simple. At this moment, seeing how Qin Hao was so respectful towards her, Yun Luo felt that this Lin Che definitely had some tricks up her sleeves. Yun Luo's tone became even more gentle. You. All right, I'm just a little worried. I also hope that my worries are unnecessary. What's wrong with you guys? At this moment, Gu Jingze's voice came from behind. Yun Luo hurriedly turned around, looked at Gu Jingze, and quickly said, Jingze, it's like this. She entered your office. I was worried that there was something inside that I couldn't mess up, so I just wanted to remind her. However, Gu Jingze only glanced at Yun Luo indifferently, avoided her outstretched hand, and said to her, What secret? These 4 words made Yun Luo a little speechless for a moment. At this moment, Yun Luo saw Mu Wanqing behind them. She immediately reacted and hurriedly went up to her. Annie, you're here? However, Mu Wanqing did not even look at her. She only stared fixedly at Lin Che, who was behind her. As she watched, her eyes became moist. Lin Che looked at Mu Wanqing. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. All of a sudden, she saw Mu Wanqing's reddened eyes. Thinking about all these years, her heart actually ached. Mom, she called out, and involuntarily took a step forward. Mu Wanqing was already 1 step ahead of her. She directly walked over and pulled Lin Che, her tears falling. Child, you've suffered. Mom didn't do it well. I couldn't protect you. Really? She really blamed herself. At that time, there was nothing she could do. She was the one who brought Lin Che to the Gu family. She was the one who made Gu Jingze marry her. However, she couldn't protect her all the way to happiness. Seeing her like this, Lin Che's tears also fell. Mom, I know. How can I blame you for this? Besides, didn't I come back safe and sound? It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Let me look at you. Really, you've lost weight again. Child, you don't even take good care of yourself outside. When I see you like this, my heart really aches. Lin Che smiled. I have to deliberately recover after giving birth. Isn't that good? My figure is so good. You're fine no matter what. You don't need to recover your figure at all. Mu Wanqing thought of the child and quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Look at me. I'm still crying when you're back. If the child sees this, he'll laugh at us adults. Where's the child? Even in my dreams, I've been hoping that you guys would come back soon and reunite as a family. Today, it's finally come true. Gu Jingze said, Mother, Nian Nian is inside. Lin Che also nodded. Gu Jingze turned around and looked at Yun Luo behind him. Chapter 780. She was already frozen in place. Seeing Mu Wanqing and Lin Che together, reuniting after such a long time, looking so warm and sad, Mu Wanqing actually cried. Yun Luo moved. She thought that her father thought that the Gu family would cause a huge uproar if they found out that Lin Che was back. He wanted to use Mu Wanqing to teach Lin Che a lesson, but unexpectedly, that she thought that Mu Wanqing was already very close to her and was on her side. She didn't expect that she and Lin Che looked even more familiar than she did. The dignified Madame Gu actually shed tears because of Lin Che. This was too unbelievable. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and walked over. He held her shoulders and wrapped his arms around her waist and said softly, "This is Mother's first time seeing her grandson. Just don't be scared later." "All right, I'll give myself a heads up." Lin Che shrugged. She glanced at Yun Luo from the corner of her eyes and smiled. She didn't forget to look back at Yun Luo and said lightly, "Miss Yun, I've let you see a joke. I haven't seen Mother in a long time, and I'm a little excited. We aren't usually like this." How could Yun Luo not feel the mockery in Lin Che's words? She smiled awkwardly, but her eyes were already fixed on Gu Jingze's hand. If she remembered correctly, Gu Jingze really didn't let her touch any part of his body. Every time, he would be 1,000 miles away, and no one would dare to get close to him. But now, he was standing so intimately with Lin Che, touching her shoulder and hugging her body, that Yun Luo suddenly lost her confidence. She felt that everyone said that Gu Jingze treated her well, but that wasn't the case. That was because Gu Jingze treated everyone else badly, so everyone was already surprised when he treated her well. But now, seeing that Gu Jingze could be so gentle to a woman, she felt as if her heart was blocked. It was so uncomfortable. Gu Jingze turned around and looked coldly at Yun Luo. "Yun Luo, I have something to take care of. Do as you please." "Oh, I know. It's okay. You don't have to worry about me." Yun Luo could only say this in a magnanimous manner. She glanced at Qin Hao, who walked past her with his head held high and chest puffed out. Lin Che had returned, and his attitude towards her seemed to have changed all of a sudden. It was as if he couldn't be bothered with her anymore. Even the little bit of respect he had shown her before had disappeared. When Mu Wanqing entered the door and saw Gu Shinian, she really felt that he was extremely cute. "Nian Yin, I'm your grandmother." She walked over and looked at Nian Yin carefully. She wanted to touch him, but she was afraid of scaring him. Gu Shinian looked at Mu Wanqing. "Hello, Grandma." "Hey, okay, come here and let Grandma take a look." She called out to Nian Yin with a smile. She really did not dare to be too enthusiastic and could only suppress her love for him from the bottom of her heart. When Gu Shinian walked over, Mu Wanqing squatted down and looked at him. She really felt that he was too beautiful. Hugging Gu Shinian, she smiled and said, "Nian Yin is such a good boy. You look just like Mommy. You're so beautiful." Gu Jingze said, "Mother, take a good look at him. He looks like me." Mu Wanqing turned around and looked at Gu Jingze. "I don't have such a sullen face. I think she's much prettier than you. Come on, Yin. Grandma didn't prepare a gift for you. Grandma will make it up to you when we get home in a few days." Lin Che looked at her and thought of all the things Mu Wanqing had bought for her. She suddenly felt that this gift would probably surprise her again. However, Gu Jingze pulled her and stopped her. He smiled at her and shook his head. Lin Che understood that he meant that Mu Wanqing could give him whatever she wanted. She didn't need to care. Lin Che could only shake her head speechlessly. Mu Wanqing said, "I'll watch Nian Yin later. You guys go and play. Don't worry about him." "Mother, I still have to bring Nian Yin to meet a few shareholders later," Gu Jingze said. Mu Wanqing frowned and looked at him. However, after thinking about it, she felt that this was also good for the child. So she only said, "Then I'll take Nian Yin around." Knowing that Mu Wanqing wanted to get along well with the child, Lin Che was the first to nod. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and nodded. He could only reluctantly agree. "All right, Mother, I'll give you half an hour." Mu Wanqing looked at Gu Jingze. She knew that he only agreed because Lin Che had nodded. At this moment, she even snorted and said, "Lin Che, if you say it's good, then it's good. You want to refute whatever I say. Seriously, there's a difference between a wife and a mother." Lin Che hadn't noticed this problem yet. After hearing Mu Wanqing's teasing, she suddenly looked embarrassed. She glanced at Gu Jingze and saw that he had also turned his head. She quickly looked away. Gu Jingze's lips curled up. His beautiful eyelashes trembled slightly as he looked at Mu Wanqing and said, "Anyway, I'll pick him up in half an hour." Then, he held Lin Che's hand. "Let's go." Lin Che had no choice but to walk out with Gu Jingze. Seeing that the door behind them was closed, she looked at Gu Jingze and said, Mom still wants to give Nian Nian a gift. Nian Nian is still young and doesn't need anything. It's useless to give him no matter how much you give him. You're good. You even agreed. Gu Jingze said, now that Nian doesn't need it, you're the one taking care of it. It's fine. Mom has a lot of money. She can deduct some. If these words were said in an ordinary family, he would probably be accused of being unfilial. How could he covet his mother's money? However, the Gu family had too many material things. Because they were too rich, these words were like a compliment, like a joke. No one thought that he was unfilial. After all, he was right. Mu Wanqing was indeed very rich. Giving her some as a gift was just a drop in the bucket. As the two of them spoke, Gu Jingze led her to the restaurant. The Gu family's restaurant wasn't like the restaurants of other companies. The restaurant here was beautifully decorated. It was American style and had a touch of elegance. The metal edges and solid wood walls were very tasteful. It was like a luxurious banquet hall in a hotel. After entering, it felt like they were in a ball. The shareholders were still chatting when they saw the door open and Gu Jingze walk in. Instantly, everyone stopped talking and walked in Gu Jingze's direction. However, at this moment, everyone was surprised to see a woman beside Gu Jingze. It was Lin Che. Everyone reacted instantly. Some of them raised their glasses and said, President Gu brought Madam here. How rare. Seeing this, everyone followed. President Gu and Madam are really a match made in heaven. I'm so envious. Gu Jingze reached out to hold Lin Che's arm and smiled. He turned his head to look at her. Everyone could see that Gu Jingze's usually cold gaze only glowed with a gentle light when he looked at Lin Che. Although it was still as cold as the moonlight, it was much softer than it usually was. This was a gaze that only Lin Che would have. Chapter 781. She turned her head, and her gaze became even colder. She held on to Lin Che's arm and officially walked into the auditorium. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Che even more. They looked at the woman who had conquered this king-like man. For a moment, they were stunned by her appearance. However, it was too superficial to think that Gu Jingze would like her just because she was good-looking. Everyone was still trying to figure out what ability this woman had to be able to conquer this steel-like man. However, there was no doubt that today, Gu Jingze especially extended the time of the banquet. He, who usually didn't like to attend after meeting gatherings, actually took the initiative to attend the shareholders' meeting. All of these, without exception, were for this woman. He wanted everyone to know that he had this wife, and that he valued this wife. Lin Che's status was that of the legitimate Mrs. Gu of the Gu family. Her son was also a legitimate descendant of the Gu family. Everyone knew that he had started to pave the way for the child by letting him meet the shareholders so early. In the future, this child might become the next important person in the Gu family. Of course, they started to curry favor with the mother of this child, Lin Che. Lin Che felt a little embarrassed when she was stared at by the senior executives of the Gu Corporation. Some of them were old and gray-haired, but they still looked at her with great respect. However, Gu Jingze was beside her. He held her hand and whispered in her ear, "You don't have to feel strange. This is Gu Tianxing. He's a fence-sitter. If he bows to you today, he might bow to someone else tomorrow. You don't have to listen to this kind of person, even if he kneels to you. So, just bear with it." Lin Che was speechless. Outsiders looked at the two of them and thought that they were getting tired of each other in public. However, they didn't know that Gu Jingze was guiding Lin Che. After hearing his words, Lin Che looked at the people in the room again and thought to himself, this isn't a movie or TV series. This is real. These people are all real tycoons, real shareholders of the Gu family. For them to be able to get to this point, it can be seen that none of them are as simple as they look on the surface. Although they looked kind, she didn't know how they were scheming behind their backs. She couldn't judge them by their appearances anymore. However, she still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, she had only acted in such a high-end scene on TV before. Today, she was facing it in real life. She couldn't help admiring the man around her. In this house, she was afraid that he was the youngest. Any shareholder present was older than Gu Jingze. However, When these people faced Gu Jingze, they were all full of deep respect. They submitted and trusted him from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't doubt him at all because of Gu Jingze's age. On the contrary, they were afraid because of his eyes. It could be seen that Gu Jingze was really capable. These old foxes could be subdued by him one by one. Actually, looking at Gu Jingze, one could already see that he had maintained the demeanor of a king from beginning to end. He looked at everyone with alienation, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Although he was just standing there, it gave people the feeling that he was far away, high up in the sky. This was probably something he was born with. Lin Shay felt that standing next to him, she must not lose, so she straightened her back, stood there, smiled at people, and maintained her own demeanor. She didn't let these hypocritical compliments get to her head at all. Everyone thought that Lin Shay, a country girl with no background, would be confused and lost. However, she didn't panic at all when she stood beside Gu Jingze. Even though she didn't have any background, she wasn't inferior to any of the rich young ladies. She was even more noble than some of the young ladies and had an extraordinary bearing. Several people privately said that it seemed that Gu Jingze didn't just choose people based on their appearance. It was obvious that Gu Jingze was such a cunning person. How could he be cheated by a little girl? This woman, this Mrs. Gu, seemed to be really capable. That was why she could stand so firmly in this position. Yun Luo was still watching from afar. She wanted to go over, but she felt that she had already lost the moment Gu Jingze and Lin Shay stepped into this room together. She didn't want to take a step closer and humiliate herself. At this moment, Yin Quishan walked over from the side. He had an agreement with Gu Jingze and had cooperated with him for 2 years. During these 2 years, he had also become one of the shareholders of the Gu Corporation, so he was also attending today's shareholders meeting. He looked at Yun Luo. "What are you doing standing here?" Yun Luo lowered her head sadly, and her slender fingers held the crystal goblet. "Otherwise, where else can I go?" Did her father still think that she was not embarrassed enough? Today, the entire Gu Corporation saw that she had brought Mu Wanqing here. But Mu Wanqing had left her behind, just because Mu Wanqing saw Lin Shay. Now everyone thought that Mu Wanqing was so close to her, like a mother and daughter, and that she loved her and treated her as her daughter-in-law. Now, they didn't know how to laugh at her behind her back. It was just a guess, but now it could be said that Mu Wanqing liked Miss Yun, but in front of Lin Shay, Miss Yun was transparent. In the end, she was still defeated by Lin Shay. She didn't even have a chance to fight back. Yin Quishan looked at his daughter and really didn't know what to say. "You're too weak. How can you fight Lin Shay like this? Look at how generous Lin Shay is, and then look at you, Luo. You have to pull yourself together." But Yun Luo looked in front of her. She suddenly felt that Gu Jingze and Lin Shay were a good match. She had never been a confident person. Now that she looked at Lin Shay, even though she knew that she was just a wild girl without any background, she couldn't help but feel that she had such an imposing manner. She didn't seem like someone without any background at all. Perhaps it was because she was better at acting and pretending, but even so, her acting was admirable. But then she looked at herself. She had nothing. Yin Quishan said, "You'd better think carefully. If you continue like this, Gu Jingze will really be hers." "Humph. Let's see if you will regret it then." Yin Quishan looked at these higher-ups. They were really good at currying favor. These fence-sitters really don't have any confidence. When they saw Gu Jingze bring a woman here, they immediately flattered this woman. Yun Luo had long since noticed that the way these upper echelons treated Lin Shay reminded her of Qin Hao from before. Chapter 782. Yun Quishan said, "Aren't you envious? If you could stand there, these people would be more respectful to you than they are to her." How could Yun Luo not be envious? Previously, everyone said that Gu Jingze treated her well. Everyone's envious gazes made her feel full of vanity. Slowly, she thought that Gu Jingze really loved her. Because of this, outsiders became more respectful and fearful of her. The praises were like the wind. It made her feel that she had never been the center of attention since she was young. Now, just because Gu Jingze stood next to her, Everyone treated her like the sun and revolved around her every day, especially when she saw these originally noble and indulgent rich people fawning over Lin Che because of Gu Jingzi. She felt even more envious. After a while, Gu Jingzi said to Lin Che, "Let mother bring the child here." Lin Che was stunned. He looked at Gu Jingzi's eyes and nodded. Not long after, he saw Qin Hao and Gu Shinian waiting outside. Lin Che hurried over and held Gu Shinian's hand. "Be good. We'll be done in a while. We're just meeting a few uncles and grandpas." Gu Shinian nodded. He was pulled in by Lin Che, but he didn't show any stage fright. Gu Jingzi also slowly walked over. Looking at the big and small pair, he suddenly smiled in satisfaction. He gave Lin Che a deep look, then held Gu Shinian's other hand. Lin Che looked at him. For a moment, he felt that the three of them were like a family of three. Moreover, this father was especially handsome. Gu Shinian wore a small suit today, looking especially like a little gentleman. Gu Jingzi also wore a suit of a similar color. The two of them held hands and looked like they were in parent-child attire. However, this parent-child attire was a little too formal. Lin Che couldn't help but want to laugh. But the feeling of a father and son together was indeed very different. Lin Che suddenly felt a surge of pride. Her husband and her son were both handsome men that were hard to come by in this world. If the two of them were to walk on the streets, how many young girls' hearts would fall for them? Everyone had seen it long ago. Seeing the family of three standing together, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They were really good-looking. The children born from good-looking parents were also extraordinary. Wherever the three of them went, they would definitely be a sight to behold, causing one to be unable to contain their joy. The first time this child appeared, everyone was sure that he was very sharp. He didn't look like an ordinary child. No wonder Gu Jingzi liked him so much. First, in such a big occasion, he didn't show any stage fright at all. They knew that he wasn't an ordinary person. If he was a 3-year-old child from an ordinary family, he would probably be so scared that he would pee his pants. Gu Jingzi stood in the middle, smiling as he picked up his wine glass and said to everyone, "This is my son, Gu Shinian. I hope that everyone can help me educate him in the future. Thank you for your concern." Everyone hurriedly raised their glasses. No, no, no. This is what we should do. Before drinking the wine in the cup, everyone took another deep look at the child. Being born in the Gu family, he was blessed by nature from a young age. Gu the Gu the Gu Gu, but they couldn't jealous. Normally, he wouldn't be so emotional. However, when he saw such a young child attending such an occasion, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Who was the one who said that the heavens were fair? How was this fair? Everyone's starting point was different. Gu Jingzi didn't stay any longer. He wasn't a high-profile person. He only showed up with Gu Shinian for a while. He picked Gu Shinian up in front of everyone and said to him, "Let's go. Daddy will take you and Mommy out first. We'll be home soon." Gu Shinian nodded. At this time, he knew his limits and didn't say anything else. Gu Jingzi looked at Gu Shinian with satisfaction, secretly praising him. This child was indeed smart. Lin Che was still wondering why the usually troublesome Gu Shinian was so obedient today. Seeing Gu Shinian come down, she said, "You're not planning something again, are you?" Gu Shinian looked at Lin Che and said, "Sai, it's said that the longer the hair, the shorter the knowledge. Mom, these people are the ones who will decide whether I'll be able to raise you in the future. Of course I can't fool around in front of them." Lin Che said, "So materialistic at such a young age. I have the responsibility of taking care of my mother and daughter-in-law, so of course I have to be more utilitarian. Otherwise, how can I let you live a good life?" Lin Che patted his little head. Gu Shinian said, Hey, if you want to hit me, don't hit my head. Let's see who you can rely on to take care of you when you're old." "Ha! I have money to take care of myself. Who needs you to take care of me?" Gu Jingzi looked at Gu Shinian and said, "You can just take care of your daughter-in-law. I'll take care of my daughter-in-law myself." As Gu Jingzi said this, he quietly put his arm around her shoulders and turned his head to look at her. He had never thought that there would be such a scene. He had a wife and a son, but at this moment, he suddenly felt unprecedentedly satisfied. He, who had never put being a father on his agenda, was suddenly filled with anticipation for the role of a father. He was very grateful to Lin Che for giving birth to such a smart and beautiful son. Although it was hard to handle, it would still give him face when he went out. He put his arm around Lin Che and kissed her on the cheek. Lin Che was caught off guard by the kiss. She covered her cheek and turned her head away. "Hey, what are you doing?" Gu Jingzi said, as expected of our genes. "I think that if we bring this kid out in the future, we won't have to worry about being laughed at. He should be pretty good looking." Lin Che said, "What and what?" Gu Jingzi whispered into her ear, "It's nothing. I think you're very good." Lin Che was even more confused about what he meant, but Gu Jingzi didn't say anything else. Gu Jingzi felt that he was very lucky to be able to be with Lin Che and discover her as an unpolished gem. After that, he had been pleasantly surprised. He didn't know where this woman's magic came from, but she took all the good luck he had. Now, the child she gave birth to was so adorable. He couldn't help but think that she hadn't married him for nothing. When he had first married her, how could he have imagined that this day would come? Yin Qiushan looked at the family of three. He had long left angrily. It went without saying that he wanted to acknowledge the child's status and announce to everyone that this child would be the future heir of the Gu family. Yun Luo didn't leave, but his mind was filled with the beautiful image of the family of three. The image of them holding hands was so harmonious and beautiful that it made people envious from the bottom of their hearts. He envied the woman who could give birth to his child. With Gu Jingzi's genes, the child she gave birth to was so cute, so beautiful, and had Gu Jingzi's beautiful eyes. Chapter 783. He envied the woman who could give birth to his child. With Gu Jingzi's genes, the child she gave birth to would be so cute, so beautiful, with Gu Jingzi's beautiful eyes. Just as Gu Jingzi was in the corridor, Yin Luo walked towards him. She looked at Gu Jingzi carefully. "Jingzi, I'm sorry for coming here with Annie." Gu Jingzi looked at Yun Luo deeply. Seeing her pale face, he frowned and said, "Is your heart not feeling well?" Because he had helped her research on her heart for a long time, he was very sensitive to her illness. Yun Luo was stunned. She felt that Gu Jingzi was still concerned about her, and she was elated. Yun Luo hurriedly said, "No, I'm just a little tired. I'll go back after I take my medicine." Your body isn't good. Don't come out so often. I'll get the doctor to take a look at you later. We'll see the results of your research very soon. Don't worry too much." Gu Jingzi wasn't someone who would admit defeat. After helping her for so long, and seeing that the results were about to show, he hoped that the research would be successful and Yin Luo would recover completely. That way, he wouldn't have wasted the past 2 years. If it failed, he would feel very frustrated. Yun Luo lowered her head tactfully. "Actually, I don't have much hope for this anymore. I just want to live as long as I can. Yun Luo, your father really wants to cure you. He spent a lot of money on you. You should know that. Don't say such depressing words." Yun Luo looked at Gu Jingzi quietly. "Jingzi, what about you? Do you want to get better?" Gu Jingzi smiled. "Of course. I spent a lot of effort on this research." Although he said it in a very tactful manner, it was enough for Yun Luo. Before Yun Luo met Gu Jingzi, she never thought that she would be noticed one day. She also never thought that she would meet a man like this. Ever since she was born, she had a congenital heart disease. She couldn't move, walk, or do many things. Her family had protected her too well. So, in Country M, she almost never stepped out of the house, not even a second door. When her grandfather suddenly asked her to come to Country C for treatment, she obediently agreed. However, she didn't have much hope. To her surprise, she met the man she would never forget for the rest of her life, Gu Jingzi. For the first time, she knew that there was such a powerful man in the world other than her father. Because of Gu Jingzi, her identity as the eldest daughter of the Yun family was exposed in every country. When she was the center of attention, she felt like she was floating as if she was going to fly every day. However, what made her feel even more happy was that this extraordinary man's love for her made her feel so warm. She once again had hope for her own life. She felt that there was absolutely nothing in this world that this man could not do. But she forgot he had a wife. Previously, Everyone said that his wife was useless, and the Gu family did not agree to them being together, so she was sent abroad. She had thought she could replace him as his wife, that she originally thought that since he treated her so well, even if he was indeed cold and didn't allow her to touch him, that was just his personality. It was easy to imagine that such a high and mighty person would have his own temper. Until Lin Che's return shattered all her fantasies. She felt extremely disappointed and humiliated today, but Gu Jingze still cared about her health, which made her feel satisfied. Gu Jingze nodded at her and continued to walk out. Seeing this, Yun Luo hurriedly took a few steps forward and followed him. She wanted to go out with him. At the door, Lin Che walked in. Gu Jingze, hurry up. All right, I'm coming. Faced with Lin Che's urging, Gu Jingze could only take a step forward and hurried to Lin Che's side. Lin Che saw Yun Luo, who was following behind him. Were they talking just now? Lin Che snorted and glared at Gu Jingze unhappily. Although she believed that no woman could touch Gu Jingze. After all, his body had a natural barrier that did not allow any woman to touch him. She would definitely be unhappy if he came into contact with other women, especially this Yun Luo. She looked very weak, but that weakness made people dislike her. Perhaps she was prejudiced, but she couldn't help but feel that her weakness was very fake and annoying. Lin Che rolled her eyes at him and was caught red-handed by his sharp eyes. Gu Jingze went to pull her hand. All right, let's go. Lin Che secretly shook her hand. She frowned and said unhappily, Don't pull me. Why are you pulling me? Although her voice was very low, her demeanor fell into Gu Jingze's eyes. Gu Jingze pursed his lips and chased after Lin Che. Why are you running? Come back, he said harshly. Lin Che didn't look back and continued to walk straight ahead. Lin Che, this stubborn woman really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Which woman would dare to ignore him and not listen to him? But it just had to be her. It was hard for him to reject her. He was angry, but he couldn't bring himself to be cruel to her. He caught up with her. His speed was much faster than hers. He picked her up and carried her on his shoulder. Lin Che was shocked. She was thrown on his shoulder and realized that something was wrong, especially from her direction. When she looked up, she could see Yun Luo standing opposite, looking at them in shock. Hey, Gu Jingze? This was his company. How could he make a scene here? She patted his back and didn't let him move. But Gu Jingze wasn't willing to listen to her. He slapped her butt and said, Now you're calling me. Why did you run just now? If you dare to run again, I'll spank your butt. Lin Che's face turned red. She felt that all the employees in the company had seen this scene and were pursing their lips to hold back their laughter. It was so embarrassing. He was already an adult, but he was still being spanked. Gu Jingze was really childish when he became childish. But perhaps others were smiling. But Yun Luo couldn't smile no matter how hard she tried. It was the first time she saw Gu Jingze interact with others like this. He was so lively and had completely let go of his arrogance. He was so strong that he could carry Lin Che effortlessly and even play with her while hugging her. Most importantly, he had actually let go of his arrogance for Lin Che, that when Lin Che looked over, Yun Luo hurriedly stopped looking at them and hurriedly left through another staircase. The people in the company were indeed watching. Seeing Yun Luo leave and Gu Jingze leave with Lin Che, they couldn't help but laugh. Look at Miss Yun. She ran away with her tail between her legs. Who was the one who said that President Gu was good to her? Now she's been slapped in the face. That's right. Once Madam comes back, the Yun family will have nothing to do with her. I think President Gu is the one who is true to Madam. It's just that Madam's family background isn't as good as Miss Yun's, but she's better than Miss Yun in every other aspect. Looks, figure, and temperament. Although Miss Yun is from a rich family, her temperament isn't as good as Madame Gu's. Chapter 784. Exactly. She came to the shareholders' meeting with Mrs. Gu today, but I heard from the people in the CEO's office that Mrs. Gu cried as soon as she saw Mrs. Gu. She said that she missed Mrs. Gu very much and was very sorry that she didn't pick her up earlier. Is that so? You even cried? In everyone's eyes, Madame Gu was like a queen. Now, she was crying in front of Lin Che. It seemed that everything was not going well for Miss Yun. In the past, when Gu Jingzi was not around, the little bit of presence she had by his side was immediately swept away after Gu Jingzi came back. Now, everyone knew that the most special person around Gu Jingzi was Mrs. Gu. Just look at how Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu got along. It went without saying. Lin Che was brought back to the house by Gu Jingzi. When Gu Jingzi arrived at the place, he carried Lin Che and went inside. Lin Che hurriedly kicked and hit him. "Let go of me. Firen is still here." "You. Don't do this." Gu Jingzi said directly. "Don't worry. Mu Firen went shopping with her daughter. They haven't come back yet." He had already inquired about this. Gu Jingzi carried Lin Che all the way upstairs. As soon as they entered the room, he pressed Lin Che down on the bed. Lin Che moaned. Gu Jingzi looked down at her and chuckled. "You're so obedient in bed?" Lin Che frowned and looked at him. "You're so annoying. Aren't you afraid that Miss Yun will be jealous when she sees us running away like this?" Gu Jingzi paused and lowered his head to bite the tip of her nose. "I think the sour smell is stronger here." Lin Che turned his face away, not allowing him to touch him. How would I dare? Isn't it very normal for the great CEO Gu to have one or two women outside? Especially someone like Miss Yun, who is weak and powerless. Most of the time, I feel like I'm bullying her. Don't say it's not sour. If you continue to be sour, I will faint. Come on, turn around and let me have a look. No. She was still angry and wouldn't turn around. Gu Jingzi searched for her lips and kissed her, but she dodged immediately. Gu Jingzi had no choice but to hold her hands to stop her from moving. Lin Che used his leg to press against his waist. She kicked him. Gu Jingzi's eyes widened, and he quickly dodged it. Then he looked at her with sparkling eyes and said, "You're good. You dare to kick me. Aren't you afraid that you won't have a descendant? You won't even have a place to cry then." "Scram! Why would I cry if you don't have any descendants? There aren't any three-legged toads. But there are plenty of three-legged men." Lin Che deliberately emphasized the words "three legs," hitting at the leg in the middle. Gu Jingzi was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at her darkly. His threatening gaze made her feel dangerous. He tightened his grip and looked at her as he said, "There are many men with three legs, but not many of them can satisfy you. I think I haven't touched you for a long time, so you've forgotten my ability, haven't you?" As soon as Gu Jingzi finished speaking, he grabbed her body and began to move. Lin Che was shocked. "You're so annoying. Who wants you to touch me?" She quickly began to resist. She hit his hands and pushed his body away. Gu Jingzi wanted to press her down. He definitely had the strength to do so, but he didn't want to hurt her if he used too much strength. He didn't dare to use more strength and could only let her hit his body. Seeing that he didn't move and didn't retaliate, she quickly stopped. She looked at the man who was looking at her with a tipsy gaze and said, "Why did you stop? Doesn't it hurt?" She knew how strong he was, so she used quite a bit of strength to hit him. Gu Jingzi said, "If I use more strength, I'll definitely hurt your small arms and legs. How dare you hit me? Don't you see how many people are queuing up to be bullied by me? You, on the other hand, push me and hit me every day." He lowered his head and planted a heavy kiss on her forehead. His gaze was affectionate and gentle as he wrapped his arms around her body. His voice was so deep that it sounded like aged wine. "You're just relying on the fact that I love you and can't do anything to you." His magnetic voice and seductive gaze made Lin Che's body go limp. She quickly turned her face away and said, "Yeah, you love me now, but in the future, when you love someone else, I'll have to stand aside, right? Don't talk nonsense." He lowered his head and licked her lips. He looked at her deeply and said, "Your body hasn't been fully developed yet. How can you be interested in playing with others? I think your body is enough for me to develop for the rest of my life." As he spoke, his lips circled around her cheeks and kissed her lightly. When his lips moved down, he purposely left some warmth on her cheeks. She could only close her eyes and feel like her body was a puppet being led by him. She was stiff and couldn't move on her own. She could only be led by him, that his lips slid down to her neck, and she moaned. Pushing him away, she murmured, "Don't." Gu Jingzi took a deep breath. His hands couldn't help but reach under the hem of her clothes and knead her soft body. It felt like she had given birth, but her body really hadn't become loose. Instead, it felt even tighter than before. What he said was the truth. He had never thought that a woman's body could be so magical. No matter which woman he faced, he couldn't lift his spirits at all. He always felt that they weren't as good as her. He didn't even have the slightest thought of admiring them. With just one look, he felt that they were just ordinary cosmetics that couldn't even compare to one of Lin Che's fingers. Wasn't he bewitched by her? Gu Jingze already felt his entire body tense up. His lower body was rushing towards an unimaginable hardness. It had been too long since he had touched her body. Just a little touch was enough to make him explode. But as she could feel Lin Che's unwillingness, even though she didn't have much energy to resist, the expression on her face showed that she was unwilling. He didn't want her to feel the slightest bit unhappy. So, no matter what, he stopped. However, he bit her enchanting lips according to her exquisite face. Her tender and alluring lips made him want to swallow her whole. But in the end, he still let go of her and sighed at her. He couldn't do anything about it. It seemed like no matter when, as long as she said the word, he would be willing no matter what. Even if his body told him that he couldn't, he would definitely change his mind. Chapter 785. Letting go of her, he jumped off the bed and said to her, "Rest first. I'm going to wash up." Then he ran into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard. Lin Che combed her messy hair and looked at Gu Jingze in the bathroom. She couldn't help but be stunned. This Gu Jingze, was he playing with her on purpose? But his technique hadn't regressed after so many years. Instead, it seemed to have improved. Lin Che pouted. Who knew which woman he had learned it from? Although she knew it was impossible since his body was there and no one could touch it, she couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps she was a good-for-nothing who couldn't take it anymore after being teased by him. But the feeling just now was too wonderful. His lips were so soft, and his body was so strong to thinking about it. She felt her face heating up. She was really courting death. Why did she have to provoke such a man, causing her to be unable to control herself? That just then, Gu Jingze came out. His body, which had just been washed with cold water, was glowing red. He only had a bath towel on his lower body, and his mermaid lines were even more obvious under the water. His body lines were outlined by the water droplets, and he looked as perfect as the cover photo of a fashion blockbuster. But he didn't need to use Photoshop like those models. Every part of his body was so perfect that he didn't need any seasoning. Gu Jingze didn't expect Lin Che to be here already. He saw her the moment he stepped out of the bathroom. Their eyes met, and her face was like a burning cloud, quickly dyeing her entire face red. He looked down at himself. Why? Do you want to see? Come closer. Lin Che looked at him awkwardly and couldn't help but scold. Get lost. Who wants to see? He really made people lose their resistance easily, Gu Jingze said. Okay. I want you to see. Okay. He held Lin Che's body and hugged her. Let's go. I'll help you wash up. Why do I need your help? Can I help you? But, let's go. He pulled Lin Che into the bathroom and helped her get the toothpaste. He carried her to the sink and looked at her. Open your mouth. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. I'm not a child. In my eyes, you will always be a child. As he spoke, he stuffed the electric toothbrush into her mouth. Looking at her, he said, Really, you're not happy that I'm serving you. Lin Che's mouth was filled with toothbrush, and he whimpered, The great Gu is serving me. I'm flattered. Gu Jingze looked at her with a smile. It's okay. This mouth is mine, so I'll help you. His fingers gently traced the curves of her body. This body is mine. I'll help you take care of it. This is what I should do. Scram. Lin Che felt that no matter how shameless he was, he could still say whatever he wanted. She jumped off the counter and washed herself. He hugged her from behind. Lin Che frowned. Why are you so clingy? You're even clingier than Yin Yin. Yeah, I just want to stick to you. He hugged her body from behind and kissed the back of her neck. Lin Che quickly begged, Okay. It's ticklish. Hearing that, Gu Jingze changed from blowing to biting. He took a big bite and sucked out a piece of red on the surface. You're so annoying. She quickly jumped away. Touching her back, she said to Gu Jingza, "Who told you to do this? There's a mark. What's wrong? Is it not good?" Gu Jingza said, "I want those people to see it, so that they won't all come coveting a married man like you." Lin Che glared at him and turned to look at the mirror. In the mirror, there was indeed a red mark on her neck, and it was so big, it was so obvious. Lin Che was so angry that she shouted at Gu Jingza angrily, You. Just you wait. I'm going to take revenge." As she said this, she jumped to Gu Jingza's side. Because he was only wearing a towel, she didn't have to take off his clothes. She directly bit his neck. "Hiss," he grunted. There was already a big mark on his neck. This little devil's bite was so painful. Gu Jingza hugged her and said affectionately, "I'm willing to let everyone know that I belong to you, Lin Che." Lin Che's head was about to go dizzy from his focused gaze. Why did he suddenly confess like this? It made her feel like she was going to die. Gu Jingza lowered his head and said, "I'm very happy to be with you now." Lin Che felt like she was about to be sucked into his eyes. She quickly lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. He carried her, and she was suddenly in the air. She could only wrap her arms around his neck. "Why do you always want to carry me? It's not like I don't have legs and can't walk," Lin Che mumbled. Gu Jingza rubbed her cheek. "I just want to keep hugging you like this. No matter how many times I hug you, I won't get tired of it. Even if I hug you every day, it won't be enough." Lin Che's heart started thumping again. Looking at his eyes that were filled with deep emotions, she hurriedly buried her head into his neck. He was so annoying. This man. He smiled and put her on the bed. Even though he was very uncomfortable, he still wanted to hug her to sleep that he really felt very happy today. He was very satisfied that he could take her with him, as if all the hard work he had done in the past hadn't been in vain. As long as he could share these with her, he felt that everything was worth it. The next day, Lin Che and Yu Minmin agreed to read the script together. Because they were old partners, the suspense TV series Witchcraft's Notes had a very high ratings and was the most talked about topic that year. Therefore, Yu Minmin wanted Lin Che to have a try. However, Lin Che admitted that she hadn't decided whether she should continue with the filming. She followed Yu Minmin to the cafe and brought Mu Firen along. The two of them swaggered through the street, but no one noticed them. Because they were both wearing hats and sunglasses, Mu Firen was able to hide it. Actually, Lin Che was fine. After all, she hadn't been in the entertainment industry for a long time. So if she disappeared suddenly, people would forget her quickly. However, Mu Firen had been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years and had too many works. Even if she disappeared for a while, there would always be people looking at her works. Moreover, she was a famous actress, so she was more worried. The two of them entered the cafe together. Lin Che introduced Mu Firen to Yu Minmin. "This is Mu Firen. You should know her, right?" Yu Minmin immediately greeted her with a smile. Of course. Sister Firen is a famous actress. Everyone in country knows her." Chapter 786. Mu Firen smiled awkwardly and said, "What do you mean by actress?" She was promoted by everyone. That's how this industry works. Once you're promoted, you'll be able to do whatever you want. But one day, when you're not promoted anymore, you'll fall hard again. It's all on the surface. How you live depends on yourself. Yu Minmin said, "But you've achieved so much and your name will be immortalized. No one will forget you for years to come. I didn't expect you two to become friends. You've given me a chance to meet Sister Firen, who I would never have met before." Mu Firen laughed and said, "I really don't know how to respond to Mrs. President's words." Yu Minmin made a face and Lin Che said, "All right, you don't have to be so polite. I just want you to get to know each other. We're all on the same side. It's disgusting to hear people flattering each other." Hearing this, Mu Firen laughed and said, "That's true. This is a problem of habit. I accidentally flattered him." Everyone laughed and sat down. Yu Minmin didn't waste any time and handed the script to Lin Che. Lin Che took the script and looked at the synopsis, and some follow-up stories. Yu Minmin said, "It's a good script, but Shui Yang needs to make a more high-end movie to stabilize his position, so he has to give up on this one. I've asked the director, and he hasn't decided on the female lead yet." I told the director that I want to recommend a female lead to him. He doesn't know it's you yet. If he knew, he would be overjoyed. Lin Che thought it was a good story and said, "But do I really have to act? I haven't acted in a movie for years." "What are you afraid of? You're a professional. Have you forgotten how to act? Go home and practice. I promise you'll be better than them." Lin Che was about to say something when Yu Minmin said forcefully, "All right, it's settled then. We'll go to the director's office for the audition tomorrow. Even though it's just an audition for you, because you'll definitely pass, we still have to go through the motions," Yu Minmin said decisively. Lin Che was speechless. How could she be so forceful that Yu Minmin looked at Mu Firen and said, "Sister Firen, what's your plan?" "Me? I've been filming for more than 10 years, and I've done enough. For now, I don't want to think about anything else. I just want to rest and take care of my child." Yu Minmin had a look of pity on his face. "I was thinking that if you left your previous management company, you could come to us." "No, I'll be going back to Seattle soon, but the child is here. I want to bring her around for a few days." Hearing this, Lin Che looked at Mu Firen and said, "Do you still want to go back? Then won't we be separated?" "Yeah, I know you won't leave. You're so passionate every night." Mu Firen covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Che suffered a huge blow. "What do you mean by hot? Isn't it the two of you? I can hear you chattering in the room every day." Lin Che's face instantly turned red. She had forgotten that this wasn't the Gu family's house. The house wasn't as soundproof as the Gu family's house, so she might hear a lot of sounds from outside. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che and slanted her eyes. "No wonder Sister Firen wants to go back to America. It turns out that you're the culprit. But Firen, you have to get used to it. Actually, it's not the first time she has done this. As long as she is with Gu Jingze, we will definitely be the ones being abused." Mu Firen said, "Yeah, I feel jealous and jealous. She has such a handsome guy protecting her while I'm alone. So I decided to leave early." The two of them echoed each other's words, leaving Lin Che speechless. She used to think it was a normal thing, but when they saw it, they would accuse them of abusing a single dog. It was just because Gu Jingze was too scary in their eyes. They couldn't stand him when he acted a little friendly. At this moment, Yu Minmin's phone rang. "Okay, you guys go ahead. I have to go." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Che said. Yu Minmin blushed. "Yeah, I have something to do later." At this moment, Lin Che's eyes were very sharp. He looked at her ringing phone and said, "Is it Mr. President calling you?" "It must be. Is Mr. President coming to pick you up?" It was rare for Yu Minmin to be flustered. She stuttered. "Seriously, just go back and read your script and prepare for the audition tomorrow. Get out of the way. Get out of the way." "Minmin, you're so nervous. Something must have happened. Hee. Tell me honestly, or I won't let you go so easily." "Oh, it's really nothing." Yu Minmin was still nervous when Mu Firen grabbed Lin Che and said, Hey. Lin Che was stunned. He turned around and saw that the person behind him was none other than Gu Jingming. "Mr. President actually came here." Mu Firen stood still immediately. It was her first time seeing Mr. President in person, so she was a little nervous. When Gu Jingming saw Lin Che, he smiled and walked over. Yu Minmin hurried over and said, "Why did you come in?" "I was just about to go out." "It's nothing. I heard that you were here, so I came to see you." Gu Jingming looked at Lin Che and said, "Long time no see." Lin Che sighed. He looked at Gu Jingming. He always saw him on TV. He was not much different from how he looked on TV. He was still extraordinarily handsome. No wonder he was always rated as the most charming president. Lin Che said, "Mr. President, long time no see." Gu Jingming said, "I don't know what magic you have to make Jingze turn the world upside down with you." Lin Che was a little embarrassed. She looked at Gu Jingming and said, "I didn't expect anything to happen. As for what happened later, I didn't expect it either." Gu Jingming said, "All right, don't be nervous. I'm not questioning you. It's just that it's not easy for you to follow Jingze to this day. I hope you cherish it." After saying that, Gu Jingming put his hand on Yu Minmin's shoulder and said, "Let's go." Yu Minmin turned to Lin Che and said, "I'll leave first. Remember to be on time tomorrow." "Okay." Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin and waved. Then, He jogged to catch up with Gu Jingming. Mu Firen sighed and said, "It's always thrilling to go out with you. Now, even Mr. President has appeared in front of me. Lin Che, outsiders must be blind to think that you're just a small star." Lin Che said, "I'm really just a small star." Chapter 787. Mu Firen looked in the direction where Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin had left. These are people that ordinary people can't meet even if they wanted to, but they are people who are closely related to you. All right, Lin Che, your life is destined to be so complicated, so you can't leave. I want to go back to America myself, because I know that you will definitely stay here. Your family, your friends, and your lover are here, right? Lin Che also knew that he couldn't leave. Putting everything else aside, she had to take Nian Yin's identity seriously. And Gu Jingze, that she sighed. Gu Jingze always said that he couldn't do anything to her. Actually, she was the one who couldn't do anything to him. Yu Minmin and Gu Jingming set off together. She looked at Gu Jingming and kept looking into his eyes. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that Gu Jingming looked so handsome when he said those words to Lin Che just now. Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin. "Why are you staring at me?" Yu Minmin quickly turned her head away and lowered her head. No, I just think that you look good with your haircut today." Gu Jingming looked at her. "Oh, no wonder you looked like you wanted to eat me alive. I really thought that you couldn't control yourself when you first saw me." Yu Minmin couldn't help but blush at his teasing words. She glared at him and said, "I didn't." Gu Jingming smiled. Holding the steering wheel, he said to her, "Don't rush. We'll take it slow when we get back." Yu Minmin snorted coldly. "Are we going to Su Yi's birthday party today?" "Oh, so you can't help but want to do it here first?" How could Gu Jingming misinterpret what she meant? "That's not what I meant." Yu Minmin was almost going crazy. Gu Jingming stopped the car. They had already arrived at the hotel. It was a private party, and Su Yi didn't invite that many people. It was just a gathering of a few close friends for a meal. Seeing that the car had stopped, Yu Minmin reached out to open the door. However, her hand was stopped by Gu Jingming. She turned around suspiciously and saw that Gu Jingming's lips were already moving towards her. He had slammed her against the car door so easily. He admired Yu Minmin's stunned expression. As if in slow motion, he slowly kissed her lips. Her chest really made him greedy. At this moment, he knew that there was something wrong, but he still pinched it hard. It was a very deep kiss. When it ended, Yu Minmin was in a daze. His eyes were closed, and he was in a daze. He tidied up her clothes and said slowly, "Bear with it for a while and leave early. We'll go home when it's over. I'll satisfy you then." Yu Minmin felt that someone was staring at him from outside. How could he pretend that he didn't see such a firm gaze, just like a spotlight? It was In Suya. She was looking at Yu Minmin and Gu Jingming through the glass window of the car. She could clearly see everything that was happening on the opposite side of the car. Her expression seemed to be stained with frost as she stood there in a daze. Yu Minmin couldn't help but shiver when he saw the deep look in her eyes that seemed as though she was about to peel off his flesh. What was she trying to do? Gu Jingming seemed to have noticed it too. After tidying up Yu Minmin's clothes, he looked up at her and got out of the car. Yu Minmin got out of the car too. Gu Jingming caressed her back and looked at In Suya. "You're here. Where's Zhongmo? Isn't he with you?" In Suya wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She looked at Gu Jingming and said, "He's not with me. He'll be there soon." After saying that, she turned around and left. Yu Minmin raised her eyebrows. She looked up and asked, "Is she getting engaged to Fang Zhongmo?" Ever since Fang Zhongmo confessed to In Suya in public 2 years ago, In Suya had been with Fang Zhongmo. Because they had known each other for many years, everyone didn't think much of it. However, the fact that In Suya used to be with Gu Jingming was a hot topic, and everyone talked about it for a long time. Fang Zhongmo had always liked In Suya. However, at that time, Gu Jingming had completely broken up with In Suya and said many cruel words to her. Therefore, Fang Zhongmo had confessed to In Suya. Because of In Suya, Fang Zhongmo had almost broken up with Gu Jingming. Fortunately, in the end, under Su Yi's urging, they had finally reconciled. Although there were still some traces in their hearts, They were still good friends for many years. Yu Minmin had heard most of the story. Some servants had told her, but Gu Jingming would never mention it to her. Yu Minmin looked at In Suya and didn't seem very happy. However, Gu Jingming didn't care about her. When he saw Sui coming, he said, "Happy birthday. However, the bridge project that I gave to your family a while ago is your birthday present. I don't have a present for you today." Suyi's face was full of disdain. "That's because our family won the bid. What has it got to do with you? Sai, Minmin is still the best. Do you have a present?" Su-yi said to Yu Minmin. However, Gu Jingming had already pressed down on Yu Minmin's hand and said, "She won't give any man a present except for me." Yu Minmin was embarrassed. She wanted to punch Gu Jingming, but she knew that she couldn't beat him, so she could only bear with it. She looked up, wanting to kill him with her eyes. Sui felt that it was even more unreasonable. Oh my God, I've never seen a man as overbearing as you. Yu Minmin, how can you bear with him like this? You can't do this, you can't do that. You're like a little pet that's being kept in a cage. Yu Minmin could only laugh dryly. She looked at Gu Jingming and said, "I'll bear with it just by looking at his face." Sui said, So you're just saying that because he's handsome." Gu Jingming smiled and embraced Yu Minmin generously. He said, "It's my honor that Madam can be smitten by my looks." He stared at Yu Minmin. "Are you really putting up with me because I'm good-looking?" She thought that he was good-looking, and he even thought that it was a good feeling. He said, "Is it a monster? Someone here is abusing animals. Was he abusing dogs?" Yu Minmin said, "If I said yes, would you be happy, or would you be unhappy?" Gu Jingming pressed his lips against her ear. "I'd be happy. But if you said that you're putting up with me because of my skills, I might be even happier." Fuck you. What? What skills? Although his skills were indeed not bad. Gu Jingming pulled Yu Minmin in, too lazy to care about Su-yi, who was already being abused. Su-yi then saw Fang Zhongmo hurriedly walk in. "Hey, you didn't see it just now. Jingming is really too much now. He's bullying me because I don't have a girlfriend. He's showing off his affection to Yu Minmin. See how he's here?" Fang Zhongmo couldn't be bothered to listen to him and interrupted him. Chapter 788. Has Xia been here? Fang Zhongmo didn't want to listen to him and interrupted him. "Oh, Xia. She's already in." Fang Zhongmo pushed Su-yi away and walked in. Gu Jingming was sobering up with a glass in his hand. Behind him, In Xia suddenly stood up. She looked at the narrow space and Gu Jingming inside. Her face was pale as she said, "Jingming." Gu Jingming was stunned. He looked up and glanced at In Suya. "Where's Zhong Mao?" In Suya suddenly rushed over and hugged Gu Jingming's waist from behind. "Jingming, I don't love Fang Zhongmo at all. I agreed to his proposal, but now I regret it. Jingming, I love you. I never want to lose you. I just want to stay by your side, quietly." She closed her eyes and let the tears fall from the corner of her eyes. Her hands that were hugging him were trembling. Her heart was trembling because she could get close to Gu Jingming again. She missed him so much. Even if they were face to face, she would still miss him. She didn't know how long it had been since she was so close to him and touched him. Gu Jingming's cold eyes flickered and he frowned. He pressed her hand and pushed it away. He turned back to look at In Suya and said, "Suya, that's enough. You're with Zhong Mao now. You should get along well with him. Don't let your imagination run wild. I've already told you that unless we're just friends, you should leave the club and get out of my sight." "No, Jingming." In Suya shook her head. She didn't believe that Gu Jingming would be so heartless to her. "Jingming, have you forgotten how compatible we were in the past? We only separated because of the situation. I missed out on you. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have rejected you. Now, I'm really regretting it. Don't hurt me like this, okay? Yes, I was sad when we separated, but it's all in the past now," Gu Jingming said resolutely again. "But we can still be together. Jingming, I'm willing to give up everything for you. Even if you're not the president anymore, I still love you. We can still live a good life and be together openly. Are you crazy?" Gu Jingming took 2 steps back in disgust. He frowned and looked at her. Even if we have a past, it's all in the past. Don't drag me into your madness. You'd better not let Zhong Mao know about this. He snorted and glanced at In Suya with disgust. Then he walked away. You, Jingming, you don't love Yu Minmin at all. Why do you still want to be with her? In Suya yelled while trembling. Gu Jingming paused. At first, I didn't want to be with her. But now, I'm very happy with her. In Suya felt a chill run down her spine, as if she had been doused with cold water from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. She stood there in a daze for a long time, unable to react, until Fang Zhomo came looking for him. He looked at In Suya worriedly. He walked over and held her in his arms immediately. At that time, Fang Zhomo suddenly confessed in public. It was very romantic. She accepted him. Everyone thought that they were a match made in heaven. But in private, some people said that In Suyin didn't want the position of the president's wife. In the end, she ended up with Fang Zhomo. Although he was also the son of a general, compared to Gu Jingming, it was a different matter. It wasn't that In Suya hadn't heard this before. Even if she hadn't, it wasn't that she couldn't feel it. When Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin went out, they were surrounded by thousands of people. Wherever they went, they had their own halo. But looking at it this way, the president's wife and the general's wife had a completely different feeling. Needless to say, Gu Jingming had the support of the Gu family, which was as rich as a country. Such a powerful and wealthy family could defeat all the other tycoons. No matter how good Fang Zhomo was in front of Gu Jingming, he was nothing. In Suya had always been unhappy, especially when she saw Gu Jingming treating Yu Minmin better and better. They were almost inseparable. Gu Jingming had even lowered his status for Yu Minmin several times. This all started from Yu Minmin's miscarriage. Gu Jingming must have felt guilty towards her. That was why he was treating her better and better. Otherwise, In Suya couldn't find any other reason. Fang Zhomo touched the back of her cold hand and said with concern, Suya, what's wrong with you? In Suya cried and leaned into Fang Zhomo's arms. Which part of me can't compare to Yu Minmin? Why is he treating Yu Minmin so well? Fang Zhomo was stunned. He hugged her and looked at her. His heart ached for her. Suya, Yu Minmin can't compare to you in any way. But this is a political marriage. It can't be broken. In Suya raised her head with tears streaming down her face. She looked at Fang Zhomo and said, I know, but I don't like Yu Minmin. Even if I can't have Gu Jingming, I definitely don't want Yu Minmin to have everything. Zhomo, otherwise I won't be satisfied. Fang Zhomo gritted his teeth. He looked at In Suya and said firmly, I don't want you to be unhappy, Suya. Then help me. Help me get rid of Yu Minmin. I don't want her to appear in the club or anywhere else I can see. I don't want her to continue standing by Gu Jingming's side. Fang Zhomo didn't have anything else, but he was infatuated with In Suya. He had always been obedient to her, and he would give her whatever she wanted. He looked at In Suya. After a while, he said, Okay, I'll help you. In Suya was touched. When she heard his words, she stood on her tiptoes and hugged his neck. You're too good to me, Zhomo. He sighed and patted her back. In Suya leaned on his shoulder and thought, Why? Why not Gu Jingming? If Gu Jingming had treated her like this, she would have been willing to die. The next day, Gu Jingzi took Lin Che to choose a kindergarten for Nian Nian. In the car, Gu Jingming handed a few kindergartens to Lin Che. Qin Hao arranged these. You can take a look. Lin Che didn't care which one he looked at. Actually, it depends on whether Nian Nian likes it or not. If a kindergarten child likes it and is in tune with the child, then the child will be happy there. Gu Jingzi said, Don't worry. They will all be in tune. No kindergarten would dare to make Nian Nian out of tune. Lin Che randomly chose a kindergarten that was closer to him. It was an international kindergarten. It seemed that the tuition fee was quite high. There were many foreign teachers. Lin Che thought that since he had been around foreigners since he was born, he would feel more familiar with foreign teachers. As for learning English, many people chose international schools because they wanted their children to learn English from a young age. However, Nian Nian didn't have to consider it at all. He was very fluent in English now. Chapter 789. Seeing that Lin Che had made her choice, Gu Jingze immediately asked Qin how to prepare. He made the arrangements and asked Qin how to inform the school first. For the child's safety, Gu Jingze didn't let anyone know that the child was his son. He only asked Qin how to send someone to persuade the school to give them a large sum of money to take care of Gu Xinian. These arrangements were made quickly. When they arrived at the place, Lin Che brought Gu Xinian in to ask. When the kindergarten staff saw Lin Che, they immediately welcomed them in. The kindergarten manager explained to Lin Che enthusiastically that the school was all taught in English and that the child's English level would be comparable to his mother tongue in a few years. Seeing how enthusiastic he was, Lin Che knew that Gu Jingze must have bribed them. However, they had agreed not to tell them about Gu Xinian's identity to avoid trouble. Lin Che didn't know what Gu Jingze had done to make the people here treat him so warmly. The manager looked at Gu Xinian, who was next to Lin Che, and said with a smile, "It's this little friend, right? This little friend is really too pretty. Study hard here in the future. When you learn English, you'll be able to make friends with foreigners." Gu Xinian was speechless. He looked at the manager coldly and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested in communicating with foreigners." This sentence was directly said in fluent American English, causing the manager's face to darken. However, he immediately clapped his hands and said, "So this child is already so good." Lin Che gave Gu Xinian a warning look, telling him not to be so impolite. She smiled and said to the manager, "We just came back from America." The manager said, "No wonder." He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he thought that Lin Che's attitude was quite good. After all, in the entire B city, there had never been a family that would spend 10 million yuan on a kindergarten just to enroll their children in school. Some rich people loved to spend money to enroll their children in school, and in order for the school to treat their children better, they would spend more money to sponsor the school. After all, the children who could enroll in such a high-end international school would definitely come from good families. However, it was rare to see such a good family. He looked at Lin Che's temperament again. Gu Xinian didn't look like an ordinary 3-year-old either. He felt that this child who came to school today was definitely not ordinary. If there were any special children entering the school, it would be a good thing for the school, but they would have to be more careful. Don't worry, our school is definitely one of the top international schools in B City. No school is more professional and more caring than us. Leave your child with us and let us teach him early. There will definitely be no problems. No other children will bully him. We will protect him well." Lin Che hurriedly said, No, I'm not worried about that at all." She was worried that he would bully other children for no reason. After confirming the school time, Lin Che took Gu Xinian out. He squatted down and said to Gu Xinian, "If I find out that you're bullying people in school, I won't let you off. There must be someone here that I can bully." He looked inside and said coldly, Gu Xinian could only stay there for the day to adapt to the new school. Lin Che knew that Gu Xinian was definitely not an ordinary child. When he went to kindergarten, he would cry and refuse to go, so she left with peace of mind. Her only worry was that he would cause trouble in kindergarten. Gu Xinian really couldn't be bothered to cause trouble. In the kindergarten, the teacher heard that an important person had come early in the morning. The manager specially said that he had spent 10 million to sponsor the kindergarten. The teacher had thought that it would be a mischievous chubby child, but she didn't expect that she would be stunned when she saw Gu Xinian. It was the first time she had seen such a good-looking child. Moreover, he had a special aura. It was as if his gaze had matured at a young age. When he looked at others, it actually gave them some pressure. Of course, this might be because she had heard that his family was very rich, so she thought that way. The teacher squatted down and looked at Gu Xinian. "Hello, little baby. I'll be your teacher from now on. You can tell me if you need anything." "Quiet," Gu Xinian said. "What?" The teacher looked at him in surprise. Gu Xinian turned his head mildly. "I said, I need quiet." Was this child really a 3-year-old child? Then why did his gaze leave a deeper impression than a 30-year-old man's? It gave off a feeling of superiority, which was surprising. The teacher hurriedly went to the kindergarten manager and said, "Whose family does this child belong to? Why do I look at him so strangely?" The manager said, I don't know whose family he belongs to, but he's so mysterious. He must have a powerful background. No matter what he wants, just serve him well. Although there are many people with powerful backgrounds in our kindergarten, I think this one is the most extraordinary. Be careful and don't provoke people you shouldn't provoke. The teacher suddenly felt pressured. She looked at this child. He was so beautiful, but he actually wasn't someone to be trifled with. It really made her feel conflicted. In the afternoon, Gu Jingzi sent Lin Che to the director for the audition. After Lin Che got into the car, he immediately called Yu Minmin to inform her that he had already set off. Yu Minmin said, "Hurry up, you're already a few minutes late." "I know, I just sent Yin Yin to kindergarten in the morning." In the director's rehearsal room, the audition people lined up from the outside to the inside. The director was used to it. Yu Minmin squeezed in from outside. Some of the small-time actors didn't know who she was and wanted to ask why someone was cutting the queue, but someone they knew reminded them, "She's the president's wife, Yu Minmin." Everyone then realized that she was someone with a powerful background. No wonder she was so arrogant. Is she here to recommend a role? If she's the one who recommended the female lead, do we still have a chance? Just then, a cold snort caught everyone's attention. When they turned around, they saw a young girl with watery eyes. She said to everyone, "Does the director not know what to do? Let me tell you, the director has already chosen the female lead. The audition is just a formality." Another person snorted in disbelief. "How do you know?" She smiled and said, "What do you think?" Everyone looked at her mockingly. "Don't tell me that the director has chosen you?" "Ah, so it's me?" No one believed her, but she said confidently, "I've already met the director, and he's very satisfied with me. He thinks that my image and acting skills are very good. After all, I'm a professional, and I've acted in a few roles. I've also worked with the director once. The director said that the male lead this time is very likely to be Shui Yang, so he can choose a new role for the female lead to attract more attention." Chapter 790. Although they didn't really believe it, it sounded very real, and they didn't dare to doubt it. So she harumphed and said, "Yu Minmin, who went in just now, is here for Shui Yang. She's not the female lead." She raised her head proudly, and everyone could only look at her jealously for a moment. But they could also see her role and knew that she had played several second female supporting roles before to familiarize herself with them. Maybe this time, she was really going to play the role. Yu Minmin looked at the director and said to him directly, "Didn't I say that I'll bring you a heavyweight today?" The director was still angry because their company had rejected Shui Yang's role. Hearing her say this, he still didn't look happy. "Didn't I say that I've already chosen a female lead, and I like Shui Yang for the male lead? But it's a pity that you guys don't like our show and want Shui Yang to accept some movie. Director, you have to believe me. I have my reasons for doing this. All right, you don't have to say anything else. I'm in the middle of an audition. I've already chosen the female lead. Director, you'll definitely like the female lead that I've recommended. I can guarantee that she's much better than the female lead that you've chosen before. You don't know, but the female lead that I've chosen is very fresh and lively. She looks like she's going to be popular. She's a rare beauty in the entertainment industry. She's also trained in acting, and her acting skills are not bad. There's no one more suitable than her. Director, don't be so full of yourself. I'm not bragging." The director raised his head and asked someone to call her in. "Bring that girl in." The girl was called in a while later, and everyone could only watch her walk in enviously. She came to the director's side softly and greeted Yu Minmin with a smile. Yu Minmin smiled, but didn't say anything. She looked at the director with an unfathomable expression. The director said, "Let's see if she's good enough to act as a supporting actor for your Shui Yang." "Humph, I don't want your Shui Yang to act in this show. With Shui Yang and these main producers, my show will definitely be very popular in the future. You don't believe me." Yu Minmin shook her head and looked at the girl. She was not bad looking and didn't look like an internet celebrity. She was very recognizable. She said, "I've recommended her to you. She's better than this one." The director laughed in disbelief. The girl could tell that something was wrong. She asked the director, "Director, what's going on?" The director comforted him. "It's okay. It's just a small disagreement." Yu Minmin said directly, She'll be here soon. You'll know when you see her." The director still didn't believe her. The girl also understood what was going on. She glared at Yu Minmin and sneered, "Sister Yu, you're trying to steal our resources." Yu Minmin only glanced at the newcomer. To be able to get it, that's a sign of skill. Characters are never fought over. Do you understand, newcomer? At this time, Yu Minmin's phone rang again. It was Lin Che. "Are you there or not?" Yu Minmin said, "We're here. We're already downstairs." "All right, come up quickly." Yu Minmin put down the phone and said, "All right, she's here." The director looked at Yu Minmin suspiciously, feeling that she was deliberately mystifying things. Lin Che finally arrived. He slammed the car door and rushed in, ignoring Gu Jingza, who was in the car. The people at the door saw Lin Che rushing in and couldn't help but frown. "What's the rush? Don't you see that there's a queue?" Lin Che said, "Sorry, I'm late. Let me in. Someone is waiting for me." Everyone looked at him, feeling even more furious. "What's so great about driving a luxury car?" "Humph," someone said unhappily. Lin Che smiled and ignored them. He walked through the crowd and went in first. Yu Minmin was already waiting at the door. When she saw Lin Che, she quickly went up to him. "Director, I've been waiting for a long time. Let's go. They're almost done. I've been waiting inside for a long time." Inside, the newcomer was still saying, "Director, how can you do this? You can't just let someone play the role just because you're close to his family. Didn't we agree?" Just then, the door was pushed open, and Yu Minmin walked in with the newcomer. The director saw the newcomer at first glance. She was wearing a simple outfit, skinny jeans, and a short top. Her long legs were obvious, and her figure was exquisite. After a few years, it was as if time had stopped on her face. She still looked like a warm breeze. Her face, which was supposed to be enchanting, had a freshness that made people like her. It was because of this unique aura that she was so popular. Lin Che stood there and looked at the director with a smile. "Director, long time no see." Lin Che." The director looked at her in surprise and quickly walked up to her. As for the newcomers at the back, when they looked at Lin Che, their emotions had already turned ugly. Not to mention who she was just based on her looks and aura. She felt ashamed of her own inferiority. Needless to say, the director's words, Lin Che, had triggered many memories in her. Lin Che was actually back? The director looked at Lin Che and couldn't help but size her up. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. You said that you would recommend her to me?" The director said. Lin Che was a little embarrassed by his enthusiasm. "What's wrong? Did Minmin say something about me?" Yu Minmin pursed her lips and smiled. She nodded at him and said, "Isn't it her?" The director immediately slapped his forehead and complained to Yu Minmin. "Why didn't you just say it? Why are you keeping me in suspense?" Yu Minmin also complained. "It's because you kept saying that we were ungrateful and didn't let Shui Yang take on your TV series. We thought that we had a better choice for you, so we took Shui Yang back. How about it? Do you want this big gift? If not, I'll take him away." Yu Minmin became arrogant and pretended to pull Lin Che away. Hey, all right, I was wrong, okay? The director looked at Lin Che. "Good boy. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have had to do the audition today." Lin Che said, "I'm really flattered that the director likes me so much. I was thinking that no one would care about me when I came back. If the director is willing to accept me, I'm really grateful." "How could that be? If you don't come back, no one will know you. If you come back, there will still be people who can compete with you." The director wasn't a fool. Firstly, he really liked Lin Che's image and acting skills. Secondly, he also understood what Lin Che's first TV series meant. It meant that if it was good, it would definitely be a big hit. Chapter 791. The director hurriedly pulled on Lin Che and said, please come in, please come in. I'll tell you the details of this TV series." The newcomer at the back panicked. He hurried over and said, "Director, we agreed before we... you see, it's not that we don't want to choose you. It's just that you're not strong enough. There will still be opportunities in the future. Of course, if you're willing, we can still consider acting as a supporting character for Lin Che. From the main character to the supporting role, she didn't want to. In a moment of anger, She snorted and left. She could only blame her bad luck. She had finally managed to secure a lead role, only to bump into Lin Che's return. Lin Che agreed with the director, and on his way out, he said to Yu Minmin, "Is he that confident in my acting skills? I haven't acted in a movie for a long time, and he's not afraid that I'll mess it up. We trust you very much. You won't mess up. Don't worry." Then that girl just now, she's already been chosen. It's not good for me to steal her role as soon as I arrive, right? Lin Che said. Yu Minmin said, "I'll say it again, you can't snatch the role away from her. If you do, it can only mean that you're not good enough. She's not good enough yet. Everyone would choose you when she's with you. Whether it's your acting skills or your ability, you're better than her. She can only blame herself for being unlucky." Lin Che said, "Oh right, you seem to have a good relationship with Mr. President now." Lin Che's sudden mention of Gu Jingming caught Yu Minmin off guard. She hastily ran her fingers through her hair and looked at Lin Che. "I don't know why either, but since he's willing to treat me well, I think we can continue living like this." She lowered her head and pursed her lips with a smile. Her cheeks were flushed. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin and shook his head. "Wow, you've fallen in love with him." Yu Minmin was stunned and blurted out, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by love?" However, Lin Che said with certainty, "You must have fallen in love. You look like a little girl who has just begun to fall in love. But it's no wonder Mr. President is such a good person. It's not strange that you fell in love with him every day." Yu Minmin, on the other hand, was a little disheartened. But that shouldn't have happened. We were just using each other from the start. What about now? Sometimes, it doesn't matter how you started. What matters is how you feel now. Right now, I don't know either. Yu Minmin confided in her. "He treats me very well, and we're very happy together. His ex-girlfriend also has another boyfriend. We're like an old married couple. We spend every day together and understand each other's habits. When he doesn't like to talk, we work separately in the study. When we have dinner, we eat together. At night, we lie in bed and talk about our work and the people around us. What do you think this is? It's love, silly." Lin Che said, "You two are much better than most couples." Yu Minmin felt even more embarrassed, but she felt warm in her heart. Before Lin Che could say anything, Gu Jing's car had already appeared at the door. Yu Minmin pushed Lin Che out. "All right, she's here to pick you up. Hurry up and go out." Lin Che looked outside. Did Gu Jing's place some kind of tracking device beside her? How did he know every movement she made? Yu Minmin clicked her tongue. She's keeping such a close watch on him. She's following him wherever he goes. Lin Che wrinkled his nose and looked at Yu Minmin. "I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye." When Lin Che returned to her place, Mu Firen was inside. She looked at Lin Che and said, "By the way, we want to invite everyone to a camping trip before we leave. Can you go?" "Camping?" Lin Che looked at Mu Firen. "Why do you suddenly want to go camping? Didn't I promise the kids that I would bring them along? Now that we're going back to America, we won't be able to go. So before we go back, I want to help them fulfill their wish." Lin Che thought of this. She put her arm around Mu Firen's shoulder and said reluctantly, "When you arrive, you have to come back to see me often. I'll come back to see you often. Don't worry, I will." Mu Firen patted her shoulder and said. Mu Firen thought for a moment, looked up at Gu Jingza, and said tentatively, "Mr. Gu, do you want to go with us?" Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che, and Lin Che looked back at him. Gu Jingza didn't want to go. Camping sounded dirty, but Gu Jingza nodded in agreement. Facing Lin Che, he would not refuse. Mu Firen smiled and said to Lin Che, "Great, I'll tell Yun the good news." Lin Che said, "Since we're going camping, I'll ask 2 friends to go with us. It'll be livelier with more people." Of course, Mu Firen was also very sorry. Although she was popular in the past, she didn't have many friends because Mo Ding was too strict with her and didn't allow her to make friends. At that time, Mu Firen was also stupid. He said that people outside were cunning and worried that she would be cheated, but she really listened to him and thought that he was doing it for her own good. Now that she thought about it, maybe he didn't allow her to have more contact with the outside world because he was worried that she would know too much and be difficult to control. Then Lin Che called Xin Yuran and Yu Minmin, and Xin Yuran readily agreed. She also had 2 kids with her, so of course she wanted to try camping. Although Yu Minmin felt that it wasn't appropriate for her to go with them, she didn't want to be absent from their gathering, so she agreed. Mu Firen began to prepare for the camping trip carefully. The 2 kids were very happy. The main thing was that Yunyun was very happy, so Gu Shinian cooperated with her. Mu Firen looked at the 2 kids and sat there making sandwiches like a good wife and mother. Yunyun said, "Brother Nyen, I want to eat some KFC, okay? KFC's fried drumsticks contain acrylamide, which can cause cancer. You can't eat them." "Ah, okay then. Can I eat French fries?" "Pig, aren't French fries fried?" "Okay." Yunyun stuck out her tongue. When Lin Che found out that he was bullying Yunyun, she slapped him and said, "Nyen, don't bully Yunyun." Gu Shinian raised his head unwillingly and said, "Mom, you're too biased." "That's right. I'm biased. You're the older brother, and she's the younger sister. You have to give in to the younger sister, understand?" "You value women more than men," Gu Shinian muttered. Mu Firen was amused by the 2 kids and laughed. Mu Firen said, "We're so biased towards Yunyun. Nyen, will you be traumatized in the future?" Gu Shinian said, "Forget it. I'm a man. I won't argue with you little women." Chapter 792. Mu Firen saw that she had become a little woman. She laughed and said to Lin Che, "Look at the little brat you gave birth to. I was wondering how you gave birth to such a smart kid at such a young age. Now that I think about it, he definitely didn't inherit it from you." She rested her chin on her hand and glanced at Gu Jingze. "He looks exactly like him. His genes are so powerful." Lin Che looked back speechlessly and snorted at Mu Firen. He knew in his heart that this child was probably more like Gu Jingze. Although he was unwilling, there was no way to avoid it. Lin Che sighed. Finally, it was done. When he went out, he saw Xin Yuran and the others driving over. Xin Yuran drove a small limousine because she was a family of 4. She waved at them and said with a smile, come on. Are there any kids who want to ride in the limousine?" Yunyun immediately said, "Mom, I want to ride in the limousine." Mu Firen said, "Okay, you guys can ride in the limousine. But be careful." Chen Yuqing got out of the limousine and closed the door. "President Gu, I didn't expect you to be so active today. You even came to the camping trip." Gu Jingze glared at him and didn't bother to reply. Xin Yuran said, "Of course. If Lin Che wants to go, President Gu will definitely go." Chen Yuqing said, "Well, I'm glad that I didn't become a slave to my wife. That's because you didn't do enough." Xin Yuran waved her fist at Chen Yuqing. Mu Firen walked out of the limousine, and Xin Yuran hurried over to her. "Mu Firen, ha! It's my honor to go camping with the great Mu Firen today." Mu Firen laughed and said, "You have twins. They're so cute." Xin Yuran said, "Hey, she looks cute, but she's actually the king of destruction." "Aya, this is your child, right?" She lowered her head to look at Yunyun. That cute little face really made one want to ravage it. Xin Yuran muttered, "No wonder she's Mu Firen's daughter. Her genes are really good and she's so beautiful. It would be great if she could become our daughter-in-law in the future." At this moment, Lin Che interrupted. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to snatch her away? I've already decided on this daughter-in-law." Xin Yuran said, "Hey, you're the dignified heir of the Gu family. You can have any woman you want. Don't fight with my family, okay?" Lin Che said, "That won't do. I watched Yunyun grow up. First come, first served. I feel that none of those flirtatious bitches out there are better than our Yunyun. Yunyun is still the cutest." Gu Shinian was speechless as he looked at the adults. "Can't you think about our feelings first before deciding on a child marriage?" Yunyun did not understand. She raised her head and asked innocently, "Brother Nyen, what's a child betrothals?" The weather was fine. Early in the morning, the children were chattering, and the adults were in a good mood. Especially when they heard these children's words, they felt that it was very interesting. At this moment, Yu Minmin finally arrived. She got out of the car and looked at the happy scene. For a moment, she felt that life had become very beautiful. When Lin Che saw Yu Minmin, he hurriedly raised his head and waved. However, Yu Minmin smiled mysteriously and looked behind him. Just as everyone was surprised, they saw the car door open and Gu Jingming got out of the car. They were stunned. They did not expect that Mr. President, though what did Mr. President mean? Was he going to go camping with them? Mu Firen tugged at Lin Che and whispered, "What's going on?" At first, it was just the two of us going camping with the children. How did it develop into this? Lin Che was also confused. He said hurriedly, "I'm sorry, Firen. I didn't expect." Mu Firen patted Lin Che's shoulder with a smile and said, "Idiot, what are you thinking? I mean, I'm a little flattered that it's so big all of a sudden. Originally, it was just the two of us, together with your Gu Jingza, and now Mr. President. Is our camping going to become a state visit soon? I just have a wonderful feeling that I've traveled through time. I feel that I've never seen Mr. President before, but now I'm going to camp with him. Why is it so strange?" Lin Che understood and said to her, "Actually, I haven't had much contact with Mr. President. Didn't you feel like this when you first met Gu Jingza? Just pretend that he's not Mr. President." Mu Firen said, "I was also surprised to see Gu Jingza, but I've been with you in America for a long time and gradually got used to it. I'm not so surprised to see him again." Yu Minmin walked over and shrugged at Lin Che. Lin Che winked at her and smiled. Then he raised his head and greeted Gu Jingming. "Hello, Mr. President." Gu Jingming said, "You used to call me Big Brother. Why do you call me Mr. President? It sounds so strange." Lin Che smiled embarrassedly. Back then, a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger, but now he could not always be like that. At this time, Gu Jingza was ready. He said to Gu Jingming, "Big Brother, you're really free today." Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin and said, "Isn't it better to enjoy family fun and strike a balance between work and rest?" Lin Che said in the middle, "Okay, let's go. We could talk on the way." The place they chose was an hour's drive from here. It was in the suburbs of B City. There were mountains, rivers, and open lawns everywhere. From afar, people could be seen going on a picnic with their children. They stopped the car, and the children ran out to play happily. They arranged things and set up tents. The men were good at setting up tents. Looking at the big and small tents, they looked very professional. Mu Firen looked at them and said, "Men are handsome when they are serious." Glancing at the three girls, she said, "Especially when the man is handsome." Lin Che also looked over. Gu Jingza was wearing a gray sweatshirt and sneakers. He looked no different from an ordinary traveler on the street, but when he wore it, the feeling was very different. Looking at him, it was still as beautiful as ever. When people looked at him, they couldn't help but want to sigh. The Creator was too unfair, allowing this man to have all the beauty in the world. Seeing this, Yu Minmin waved her hand in front of her eyes and said, "You're infatuated. If you want to see your husband, go home. What are you looking at here?" She was discovered. She quickly came back to her senses and smiled shamelessly. "You can look if you don't like it. I'm not as infatuated as you. You've seen him for so many years." Lin Che just glared at her because they had already set up the tent and were walking over. Lin Che quickly jumped out to see the tent they had set up. Chapter 793. The tent was big enough for two people to sleep in. The children were placed in the middle of the tent, and the adults slept around it so that the children could play to their heart's content. Everyone was busy preparing food and water. The passers-by couldn't help but look forward to it. Yu Minmin was preparing water. She looked outside and said to the others, "I see some spring water over there. I'll go get some." "Okay, be careful," Mu Firen said. Gu Jingming looked at her and stood up. "I'll go with you." Yu Minmin turned around and looked at him deeply. The two of them set off together, looking around as they walked. Yu Minmin looked at the scenery with a smile, and then looked at his face, which seemed to be the scenery. She felt that being able to stay by his side, she actually felt very happy. For so many years, the two of them were together day and night, sharing the same bed at night. The life he brought her was something she had never experienced before. Thinking back to how difficult her life had been since she was young, she had always been a person who had to worry about survival. After being together with him, it had become a completely different life. Even though he was overbearing and sometimes a little cold, she still felt very satisfied. However, sometimes she would worry about gains and losses. She felt that this kind of life would pass sooner or later. She couldn't imagine what it would be like without him. After all, they had agreed not to interfere with each other in the beginning. But now, they had almost interfered with each other. The two of them were too familiar and used to each other. She felt that she was about to lose herself. But what about him? Feeling that Yu Minmin had been looking at him, Gu Jingming turned around and looked at her. What's wrong? Are you too tired? Do you want to rest? No. It's only a few steps. I'm not tired. Or I'll carry you. Forget it. Look at you carrying me on your back. Yu Minmin hurriedly dodged. Gu Jingming seemed to feel her resistance, and he was a little displeased. He just didn't like her dodging him, as if he was a scary person. No matter how long it had been, even though they had gotten used to this attitude, he still felt unhappy every time. He put his arm around her shoulders and looked at her. What's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable if I piggyback you? Of course not. Yu Minmin just thought that he, the dignified president, would carry her is not a little funny. However, Gu Jingming didn't think so. He squinted his eyes and looked dangerous. He walked forward, as if he was very unhappy. Yu Minmin didn't know how she had offended Gu Jingming, but she quickly followed him and held on to him. Gu Jingming, what's wrong? Gu Jingming pushed her away. Unexpectedly, Yu Minmin tripped over a rock and fell backwards onto his back. There was a loud boom. Gu Jingming immediately turned around and saw Yu Minmin, who had fallen to the ground. He hurriedly walked over and held Yu Minmin's body, helping her up. How are you? Where did you fall? Yu Minmin pushed him away angrily. Let go of me. I'm sorry. Gu Jingming grabbed Yu Minmin's arm and looked at her. I didn't mean it. Yu Minmin knew that he was sincerely apologizing, but his face was still cold. He wasn't good at showing sincerity. Yu Minmin turned her face away. It doesn't matter whether it was intentional or not. Let go of me. I'll walk by myself. Minmin. Gu Jingming called her name and looked at her. Don't reject me, okay? Yu Minmin looked at him. I'm sorry. I'm not your doll. I'm a human being. A human being knows how to reject you, and not just listen to your commands. Gu Jingming's expression changed slightly. His eyes flashed with a different emotion. He seemed to be surprised that she would say that. Minmin, do you always think that you're a doll? I didn't order you around. You're just used to being ordered around. I know. Yu Minmin stopped him from continuing. She got up and patted the dust off her body. She picked up the water bottle and continued walking forward stubbornly. Gu Jingming looked at her back for a long time before he finally caught up with her. Yu Minmin was pulled back by him. He grabbed her shoulder and forced her to look at him. Yu Minmin couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Gu Jingming, you're done. I've said that I don't want to be forced by you. What do you want? If you like dolls, you can buy yourself an inflatable doll. Don't vent your anger on me, okay? After she finished scolding him, Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming's tense face. She suddenly remembered that the person standing in front of her was the president of Country C. He was the most popular president of Country C in recent years. He held great power in his hands and controlled the entire country. He was so high and mighty that no one dared to defy him. Nearby, some tourists seemed to have noticed the quarrel. Yu Minmin turned her head away gratefully. She thought to herself that she was asking for trouble. If people saw that it was Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin who were quarreling, it would be big news. Luckily, they didn't seem to pay much attention to them. They didn't notice that the person standing there was the president who appeared on the news every day. She wanted to take back her words, but she couldn't. She knew that he could crush her as easily as crushing an ant, but she still said those words. Perhaps she had become a little more courageous recently. She didn't realize that she had the guts to speak to Gu Jingming like that. However, Gu Jingming held her hand with one hand and looked down at her quietly. He said slowly in a low but sincere voice, I'm sorry. Is this how I usually feel to you? Do I treat you like an inflatable doll? Yu Minmin lowered her head in embarrassment and said, I didn't mean it like that. Gu Jingming grabbed her wrist and looked at her. Now, I'm ordering you to tell me what you really think. Yu Minmin raised her head and looked at the tall man. As she stood in front of him, She always felt that she was being oppressed by him. She also felt a little scared. Fine. I just feel that the way you manage me is like how you treat a doll you like. You want me to live the way you want me to live. It's just that. Gu Jingming raised his head and smiled. He took a deep breath and looked at you Minmin pitifully. I'm not like that, Minmin. In the beginning, I only wanted you to be mine. You wanted me to listen to me and not interfere with my work. From the first time I met you, to the few times we met before we got married, I always felt that you were a very tough person. You were independent and forced to live your own life. Chapter 794. Gu Jingming put his hands on her shoulders, looked into her eyes, and said, I felt that if I didn't control you like this, you would definitely break free from my control and bring me a lot of trouble. But then, slowly, I realized that your past life was too simple. You only wanted to earn money, live, avoid debts, and pay off your father's debts. For a woman, these shouldn't appear in her life. I felt that your past life was too simple and too gloomy, so I wanted to change your life. Maybe I did it a little too much, but I never thought about your feelings. I admit that I'm not used to thinking from someone else's point of view. Yu Minmin looked at him in surprise. This was the first time this overbearing man had revealed his true feelings, and Yu Minmin was really shocked. Was he admitting his mistake? Was he saying that he pitied her, and that was why he wanted to change her? Although his way of doing things was a little too overbearing, Yu Minmin couldn't bring herself to hate him at this moment. Yu Minmin's thoughts were in a mess. She was extremely angry just now, but now she was even more touched. I'm not really against it. It's just that I don't want to be controlled by you all the time. I know that you have your reasons for doing this, but I hope you can tell me the reason. I don't want to be controlled and ordered by you without a reason. Moreover, we agreed at the beginning that we wouldn't interfere with each other. Yes, we agreed at the beginning. He moved closer to her, lowered his head to hold her face, and caressed her face with his rough fingers. At the beginning, I also thought the same. As long as I didn't interfere with each other, I would be fine. But I can't not interfere with you. I feel that I slowly want to interfere with you. I don't want others to occupy the main position in your life. I want to become your everything. His deep gaze fell on her. In this deep mountain, it seemed to make people feel that there was a sharpness that was different from usual. His eyes were filled with deep affection, and they slowly fell into her eyes. It made people feel that this man, who was used to being fierce, had changed his appearance at this moment. It made people feel that he was even more sexy and handsome. It was different from the taste of the past, but it still deeply penetrated into the depths of her heart. Yu Minmin felt that she couldn't take it any more under his gaze. Soon, her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Yu Minmin said, "But why? I feel like I didn't do anything." "No, you've done a lot. You accompany me and don't speak, but you always sit opposite me. I can see you whenever I raise my head, which makes me feel very happy. You're very strong. In S City, you followed the ship to the island. When I woke up and saw you for the first time, I really thought that you were too stupid, so dangerous, and you were just a nominal president's wife. When you were pregnant with our child but died in the womb, I felt that I owed you a lot. You should be the first lady of Sea Country. You were, but I always said that you weren't. In fact, from the first time I saw you, I already had a very deep impression of you. It was because I was worried that I would use too much strength and fall into your world, so I kept resisting. I was worried that I would use too much force and fall into your world. That's why I kept resisting." He narrowed his eyes and sighed uneasily. "The more I want to resist, the closer I get to you. That's why I want to change you even more. This is a dead end, and I've fallen into it. Moreover, your body is a treasure that can't be emptied." Why did you Minmin feel that after saying so much, the last one was the most important, that Gu Jingming lowered his head and bit her lips, kissing them back and forth? Her fragrance made him feel greedy, so in an instant, he could no longer be satisfied with her lips. Instead, he stuck out the tip of his tongue, pried open her lips, and sucked. The moist feeling made his heart flutter, and then his tongue swept across her mouth swiftly and violently. Her little tongue was hiding, but he didn't want to be outdone. He wrapped his tongue around her, making her completely confused. They were exchanging wetness. and he absorbed her warmth. He wanted too much, and his body directly embraced her. He couldn't help but frown. She was too soft, and he couldn't control himself. When this woman put on her clothes, she looked so serious that he couldn't wait to take off her disguise. But when she took off her clothes, it was revealed that she had a lowly's face and a pair of soft masculine breasts. How could he resist it? He opened her clothes a little from the back, allowing his hand to reach in. She put down the things in her hands in surprise. With a clatter, the water bottle fell to the ground. Although they were in the wilderness, it was still easy to be discovered here. Yu Minmin said in a panic, "All right, let go of me." Someone saw. Gu Jingming didn't frown. He looked around in dissatisfaction, wanting to see if there were any other barriers, but he couldn't find any. He could only move closer to her. "We'll talk when we get back, Doc." Gu Jingming reached out and tidied her clothes. Yu Minmin raised her head and looked at this handsome man. She felt that everything that had happened just now was like a dream. It was especially magical. She raised her head and looked at him. "Am I really the First Lady now?" He lowered his head to look at her and kissed her forehead. "You'll be the First Lady of country, see, every day that I'm in power. When I step down from my current position, you'll still be my First Lady." These words, Yu Minmin really wanted to explode on the spot. When Mr. President spoke words of love, it made one feel as if the world was turning upside down. However, she liked this feeling and also liked his doting gaze. She looked at him and realized that she liked to stare at him like this even more. Although at every moment, he looked extremely handsome. But looking at him now, she felt an indescribable sense of pride. She leaned into his embrace, hoping that this moment could last a little longer. Just a little longer. She didn't want to go back to the camp anymore. She just wanted to be alone with him for a while. She wanted to take a good look at his handsome face. Everyone was having so much fun that Lin Che's clothes were soaked by the children. Lin Che had no choice but to go back to the tent to change. While she was changing, she realized that her clothes were tied to her bra and couldn't be untied no matter how hard she tried. At this moment, the curtain was lifted again. Lin Che hurriedly tried to cover herself. When she raised her head, her eyes met Gu Jing's deep gaze. He seemed to be stunned. Then, looking at the mess of clothes behind her, he crawled in and said, "Don't move. I'll clean it up for you." Chapter 795. Lin Che's face was red. He felt that half of his chest was still exposed. His clothes were also very messy. His clothes did not cover his body. Just like that, he could see everything. I don't need... Don't need what? You don't need to wear it? Do you want to continue talking to me like this?" Gu Jing's smiled as he looked at her. His teasing expression made Lin Che even more embarrassed. That wasn't what she meant. Gu Jing's pulled her over with one hand and made her sit on his lap. "What are you doing?" He could help her, but couldn't he just stop touching her? Gu Jing's shushed her in her ear. "Don't move. I'm not comfortable sitting here. Be careful not to break the tent. If that happens, you'll be completely naked." Dot. Lin Che turned and nodded. She realized that he was indeed sitting in a very uncomfortable position in the tent. Because he was too tall, the size of the tent was the size of a normal person. He could reach his head even if he were to lie down, let alone sitting like this. Lin Che said, "Hurry up and do it for me then." "Yes, master." He smiled as he said this. He started to do her clothes seriously. Looking at the dead knots, he could only sigh and say, "Only you have the ability to tie yourself up like this." As he was doing it, he untied it. But when he looked down, he saw that her breasts were trembling in her clothes. Involuntarily, his hands slowed down. He stared at her, and the corners of his lips turned up slowly. When Lin Che saw that he didn't move for a long time, she turned back and saw that he was peeking at her body. Her little face scrunched up. She blushed and waved at him forcefully. "Gu Jingza, you. What are you looking at?" Before she could throw a punch, he instinctively dodged, causing her to pounce on empty air. However, her body fell directly onto his body, that her lips pressed against his collarbone. Her teeth collided, causing blood to fill her mouth. She cried out in pain. "Don't move." Gu Jingza quickly stopped her. He held her face with one hand, frowning as he looked at her with heartache. The next moment, he said mildly, "Disinfect your saliva. Let me help you lick it." Disinfect? Was he sure he was going to disinfect it? She had her own saliva. She didn't need his. He held her face in his hands, and the tip of his tongue quickly entered her mouth. A fiery kiss that as she lay on top of him, she could feel his body heating up. Something was poking her body from below. It was a kiss that reeked of blood, but it seemed to have stimulated their instinctive desires. Narrowing his eyes, he furrowed his brows and quickly let go of her. Panting, he looked down at the tent he had erected and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He said, "Be good and dress yourself. I'm going out first." "Hey!" Lin Che grabbed Gu Jingze, who was about to leave. "How are you going out like this?" Looking at the huge bulge below him, that it would probably take a while for it to subside. She didn't know if every man was this big, but she felt that he was really scary there. Moreover, with his ability, it would definitely take a long time for it to subside. Gu Jingze took a deep breath. With a helpless look on his face, he turned around and quietly pulled her over. He kissed the tip of her ear gently and said, "I won't touch you when you're unwilling. Lin Che, I know that I've let you down and I've done a lot of wrong things, but I still can't let go of you. Even though I know that you've suffered a lot because of me, I'm still selfish and I don't want you to leave me." Lin Che's heart trembled. She felt that even the slightest bit of sadness in his voice would make her heart ache. It was too unreasonable, but it was the truth. Lin Che said, "All right, Gu Jingze." Gu Jingze looked at her. His eyes and heart were filled with her. He said with heartache and guilt, "At that time, I really had the thought of leaving here countless times. I wanted to buy a plane ticket and fly to your side, but I didn't dare to do it. I admit that I'm a very extreme person. Once I've made up my mind, I won't turn back until I hit the wall. I decided to make this place mine and bring you back, so I had to do it. Although it tormented me, I won't regret it. Lin Che, I'm sorry. I know that you've been suffering and sad these few years. No one was with you. You gave birth to our child by yourself. You're very strong and you're very brave. The better you are, the more I feel ashamed." She never thought that she would cry when she came back. But at this moment, hearing him say that she was very brave and strong, she suddenly couldn't help but burst into tears. It wasn't scary to give birth to a child alone. It wasn't scary to live alone. What was scary was that she was always worried that she wouldn't be able to see him in this lifetime. Tears squeezed out of her eyes. Those starry eyes looked even more beautiful when they were wet. They were as beautiful as pearls, but they were like needles that pierced straight into his heart. He didn't want to see her cry at all, even though he knew that she was very wronged and weak, and that she should let herself cry if she wanted to. He still felt that seeing her cry was worse than someone shooting him. This feeling was very strange, but the uncomfortable feeling made people feel helpless. He hurriedly hugged her shoulders. She angrily reached out and hit him. This despicable man had to make her cry. He was so bad. He hugged her and felt her tears wetting his shoulders bit by bit. He caressed her hair and played with it bit by bit. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault," Lin Che said. "Did you think that you would let me leave for so long?" she asked him. Gu Jingze shook his head. "I thought that it would be at most a year. But my grandfather is a very vigilant person, and his methods are very powerful. I used many years to slowly take away all of his rights in the company. I made his old subordinates have no choice but to be loyal to me. He knew that even if he was the biggest shareholder, no one would listen to him, so he transferred the shares to me." It was just a few words, but she thought that only he knew how much bloodshed there was in it. It couldn't be simple. She had read a lot of economic books over the years. She knew how complicated a large family was and how many ways there were in a company's shares. She said, "Did you really think of looking for me?" "Every day," he said without hesitation. Chapter 796. She said, "Have you really thought about looking for me?" "Every day," he said without hesitation. "Have you thought about our child?" "No." Lin Che looked up at him. He said, "I only think about you." She was speechless. "How can you be such a father?" Gu Jingze said, "I don't want to share my longing with anyone else, not even our child." She couldn't help but be amused by him. She couldn't help but cry. She let go of his shoulder and couldn't help but smile. She looked at him and said, "Tell me, how many sweet nothings have you practiced all these years? How can you say them so well? Who did you practice with?" "Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist." Gu Jingze lowered his head and pressed the tip of his nose against hers. "No one practiced with me. I just think of you once a day and say it to you once a day in my heart. Slowly, I'll get used to it." Lin Che looked at him in surprise. He still dared to say that he didn't practice. He could even say sweet nothings together. Lin Che felt as if her heart was smeared with a layer of honey. And this honey was Gu Jingze's, which made it even sweeter. However, she thought that what Gu Jingze said might be true. Although he had said it before, it was definitely not this sweet. He must have kept it in his heart for a long time before he said it. She looked at him. No matter how much resentment she had, it disappeared at this moment. She said, "Actually, I'm not very angry." "I know," he said as he hugged her. "If he was really angry, he wouldn't have stayed." She said, "You have to make it up to me." He looked at her. "What do you want to make it up to me?" I can't think of anything at the moment." Lin Che felt that there was nothing he wanted right now. He said, "I really can't think of anything." "Forget it." She panicked and said quickly, No, give me money. I want a lot of money, so that you won't abandon me in the future. If that happens, I won't want you anymore. I'll be a rich woman and have a few pretty boys. I'll live a comfortable life. Gu Jingze knew that she was really not angry anymore. She was starting to think of asking for money. However, the purpose of asking for money was too, his face darkened. Then he thought of something and said to her, "All right, when you have money, I'll be your gigolo too. When that time comes, I'll definitely suppress all the heroes and let you live comfortably. In the end, you'll still choose me." How could he have the cheek to say that he had suppressed all the heroes that he said, "Why do you despise me so much? A pretty boy like me must be wanted by someone, right?" Yes, Gu Jingze. Even if he wasn't Gu Jingze, with his looks and skills, he could definitely be the #1 gigolo. However, she had to give him a blow. "Forget it. At your age, you're still a pretty boy. You're already choosing 17 or 18 years old. That's the tender age." Gu Jingze's face darkened again. Fine. Lin Che, 17 or 18, right? Today, I'll let you experience how much time a 17 or 18-year-old man has. As he spoke, he pressed his body down and bit her earlobe in revenge. No. There's someone outside," Lin Che cried out hurriedly. Gu Jingze took another bite and licked it in revenge. He felt Lin Che flinch slightly. It was obvious that he had touched a sensitive spot and felt a strong sensation. He then let go of her and patted her clothes. "All right, go out." Lin Che glared at him fiercely. "Don't forget my compensation." "All right, I'll give it to you when we get back," Gu Jingze said generously. Outside, the weather was good and people felt refreshed. Mu Firen was sitting at the edge of the tent. Chen Yuqing saw Gu Jingze and Lin Che walking over, laughing and joking. It seemed that they had buried the hatchet and there was no longer any gap between them. He immediately sighed and blew on the knife in his hand. "Just you wait. You're going to be tortured again today." Xin Yuran raised her head and saw the two of them at first glance. Although they weren't holding hands, they were holding each other's shoulders. Seeing Gu Jingze's relaxed expression, Lin Che regained his love-struck expression. He immediately understood that she wasn't going to throw a tantrum anymore. Chen Yuqing sighed and said pitifully, "She forgave President Gu just like that? Your bestie is too generous." Xin Yuran snorted and said, "Of course, she must be forgiven because of her looks. Otherwise, why would she give her beauty to another woman just because of this? No way. We won't agree even if she wants to." Mu Firen looked at the two of them walking side by side. Although they looked very easygoing, there was a very natural atmosphere between them. It seemed that they did not need to say anything or do anything. They had a tacit understanding, and there was no need for them to explain. This feeling was indeed very different from before. Looking at them, the two of them had really become a scenery of their own. It made people feel that the scenery outside today was much more beautiful. "What are you talking about?" You can't stop staring at me. Lin Che walked over and said. Chen Yuqing said, I'm just thinking about what President Gu did in the tent just now. You look so refreshed after coming out. I've thought about doing something harsh, but it was too fast in less than half an hour. It's not in line with President Gu's usual time. Lin Che shouted at Shen Yuran. Can't anyone control him? What is he doing? Shen Yuran pouted and said, I can't. Not every man is like Gu Jingze. He loves his wife so much. I'm the one who serves him at home. How can I control him now? Hey, when did you serve me? Why don't I remember? Shen Yuran said angrily. You're so annoying. Where is your tacit understanding? Everyone laughed. At this time, Gu Jingming came back with Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin was pulled by Gu Jingming and looked a little embarrassed. What happened? Where did you go for so long? Yu Minmin said, I fell down, but I'm fine. Oh, those who know that you fell down, but those who don't will think that you are in the wild. This time, Shen Yuran gave Chen Yuqing a knock on the head. As a dignified president, what did he do in the wild? That was so outrageous. At this moment, oh, it's on fire. What happened over there? It's on fire. In the distance, a tourist shout made them realize what was going on. As expected, thick smoke was coming out from the other side. Gu Jingze suddenly remembered and stood up. Nian Nian is over there. Only then did they remember that the kids had indeed gone over there. Chapter 797. A few of them hurriedly walked over. He saw that there was indeed a fire over there. It was obvious that the wood and firewood were artificially lit. Gu Jingze stood there and looked around, but he couldn't find any. Lin Che glanced at it and immediately said, Nian Nian, it must be that brat. I told you, as long as he's around, there's no time when he doesn't cause trouble. Shen Yuran said, Oh my God, where did they go? Are they injured? At this time, Gu Jingze had already called someone to come. Just as the tourists were about to rush over to extinguish the fire, they saw some bodyguards dressed in black rushing over from afar. They quickly and efficiently put out the fire first. Then they began to extinguish the sparks bit by bit. Mu Firen patted her chest in fear and said, Fortunately, I'm fine. But Gu Jingze is so handsome. There were so many of them, but he killed them all at once. The other tourists were as shocked as me. Yu Minmin held her forehead and said, What's going on? Where are the children? They hurriedly went back to look for the child. At this time, the bodyguards had already brought the children over. The one in the lead was naturally Gu Xinian. Behind him was a confused Yun Yun whose face had been smeared. Behind them were two even more confused children. They had no idea what was going on and were still looking at the adults with a strange expression. Lin Che hurriedly ran over. Gu Xinian, what did you do this time? Nian Nian spread his hands and said, Mom, if I told you that the wood spontaneously combusted, would you believe me? Lin Che gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't be bothered with him and went to ask Yun Yun directly. Yun Yun, be a good girl and tell me what he did. Yun Yun looked up at Nian Nian and said, Annie, don't blame brother. He said that the magnifying glass can light a fire. Lin Che turned back to look at Gu Xinian. Gu Xinian, go home and be confined. You actually brought a few younger brothers and sisters to light a fire. You're courting death. Gu Xinian sighed. How many days will you be locked up for this time? For a moment, Shen Yuran felt that although their family was old, they were just a little naughty that at least he wouldn't cause any trouble. The camping ended with an apology to the forest warden on this side. Lin Che led Gu Xinian to apologize, followed by Gu Jingze and Gu Jingming. The administrator was so scared that he could only say, It's fine as long as you know you're wrong in the future. Lin Che said, That won't do. Nian, you have to write a reflection letter for Uncle Administrator. Nian Nian said, How many words? The administrator quickly said, No need, no need. Lin Che said, That won't do. It has to be written. If a child does something wrong, he has to admit it and change. The caretaker laughed and said, As expected of a rich family to take care of their children. That makes sense. All right, write as much as you want. He thought that if he wrote it down, he might be able to put it away. In the future, if the child became better, he could take it out and paste it up. Looking at the president behind him, he also knew that this child would not be ordinary, and in the future he would definitely be a big shot. At night, they still stayed here for the night. In the morning, Gu Jingming had to leave first to deal with official business, and Yu Minmin was taken away by him. Everyone packed up and went back. Although camping was new, after a night of sleeping in a sleeping bag, Lin Che's back was sore. She really felt that her back was going to break. Indeed, some things sounded beautiful, but when you really did it, you would understand that it was better to be at home. Gu Jingze helped Lin Che out and looked at her as they walked. Does it still hurt? Lin Che nodded vigorously and said with a sad face, "It's mainly because my back is sore. I feel like it's going to break." She really wasn't exaggerating at all. She had never felt so sore before. The strange thing was that everyone seemed to be fine, including Gu Jingze. At night, she had been lying in his arms and sleeping on his arm. But now he still looked full of energy, and there was nothing wrong with his body. Why was she so unlucky? Was she really that weak? Xin Yuran looked at her and even came over to mock her. What did you do at night? You can't get out of bed in the morning." Lin Che glared at Xin Yuran, who was gloating, and said, "Xin Yuran, you did something, right? I'm not as dirty as you, Humph." "Hey, you still won't admit it. Mr. Gu, do you think your wife is lying? At this level, it should have been more than an hour, right?" Xin Yuran was really bold to ask Gu Jingze this directly. But obviously, Gu Jingze was in a good mood today. Gu Jingze looked at them expressionlessly and then looked at Xin Yuran. Lin Che immediately glared at him. Gu Jingze turned his head indifferently and said, "Whatever my wife says." He said this with grievance and reluctance, as if he didn't dare to say anything and could only say this because he was forced to. Moreover, these words came out of Gu Jingze's mouth, which made it even more lethal. Xin Yuran couldn't take it anymore. She pulled Mu Firen, who was behind them, up and said, let's go. Be careful not to be abused. There's a big wave of dog food coming over. If we don't leave now, we'll be seriously injured." Lin Che watched them leave with her hands on her hips. She turned back and said to Gu Jingze speechlessly, "It's all your fault." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Jingze said innocently. "Am I not telling the truth? I mean, what you said just now is not wrong. That's not what I meant at all. You're so annoying. You only know how to bully me." She reached out to slap him in retaliation for his suggestive words, but unexpectedly, the moment she made a move, her waist hurt even more. This was simply asking for it. Gu Jingze quickly held her waist and helped her up. He said, "All right, don't move. Let me do it." Why did his words sound so ambiguous that she felt that she had been sullied by them? What did he mean by not moving? No one moved at all, that as her imagination ran wild. Gu Jingze had already carried Lin Che on his back. He supported her legs and stabilized her on his back. Lin Che wrapped her arms around his neck. She felt much more comfortable without having to walk. But would it be too tiring? The road up and down the mountain were all dirt roads. The road was a little too rugged. "Well, put me down. It's not like I can't walk on my own," Lin Che said. "Just hold me up." Gu Jingze tilted his head slightly and glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. "Your waist is not a small matter. It's better to be careful. This waist. I haven't had enough." She decided to let him carry her on his back. He had such a bad mouth. She had to tire him until he couldn't take care of his lower body before she could stop him from talking nonsense. Chapter 798. Just like that, Gu Jingze carried Lin Che on his back, but he still walked as if he was flying. His long legs walked on the ground, steadily catching up with the people in front of him. She couldn't help but look at Lin Che enviously. Gu Jingze was too good. He was carrying her on his back without any complaints. His strong arms hugged Lin Che, but he didn't seem weak at all. Instead, he gave people a sense of security. He was very steady. Xin Yuran looked at Gu Jingze. She nudged Chun Yuqing, who was next to her. "Look at him." Chun Yuqing looked back and was about to burst into tears. He desperately hoped that they would continue the Cold War. He couldn't get used to the sudden warmth. "What are you doing?" "I'm hurt." "Humph, I'm hurt too," Xin Yuran said indignantly. Chun Yuqing looked at her but didn't see anything wrong with her. "Where are you hurt?" Shin Yuran opened her mouth and said, I have a toothache. Look, my teeth are swollen. Dot. Chun Yuqing snorted. "I'll carry you when you walk with your teeth. Get lost." Shin Yuran hit Chun Yuqing. Mu Firen watched from the front and held Yunyun's hand. Yunyun raised her head and looked at Mu Firen. "Mommy, why are they fighting?" Mu Firen smiled and touched her well-behaved daughter. "Because they're close," Yunyun said. "Why would they fight if they're close? I'm close to Brother Nyin, but we've never fought." Mu Firen's heart ached. It was because Yunyun had never seen her parents interact with each other, so she didn't understand these things. No matter how much she loved Yunyun, Yunyun still lacked something. Thinking about it, she felt very guilty. However, at this moment, Mu Firen's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a call from a stranger. She thought it was an express delivery, so she picked it up, but she heard a female voice on the other end. "Sister Firen, long time no see. Why didn't you come to see me when you returned to Country C?" It was Wei Jingjing. Mu Firen was stunned, and her body trembled. All these years, she had deceived herself many times. She had always pretended to be a gentle, lovely, and considerate bestie in front of her. However, behind her back, she had been making use of everything she had and playing with her like a fool. "You still have the nerve to call me?" "Wei Jingjing, you've obtained everything that you want, so you should enjoy it before you suffer retribution. Why are you wasting your time here?" If she was truly in love with Mo Ding, Mu Firen would have been able to accept it. However, she was using her best friend's name to stab her in the back. Scheming, using her things and spending her money. She might even scold Mu Firen behind her back for being a fool. Mu Firen felt a chill down her spine at the thought of it. Wei Jingjing said, "Sister Firen, how can you say that? What did I get? I've served you for so many years. Can't I get something in return? It's like this. There's a rich businessman who wants you to meet him." Dream on? In the past, she had tried to persuade Mu Firen to attend the rich businessman's dinner party, which could cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. However, Mu Firen refused. Wei Jingjing laughed. "Sister Firen, don't answer me so quickly. Even if it's not for you, it's for your daughter's sake. Let's split the money in half. That's a good business." "That's enough. My daughter won't use such dirty money." Shin Yuran walked over and looked at her curiously, wondering what was going on. Wei Jingjing continued, "Fine. Since you refuse my offer, I'll tell you this, Mu Firen. You have no choice. If you don't come with me, I may publicize the news about your daughter everywhere, including the truth about your marriage with Mo Ding and how you became a prostitute and gave birth to a bastard. I'm not like Mo Ding. He still cares about his reputation and doesn't want to destroy the art he cultivated and your reputation because he still wants to make use of you. However, if you don't cooperate with me, I don't care what people think of you. Even if you and your daughter are ruined, I won't care. Do you understand?" Mu Firen had never thought that she could be so cruel. How much did she hate her to do such a thing? Mu Firen sneered. "Does Mo Ding know what you've done?" "Of course not." "Why? Do you want to tell me?" "Go ahead. I'd like to see whether he will believe you or me." "Ha, Mu Firen. I'll wait for your call tonight. If you don't come with me, we'll see what happens. Don't think that I won't dare to do it." She put down the phone. Shin Yuran asked in surprise, "Who is she? She's so arrogant." Mu Firen looked into the distance. She seemed to be recalling how that vicious woman had treated her in the past, how she had chased her out of Mo Ding's house, and even pointed at her nose and called her a whore. She only had herself to blame. It was still vivid in her mind. The most hateful thing was that she used to be Mu Firen's best friend. Mu Firen took a deep breath and looked at Gu Jingze and Lin Che, who had walked away. "It's okay. I'll deal with it myself. I really want to meet her and see what she looks like now. How can such a disgusting person continue to live in this world?" Shin Yuran said, "Tell us what will happen. We can help you. Otherwise, we'll find someone to kill her first." Mu Firen said, "I'm worried that if we annoy her, she will expose Yunyun to the public. I don't want Yunyun to be hurt. This kind of person will do anything for money." Shin Yuran still wanted to say something, but Mu Firen said to her, "Don't worry. I still have a deck of cards in my hand. It's not certain who will win this game. Xin Yuran could only nod when she heard that. When they went home, Xin Yuran said to Chen Yuqing, "Everyone thinks she's the Heavenly Queen. Who knows that the Heavenly Queen also has her own pain?" Chen Yuqing said, "That's why you're lucky to have met someone like her." "Yes, I'm lucky. Although my life is ordinary, I'm very happy. So don't be ungrateful of your good fortune. Go back and serve me well. Get lost. You have so many servants, but don't use them. You want me to serve you. What's the purpose of a wife? She's just to serve me. Huh? Serve me well first, and then I'll serve you. Otherwise, don't think about taking advantage of me." Everyone thought that she had married into a family that didn't suit her, and that it must be very tragic. There were rumors outside, and people at home were waiting to see her make a fool of herself. They said that the Chun family's parents didn't like her, and that she had to be humble and submissive at home. There were even rumors that she had given birth to twins because she wanted to give birth to more sons for the Chun family. Chapter 799. But it wasn't that scary. She was also very strong-willed at home. Of course, this was also because Chen Yuqing treated her well and supported her. Now that she had 2 sons, she didn't have to care about other people's feelings. So compared to them, her life was much simpler. Lin Che didn't go back to her own place. She was brought directly to the Gu family. Lin Che was still shouting. She didn't say that she was going to stay here. Gu Jingze had a good reason. It's big here, so it's easier to sleep with the servants. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about others. You're living comfortably, but others might not be as comfortable. Moreover, your back is sore now. You'll definitely need someone to take care of you. I only slept in the wetlands for a night, so my back is sore. It's not that serious. All right, don't I have to compensate you? This is the compensation I'm giving you. Gu Jingze took out something to show Lin Che. Lin Che leaned against the thick pillow behind her. She took the thick document that was written in several languages and looked very heavy. "What is this?" "Lin Che." He held Lin Che's hand. "I'm giving you 1% of the Gu family shares. Keep it well." Lin Che was really shocked. 1% of the Gu family shares, that this wasn't anything else. It was the Gu family shares. Outsiders couldn't even guess how much money the Gu family had. How could she give it back? This compensation is too much. She looked at Gu Jingze, thinking that she didn't dare to take it. Gu Jingze's serious look made it hard for her to refuse. He slowly held her hand and looked at her. "It's nothing. Didn't you say that you're giving it to me to prevent me from abandoning you again? How could I dare to abandon you now? If I abandon you, I won't be able to get this much money back. I must keep you for the rest of your life. When you're old and don't want it anymore, I'll give the shares to our son. Isn't that right? Don't you think I've thought it through? After all, I still have to give it back to the Gu family." Lin Che couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Gu Jingze and said, "But they all say that the Gu family has a lot of money, and it's very mysterious. I'll take 1%. Isn't that a lot of money?" Gu Jingze said, "That's not true. I'm talking about the Gu family, not the Gu Corporation. It's easy to count how many assets and companies there are under the Gu Corporation. The Gu Corporation is included in the Gu family, and the Gu family has other assets besides the Gu Corporation." "Ah, so you're saying that what I'm holding isn't considered much of the Gu clans?" Lin Che said. Gu Jingze pinched her nose. "You're so greedy. You have the greatest asset of the Gu family, and that is me, the current patriarch of the Gu family. What more do you want?" Lin Che said. "Would it be too much to ask for?" "Ah, but if I take this, the Gu family will scold you to death if they find out." Lin Che didn't mind having too much. Anyway, if he gave it to her, she wouldn't give it to anyone else. He was right. When the child grew up, she would return it to the Gu family. Gu Jingze said, "This is a change in my shares. They have no right to know. You don't have to worry about this. All right, after you sign this, a lawyer will come and transfer it to you. You don't have to worry about anything else." Lin Che was still in shock. Her hands were trembling as she signed the papers. Gu Jingze smiled faintly. He looked at Lin Che and thought, "This Lin Che, he's fooled me again by changing the topic. Now she doesn't want to go back to the Gu family anymore." What he thought was that since she came here, she couldn't go back. If she didn't want to, he would find a way. Although they could live anywhere, the facilities here were more complete, and things were more convenient. In the afternoon, Lin Che insisted on going out. Gu Jingzi couldn't stop her, so he drove her out. Lin Che had to sign the contract with the producer and get ready to start filming. They had agreed that it would be today. Although her back was hurting, she still had to go out. When they reached the place, Yu Minmin was already there. She looked at Lin Che and said, "When you go in later, you might see someone you know." "Someone I know?" Lin Che was puzzled. Yu Minmin said, "You have so many bad relationships in this industry. Is it strange that you know someone?" "Not really. It's just that your expression is a little strange. Your expression doesn't seem right." Yu Minmin smiled faintly and began to play mysterious again. She brought Lin Che in and saw the director coming out. He said to Lin Che, "We've been waiting for you." The producer was a large investment company that mainly invested in this kind of film and television works. So other than them, there were other staff members who were busy. Lin Che chatted with the director as they walked. With a glance, he saw the elevator door open. A woman, wearing high heels, wrapped in a thin, tight-fitting dress, revealing a bit of her shoulder. She held a classic Dior bag in her hand, and her entire body was dazzling and full of plastic surgery. She looked over with a sharp gaze and a cold smile on her lips. That mocking look really made people that Lin Che took a closer look and suddenly realized that this person was Yang Lingxin. Why was it her? Wasn't she taken away by Gu Jingzi? Lin Che had thought that he would never see her again because people who were taken away by Gu Jingzi would definitely be treated cruelly. But she actually appeared in front of him again, and with such a subversive look. "Lin Che, why? Are you shocked to see me?" "Yes, even I am shocked that I can still appear in front of you, face to face with you like this." "Lin Che, do you know how special this feeling is?" "But..." She walked over and looked at Lin Che. "This time, I am on equal footing with you. What you have, I have. What you don't have, I also have." Yang Lingxin had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Therefore, his smile was twisted with excitement. Lin Che said, "Yeah, when you left, I really didn't expect to see you again." "How did you leave back then?" "Oh, I remember now. You were dragged away from me." "Where were you dragged to?" "I really don't know, because I really can't be bothered to know these small things." "Why are you back again? What do you want this time? In what position do you want to be dragged away from me?" "You." Yang Lingxin didn't expect Lin Che's mockery to be so direct. She recalled the humiliation she had suffered at that time and felt a fire burning in her heart. At that time, she had been dragged away. After she was dragged away, Gu Jingzi framed her and sent her to prison for bribery. She was sentenced to life imprisonment and couldn't make a comeback for the rest of her life. She had once thought that she would die in prison, but she had this opportunity to get out. She got out. She risked her life to get out and change her appearance. She looked at Lin Che with a cold smile. "I don't know what you were talking about. My name is Yang Ling. I don't know the person you were talking about, the person who was dragged away." She had changed her name. She was no longer Yang Lingxin. She was called Yang Ling. Chapter 800. Yang Ling harumphed and walked past her. As she walked, she said in an extremely sinister voice, "Nice to meet you, Senior Lin Che. Let's wait and see." Then, Yang Ling stepped on her high heels and walked out step by step. She looked enchanting and seductive. She looked completely different from the little girl she used to be. Lin Che looked back and shook his head. He really hadn't expected this to happen. At the same time, he was speechless. Was she trying to take revenge on him? She couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. At the side, Yu Minmin nudged Lin Che. Shocked, Lin Che spread his hands. "There's nothing to be shocked about. Every dog has its day. The world is so small. I'm just curious about what she's been through." Yu Minmin said, "I've only seen her once backstage at an event. She also threatened me and said that since she could come back alive, she wasn't afraid of anything anymore. I asked around and heard that she went to prison and came out of prison. Of course, many people in the industry know about this dark history, but she changed her appearance, changed her name, and changed her background to that of a completely different person. So, there's no evidence for this dark history." Lin Che said. Looks like her resentment is really deep. Why? Are you afraid? Yu Minmin asked. Lin Che shook his head. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll deal with it when it comes. I'm not someone who will be scared out of my wits just because she yelled at me. Yu Minmin said, all right. Actually, it wasn't easy for her to come back to life. She has fought so hard for herself, so she should cherish what she has now. She won't fight you head on. Only people who have nothing will fight for their lives. Now that she has just become famous, why would she make life difficult for herself? How many dramas has she acted in? Lin Che asked. Yu Minmin said, she has just acted in 2 dramas. The first one was a second female lead, and the second one was the first female lead. It's a transmigration drama. She's quite popular now. She just had a scandal with a male singer, and now she's involved with a little fresh meat. She's being talked about every day. Lin Che said, okay. I haven't paid much attention to the news in a long time. Yeah, you haven't updated your Weibo for a long time. There's something that needs to be done in a while. We'll attend a cocktail party, and you'll leave after showing your face. Tomorrow, there will definitely be news of your comeback. Let's put on a show, and then find a chance to officially return. Lin Che said, okay, I'll listen to your arrangements then. That night, Lin Che didn't go back home. After signing the contract, he went to a party with Yu Minmin. The cocktail party was a press conference during the day and a cocktail party at night. Every time this international superstar came to the country to make an announcement, it would cause a stir among the celebrities. Many of the celebrities who were invited would attend the press conference and reception together. This was the charm of a big shot. It seemed that after being associated with a big shot, the star's pretentiousness would increase. Actually, Lin Che felt that being pretentious wasn't something that could be improved just by having a brand name. Before Lin Che arrived, he had already received a demonstration. In the evening, Peng Yu posted a selfie on Weibo, saying that she would attend a cocktail party that night. The clothes shown in the selfie were new products produced by the Dior family. Everyone immediately understood what Peng Yu meant. She was officially invited, so she could wear their new products to attend. This was because every time Dior held a press conference, they would choose a local actress to be their ambassador. The media also received a press release. The press release from the Dior family praised Peng Yu to the skies. They said that she was now the most popular celebrity in the country and that she was comparable to Mu Firen back then. They said that she was definitely Mu Firen's successor and that no one could compare with Peng Yu. They even hinted that she shouldn't be compared with those has-been celebrities. Has-been celebrities? Wasn't Lin Che the one who had been compared with Peng Yu? Lin Che looked at the press release and felt like laughing. She felt that she hadn't even become famous yet, and she had already been labeled as a has-been celebrity. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che and said, I didn't expect Peng Yu to be this year's publicity ambassador. I was careless and didn't find out any good news in advance. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin and said, all right, if you're capable, you won't be afraid of others bragging. If she's going, why can't I go? She patted Yu Minmin's hand and said, don't worry. If I can't even handle Peng Yu, I'm afraid I shouldn't make a comeback. I should go home and take care of my children. Yu Minmin said, of course I have confidence in you. She's just a small-time celebrity and she wants to compete with you? That's impossible. That night, at the cocktail party, Qin Wanwan was invited as a celebrity, but she was no longer the same as she was in the past few years. Now, no one could control her whenever she entered the house, and she could only chat with a few old acquaintances. However, most people already knew her true nature. Even those who acted one way on the surface and another behind her back wouldn't reveal their true feelings to her. Someone saw Qin Wanwan and said, did you guys see Peng Yu's press release today? How could she be chosen as the publicity ambassador this time? Qin Wanwan said, I wonder how much money she spent to get in. If you ask me, I think Yang Ling is better than her. No matter what, she has the ability to spend money. Hey look, Peng Yu is here. Everyone looked over and saw that Peng Yu was indeed coming in. She was wearing a new Dior suit. As soon as she got out of the car, the reporters immediately surrounded her. Qin Wanwan thought that she had been like this in the past, but now Peng Yu smiled at the reporters and said, hello everyone, who was chosen as the publicity ambassador this time. Will there be an endorsement contract later? Do you have anything to say about why you were chosen? Peng Yu smiled sweetly, but there was a hint of arrogance in her. She looked like a big shot with a big shot's temper and arrogance. The organizers contacted us, and we agreed. As for how they chose, I think it has something to do with their aura and appearance, which suits their products better. However, at this moment, everyone suddenly saw another luxury car stop behind them. They saw a Maybach MPV parked at the entrance. The brand new car looked very eye-catching. Then, the person who got out of the car made everyone gasp in surprise. Someone shouted, "Lin Che, look, it's Lin Che." The few of them immediately rushed over, as if they had gone crazy. Peng Yu, who had been surrounded by all the reporters a moment ago, was suddenly left without a single camera, because everyone had started to surround Lin Che. Chapter 801. Lin Che's sudden resignation from Hollywood made people confused. Lin Che's disappearance for several years was surprising. Lin Che's sudden retirement, when she was popular, was also very strange. There were so many mysteries about her. How could people not be amazed and excited at once? What was more surprising was that she was here today and suddenly came to the banquet. On the other side, Lin Che was wearing a simple wraparound dress. The top of the dress tightly hugged her breasts, which were a cup too big, and the bottom was loosely spread out. The color of lotus was very suitable for her skin tone. Wearing the dress, it seemed to blend into her body, making her fair skin appear even more translucent. Her entire person was harmonious and not fierce, but she gave off a feeling of tranquility that only a big name would have. She didn't fight or fight, but she still made people feel amazed. It was like a touch of clear color, painted on a thick quiet, suddenly making people feel that their eyes were lit up. The reporters sighed at the back. After all, she was beautiful. Now, it seemed that none of the celebrities who became popular later on were as beautiful as her. Such an exquisite and special face had been imitated many times, but she was the most outstanding. Such a good figure, exquisite and slender, beautiful collarbones, slender neck, straight and long legs. It was very eye-catching. Only when there was comparison would it hurt. The stars in the banquet were shocked. Why did they suddenly talk about Peng Yu being a spokesperson? Why did they suddenly talk about Lin Che? Many people began to look out curiously, seeing that the reporters outside had suddenly swarmed up, blocking the entrance so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The scene was chaotic for a moment. On Weibo, someone had already posted a photo of Lin Che suddenly appearing at a big stars event. Immediately, many people began to discuss it enthusiastically. This figure, who had disappeared in front of people for a long time, appeared again and again. Originally, her appearance at the event was a prelude to her comeback, so it was not a big deal. However, the reporters at that time ignored Peng Yu and surrounded Lin Che. That scene was so ironic and controversial that people began to discuss it constantly on the internet. Lin Che is so popular. What are the reporters doing? They ignored Peng Yu. Seeing Peng Yu next to her, it's really embarrassing. But Lin Che is so beautiful. In comparison, Lin Che really looks like a big star, while Peng Yu is a fake. On the other side, Peng Yu was so angry that her face turned blue. How could it not look fake? She couldn't react in time, and by the time she did, the reporters had already left. She was so angry that she looked like a balloon that had been blown up. She stood there with her cheeks flushed red and her hands tightly clenched together. She stared at Lin Che with a look of anger that could not be expressed in words. Lin Che did it on purpose. This was the only thought in Peng Yu's mind. Of all the other times, he chose to come at this moment. If it wasn't on purpose, what else could it be? Actually, she was right. Lin Che did it on purpose, but there was no other meaning to it. Peng Yu said that she was a has-been star, so she said it to show Peng Yu. Now that Peng Yu was slapped in the face, she could only blame herself for being too self-righteous. This was how the entertainment industry was. If you wanted to climb higher, you had to step on others. Lin Che didn't like to be stepped on, so she chose to take the initiative. In this era of topicality, she didn't believe that these reporters wouldn't think of something to talk about when they saw her. Lin Che looked at everyone and smiled. She greeted them. Long time no see. Then, Yu Minmin and the security guards quickly blocked the reporters and said, there will be press conferences in the future. There will be. Don't be anxious. Just write something casually today. As for the other questions, we will slowly inform everyone. It's so chaotic today, we can't really say anything. When the reporters heard that there would be press conferences in the future, they became even more enthusiastic. They hurriedly asked if there would be an interview at the press conference. They all wanted to book an interview. But Yu Minmin could only say, let's talk about it in the future. The interview hasn't been decided yet. It's too chaotic today. Everyone, please be careful. Lin Che didn't reply, but she threw out a prelude to the press conference and interview. This made the reporters think that if they wanted to get an interview in the future, they would have to first gain the approval of Lin Che's team. So they didn't dare to write bad things about her, and could only praise her. They couldn't offend her today, so they could only support her. Seeing that Lin Che had gone in, they could only sigh outside and think about what topic to write about. But they didn't even need to think about this topic. Many netizens had already discussed it online. Meanwhile, at the brand press conference, the senior management of the brand that had originally decided on Peng Yu saw that a celebrity had come in and caused such a huge commotion, pushing aside the image spokesperson that they had originally decided on. They quickly turned their attention to Peng Yu. When they saw Lin Che, the few of them felt their eyes light up. Peng Yu looked a little like Lin Che, but with the arrival of the main star today, the comparison immediately appeared. Peng Yu's temperament and exquisite face couldn't compare to Lin Che at all. Moreover, Lin Che's face looked very natural, while Peng Yu seemed to have been remade. Someone had already sent people to welcome Lin Che. Not long after, Lin Che saw a few senior management of the brand coming over. They said to Lin Che, Miss Lin, right? We would like to invite you over to have a seat. It's a little chaotic here. It's much quieter over there. Lin Che smiled and said, is that so? Thank you so much. I've just arrived, and I really don't know where to go. Lin Che walked in with them generously. Everyone saw that Lin Che had actually entered and sat together with a few of the senior management. Peng Yu was once again left outside. It was as if she was invisible, as if she had been completely forgotten. This was way too dramatic. Peng Yu was naturally angry, especially when she walked in and everyone stared at her, as if she was a clown. Peng Yu had been popular in the industry for more than 3 years, but she had never been treated like this. Her career had been smooth sailing. From the beginning, she had been popular all the way. She was one of the few celebrities with the best development momentum in recent years. But now, she had been swept away by Lin Che as soon as he came up. Peng Yu looked inside. Without being invited, she went in first. The celebrities who were watching the scene outside couldn't help but become even more curious and started to talk about it. A newcomer who has just been popular for a few years wants to compete with Lin Che. Actually, Lin Che's momentum back then was much stronger than Peng Yu's current momentum. His ability is there, he is popular in the industry, he has a good reputation, and he has a lot of topics to talk about. He is indeed a capable person. Yeah, I couldn't tell at first. Look at him. As soon as he came back, he immediately became a big shot. Now I can see the gap between their strength. Peng Yu is still too inexperienced. Chapter 802. Inside. Lin Che was standing there, listening to the introductions, when he saw Peng Yu walk in aggressively. When she saw Lin Che, Peng Yu's eyes widened like round light bulbs, as if she wanted to explode. When she turned around, she had a different expression on her face. She looked at the people in front of her, smiled, and said in slightly awkward English, "Hello, I'm Peng Yu. Your clothes are really beautiful this time. They suit me very well. Thank you for inviting me and giving me this set of clothes to wear." They also turned to Peng Yu. A tall blond man said, "Oh yes. Hello, the clothes suit you very well." Peng Yu looked at Lin Che with a smile and quickly said a lot of compliments about the clothes. She had learned some English in Hollywood, and this time she used all she knew. However, she thought that it was better than Lin Che's. She remembered that the Hollywood director said that Lin Che had a translator to help him when he was in Hollywood. She couldn't speak English herself. Peng Yu could talk in daily life, but her grammar and accent were not very good. She talked to them, and they found it very interesting. They looked at Pringyu and said, "Thank you for your compliments. We'll make progress together." Then Pengyu looked back at Lin Che, who looked indifferent and seemed to be unable to get a word in. She continued to say in English, "Miss Lin Che, you may not know her, but she doesn't have a good reputation. When she was acting in Hollywood, she quit halfway and left for a rich businessman. At that time, the director had no choice but to find me to replace her. Now, I don't know what happened between her and the rich businessman, but she came back to Sea Country to develop her career." The few of them were a little surprised when they heard this. She said with a look of pity, "I don't want to say anything about her. It's just that if you want to know her, you should know a little about her background. Oh yeah, her English isn't that good. Really, I don't know how to communicate with you." "Oh, really? Her English was very good just now." "What?" Pengyu looked surprised. Lin Che smiled and pursed his lips slightly. He looked at Pengyu generously and tilted his head as if he was watching a clown performing in public. "Miss Pengyu, don't you think it's better to talk behind someone's back?" Lin Che spoke fluent American English. His language was very American, and his accent was also very American. It was just that the words he used were closer to the authentic English, which made people feel that he was very generous and classy. You. Pengyu looked at Lin Che in surprise. However, Lin Che only took a glance at her before he turned to the men and said, "I'm sorry for making a fool of myself in front of you. Actually, she's right. I've resigned, but because of my family, I have to give up something. If I were given a choice, in my heart, my family is indeed the most important. Even if I have to pay a price for it, I definitely won't do anything. I like your brand very much, so I accepted the invitation to attend this cocktail party. This is the first cocktail party I've attended since returning to the country. I think everyone will be very surprised that this swindler has returned, so everyone is starting to crowd around me." Lin Che had lived abroad for a few years, so he knew more about their personalities. When they talked about work, they were also very relaxed. Moreover, the men were very receptive to the women's family values. It could be seen that they were amused by her self-deprecating words. They continued to say to her, "Family is indeed more important. People have to make their own choices. It's not a mistake for you to choose your family. Anyway, you've paid a price for it, haven't you? That's right. Everyone will be regarded as swindlers when they come back. Of course, they will be regarded as fools compared to others." She was referring to the person beside her. At this moment, Pengyu had actually become a joke. She had just badmouthed Lin Che to his face and thought that Lin Che didn't understand her. At this moment, she finally understood what was going on. However, the situation was already irreversible, especially when Lin Che purposely said some particularly profound words in grammar. He said a long string of words, but she just couldn't understand a single one of them. Her face felt as if it had been directly thrown to the ground, and it hurt unbearably. The executive said, "Miss Peng, we'd like to continue talking for a while. Please help yourself." They were very interested in Lin Che's story, so they decided to continue chatting with her. Pengyu stood there and was obviously being ostracized. No matter how shameless she was, she couldn't stay here any longer, so she had to leave first. At the same time, Mu Firen left Lin Che's place. She asked someone to take care of Yunyun and left alone. Since Yunyun was in Lin Che's place, Gu Jing's place was very safe, and she was very relieved. In the evening, she called Wei Jingjing and asked her where she was. Wei Jingjing said happily on the phone, "That's right. Firen, you're here. I'll wait for you. Let's cooperate well, and we'll still be best friends." Mu Firen sneered, "Let's talk about it when we get there." The private room was splendidly decorated, and there were waiters walking around everywhere. It looked very busy. This was one of the most prosperous nightlife cities in City B, and it was also the most popular one-stop entertainment zone. Mu Firen walked in and asked Wei Jingjing to come down at the door. Although Wei Jingjing was angry that Mu Firen had to come down to pick her up, she thought that Mu Firen was here to make money for her, so she still came. Seeing Mu Firen, Wei Jingjing couldn't help thinking with jealousy. Actually, she didn't look any better than Mu Firen. It was only because she was popular and a big star that many people were willing to pay a lot of money to have dinner with her. Sister Firen, you're here. I'm here to pick you up. Wei Jingjing held her hand happily, but Mu Firen pushed her away. She looked at Wei Jingjing and said, I'm here to bring you something. Wei Jingjing was stunned. What do you mean? Then her voice became cold. Mu Firen took out her phone and showed a photo of Wei Jingjing and Mo Ding together. Wei Jingjing could tell that it was a photo taken with Mo Ding, but it was just a simple photo. She must have found it in Mo Ding's phone. She laughed and said, Mu Firen, you're too naive. What do you think you can do? We're just taking a photo together. Even if you announce it to the public, Mo Ding will only say that you betrayed him first. Mu Firen sneered. This is just the beginning. You'd better take a good look. In the next photo, they were still together, and they looked much more intimate. Wei Jingjing had a bad feeling about this, but she still pulled a long face and looked unwilling. Below it was a photo of Wei Jingjing's naked body. Obviously, someone had taken it and she was showing it off. Chapter 803. Her posture was very seductive and obscene. Wei Jingjing was shocked. Mo Ding, this bastard, had kept these that he had said that he wouldn't keep them and that he would only take them for fun. You, what are you looking at? This is just the beginning. There are more to come. You should know better than me what kind of photos you have taken. Wei Jingjing came up to grab the phone. Mu Firen said calmly, It's not a big deal to me even if you take it away. This is just a backup. I have a lot of backups in various network disks. If you want to take a look, I can make a few more copies for you tomorrow. Mu Firen, are you threatening me? Mu Firen looked at her. Her sunglasses made her look extremely cold. I just want to live my own life. I'm not interested in Mo Ding or the entertainment industry. If you don't harass me, I won't post these. Otherwise, if you really want the whole world to appreciate your charm, I can. Wei Jingjing's face was burning. She was naturally afraid because it was too shameful. However, she couldn't bear to be threatened by Mu Firen in such an arrogant manner. She had had enough of Mu Firen's high and mighty life while she could only be her follower. Wei Jingjing made up her mind and looked at Mu Firen. Okay, then you can go. We have a deal. Mu Firen snorted. She had secretly found a chance to copy these from Mo Ding's computer just in case. Now she could finally put them to use. However, at this moment, Wei Jingjing suddenly grabbed something from behind and hit the back of Mu Firen's head with force. Mu Firen felt a sharp pain in her head and fell to the ground in a daze. Wei Jingjing snorted, lowered her head, grabbed Mu Firen, and dragged her inside. Did she have her breasts? Was she going to threaten her with them? Didn't she have them? She could make them now. She would drag her inside and let those bosses kill her. Then she would film a blockbuster for others to see. She wanted to see who could threaten who. Mu Firen was dragged away in a daze. Someone beside her asked her about it, and Wei Jingjing smiled and said that she was drunk, and everyone believed her. After being pushed into the room, Mu Firen heard Wei Jingjing say viciously, This is Mu Firen. I'll let you guys have a good time today. I'm not accompanying you to dinner, but to play with you. Whoever wants to be the first to come, hurry up. Everyone was stunned at first, but when they looked at Mu Firen, who was lying unconscious on the ground, looking at her face and body, they couldn't help but want to rush up to her. Some people looked at each other and couldn't help but say, You guys aren't coming, right? Then I'll come first. As he spoke, he undid his pants that could no longer cover his crotch and walked over. Mu Firen was pulled up by someone. Wei Jingjing was still smiling wickedly as she took out her phone to film. But at this moment, at the door, a cold voice suddenly came. Who is behaving atrociously in my territory? Did you get my permission? When the people in the room heard this cold voice, they were so scared that they almost became impotent. The moment they stood up, they were already in a panic. Mo, President Mo, someone said with a trembling voice. Mo Jinyin rushed in and pulled a man in front of him away. He looked at Mu Firen, who had been dragged by a cart. Her clothes looked a little messy. Thinking about how many dirty marks these perverts had left on her, he glared at the man in front of him and kicked him to the ground. There was a scream in the room. President Mo, please spare my life. President Mo Jinyin was haying, the big boss who ate both black and white. Many people knew this in private. His methods were so vicious that it made people tremble in fear. Who didn't want to stay far away from him, and who dared to offend him? Imogenien squatted on the ground and looked at Mufirin. He tore off his clothes and put them on her. Then he patted her face and said, "Wake up, Miss Mu. Wake up." Mufirin didn't move. Imogenien reached out and touched her head. She was bleeding at the back of her head. There was a little bit of moisture on his palm. He knew this clearly. Imogenien raised his eagle-like eyebrows. The moment he turned his head, he shot a cold glare at the person behind him. Who did it? Someone wanted to point at Wei Jingjing, but when they looked up, they realized that Wei Jingjing was very shrewd and cunning. She had already slipped away when she saw that something was wrong. At this moment, she was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't us. It really wasn't us. How could we dare to cause trouble in President Mo's territory? It really wasn't us. Imogenien narrowed his eyes and looked at Mufirin quietly. His silence seemed to be gradually emitting a threatening aura, which made everyone's hearts jump. At this moment, Mufirin finally moved. Imogenien quickly squatted down and pulled Mufirin up. He held her and looked at her. "How are you?" When Mufirin saw Imogenien, she remembered who he was. Her eyes moved, and she said weakly, "I'm fine. It's just a headache." "The back of your head or the inside?" Imogenien asked. "The back of my head. That's because the back of my head is injured. It's fine as long as it doesn't hurt inside. Don't move. I'll take you to the hospital after I'm done here." Mufirin nodded silently. Then, Imogenien slowly turned his head. His eyes were as cold as ice. In the dim room, he looked like a leopard with a dangerous aura in the dark night. His eyes shone with a dim light. "As for you guys," the bosses trembled again. But he said to Imogenien, "Kneel down." The bosses were stunned. They were used to being respected by others. Today, they were unlucky to have met Haiying, but they had never knelt to anyone before. Mufirin was also stunned. She looked at the bosses and realized that one of them was the boss of an entertainment company. He made them kneel just like that. The few of them looked at each other. They wanted to plead for leniency so that they wouldn't lose face. However, when they saw the light in Black Hawk's eyes, they couldn't say a single word to beg for mercy. That kind of light was irrefutable. They had no choice but to look at each other. Mo Ding snorted. "The one who kneels first will receive a lighter punishment." The last one, his gaze sharpened, and a murderous aura emanated from his eyes. His horrifying appearance made everyone's heart skip a beat. There was no need to say anything else. With a plop, someone knelt down first. The people behind saw that the one who knelt last was doomed. One by one, they rushed to kneel down. Chapter 804. No one was left standing. They all knelt in front of Imogenien and Mufirin. Mufirin was surprised. She opened her eyes and looked at the man holding her. She was very grateful. She knew that he was standing up for her, so she felt embarrassed. Imogenien replied, "All right, the first few will each give Miss Mu 10 million as compensation. As for the rest," he looked calmly at the last man who knelt down. He had always been a man of his word. At this moment, his indifferent gaze made one feel as if they were facing death. "You can cut off one of his legs as a souvenir." "Ah!" The last man's face turned pale. He was sweating profusely. He was so scared that he felt the ground and cried, "No, please don't." When the first man heard the 10 million yuan, he didn't think it was worth it. But when he heard that he had to cut off one of his legs, he immediately rejoiced and went out to pay the money. Mufirin was also scared out of her wits. She wanted to stop them, but Imogenien had already lifted her into the air. "Let's go, Miss Mu. I'll take you to the hospital," he said. Mufirin opened her mouth in surprise. "But if they dare to hurt you, they deserve it. You don't have to worry about it. They could take advantage of the money. Let's go." Mufirin really felt that she didn't know who she had met. She only felt that this man's domineering aura was amazing. Faintly, she couldn't help thinking of the man that night. That man must be as domineering as him. That was why he tortured her to death and didn't allow her to refuse. However, The man in front of her made her feel safer. Maybe it was because he had helped her twice. She felt that he wouldn't hurt her. Wei Jingjing heard that some of the bosses had their arms and legs cut off. She was so scared that she trembled. After waiting outside for a long time, they saw the man dressed in leather clothes. He looked unruly and had a dark aura, but he was very calm. He got into the car with Mu Firen in his arms and left directly after that man. Wei Jingjing quickly asked someone to ask who this man was and why he was here. Hearing the woman's question, the waiter laughed. "This is our boss, the famous President Mo. Everyone knows he is He Ying, but no one dares to call him President Mo." Wei Jingjing took a look. To be able to open such a big club like the Golden Lounge, he must have a deep background. Not to mention, the owners of the club all had their arms chopped off by him. Just now, did he really dislocate her arm? Where? President Mo told them that each of them had to pay $10 million as compensation. Afterwards, President Zhang, who was the last to kneel, had his leg amputated. Didn't you see it? He was carried out from the back door and sent to the hospital. How tragic. No one is going to do anything about this. Wei Jingjing was so scared that her face turned even paler. The waiter said, "Manage? Who would dare to interfere with our COMO? Just let that director Zhang report to the police. Let's see if he dares to do so. The moment he reports to the police, the next moment, he won't be the only one to die." Wei Jingjing was even more frightened. She thought to herself, did he give the $10 million to Mu Firen? That would be too easy for Mu Firen. She was so angry that she could die, especially since Mu Firen still had her photo in his hand, while she had nothing now. Lin Che returned to the Gu mansion after finishing his work. Gu Shinian had long fallen asleep. He had always been very independent, and the foreign teacher had already told him to sleep alone when he was 1. Now that he was 3, he was already used to having his own little bed, and he definitely wouldn't want to cling on to her to sleep with him. When Lin Che got home, he saw Gu Jingza reading a book. She said, I'm so tired. I haven't fought with others in a long time. I'm still not used to it." Gu Jingza looked up at Lin Che, who had collapsed on the sofa. He put the book on the side table and came over to hug Lin Che. "Turn around. I'll massage your waist." Lin Che grunted in acknowledgement, then laid down on his lap, allowing him to massage her. The massage was strong and light, which made her feel good. Not bad, not bad. Did you fall asleep, Nian Nian? Didn't you make a fuss?" she asked. Gu Jingza said, "Yes, she fell asleep a long time ago. Were you waiting for me?" Lin Che asked again. Gu Jingza said, "I don't sleep so early. How is it today? Did you get used to it?" "Of course. Everything went as I expected. I defeated her in an instant. Of course, this was also because I won by surprise. She didn't expect me to go, so I won't be able to use this trick next time. But no matter what, I'm still very powerful." Yes. You're the best." Gu Jingza looked at her proud face and shook his head with a smile. Lin Che looked up and said, "What? You look like you don't believe me." "I don't." Lin Che snorted. He knew that these small fights were child's play to him. Lin Che said, "I'm going to film in a few days, and I think the good days of not needing to disguise when I go out are not over yet. I'm going to have to hide on the streets again." Gu Jingza thought for a moment and said, "That's your choice, right?" "Of course I know that." I'm just sighing." Gu Jingza rubbed her gently and picked her up. He said to her, "Then, why don't we go out for a walk tonight while no one recognizes you?" "Okay, of course." Lin Che jumped up and looked at Gu Jingza. "Let's go." Gu Jingza held Lin Che's hand, and the two of them walked out in plain clothes. When they were outside, Lin Che pointed at a bicycle path on the side and said, Gu Jingza, you know how to ride this?" Gu Jingza turned his head and looked at it. He was speechless and said, "What are you doing? I want to ride this." "Okay, let's ride this out. This is what the servants use when they go out." "Yeah, so what?" Lin Che blinked and said. Gu Jingza narrowed his eyes and said, "I'll ride this." "What's so good about this?" "I'll drive you for a ride." The more Gu Jingza refused, the more Lin Che wanted to see what he looked like riding a bicycle. "Let's go, Gu Jingza. Take me out for a walk." I don't like to drive. I like to ride this. Dot. Gu Jingza frowned. He really didn't want to ride that if the servant saw it, that however, Lin Che was pulling him and looking at him with a smile, as if he wouldn't stop until he did it. Chapter 805. Gu Jingza looked at her for a long time before he turned back and said, "Are you sure?" Lin Che nodded hurriedly. "Let's go. Or I can ride the bike with you." He looked outside and sighed. "Forget it. I'll ride the bike." He felt that they were not far from death if he let her ride him. He had just gotten a wife and a child, and he didn't want anything to happen to him so soon. Gu Jingza went over to get the bike. He was strong. He lifted the bike and walked out quickly. Lin Che covered her mouth and looked at his strong appearance in surprise. Then, she hurriedly followed him. Those strong arms really made people yearn for them. She felt that a man with strength was the easiest to make people feel safe, so looking at him like this, it really made people feel very comfortable in their hearts. She puffed out her chest proudly and pulled him out. Outside, he deliberately found a small road that was usually empty. After sitting on it, he looked at the car and felt awkward no matter how he looked at it. However, he forced his eyes to close his eyes and thought that it was better to die early than to be reincarnated early. Lin Che looked at his reluctant look and said speechlessly, "Hey, is it so hard for you to ride the bike? What's wrong with riding the bike?" Gu Jingza looked around. It was not a big deal. They were in the neighborhood, and people would see he, the master of the Gu family, riding a bike. He had never ridden a bike like this before. Lin Che thought for a moment and smiled mischievously. Seeing that he had ridden the bike first, she quickly sat on the back seat and patted his back. "Hurry up, let's go." Gu Jingza said, "Okay, hold on tight." Lin Che nodded and leaned on Gu Jingza's back that she felt him move. Lin Che chuckled. "What's the matter?" Gu Jingza froze there. He felt very comfortable when she pressed against him. Gu Jingza was still in a daze when Lin Che patted his back again. "Hurry up, let's go." Really? Gu Jingza immediately began to ride the horse. Lin Che bent forward and almost crashed into him. His chest once again pressed against his back. A faint smile involuntarily appeared on Gu Jingza's face. However, he did not know that Lin Che, who was up to no good, had only just begun. Feeling the car moving forward and the wind blowing through Lin Che's hair, Lin Che raised his hand comfortably and called out. She really didn't understand why he thought riding a bicycle would make people look bad. He was really handsome like this, as if he didn't have any strength at all. He just rode it step by step, looking very relaxed. The wind blew the hair on his forehead, making him look very sunny. His whole face was exposed, and every line of his face was blown by the wind. He looked very beautiful, as if the wind was using its soft tentacles to caress every perfect line of his face. Lin Che tilted his head to admire it for a moment, then immediately put on a grimace. He looked at Gu Jingza and hugged his waist from behind. Gu Jingza felt her strength and said to her, "Don't worry, I won't fall." Lin Che said, "I am now, but who knows if I will be in a while." She smiled slyly. Before Gu Jingza could notice, her hand had already reached under his shirt. Her slightly cold hand entered his body and paused for a moment before saying, "Hey, Lin Che, what are you doing? Are your hands cold? I want you to cover my hands." That was a good reason, but covering his hands was one thing. But could she not touch his upper body? He almost fell to the ground, and he almost cried out. His voice became hoarse, and he nodded, just in time to see her out of the corner of his eye. Her smile became more and more arrogant, and her little face became even more arrogant. She really felt that the feeling was too good. His pectoral muscles were not too big nor too small. They were tight and perfectly shaped, and they felt like a work of art. She wanted to cry when she felt them. She couldn't bear to let go. She thought that with this body, she definitely couldn't leave him just because she was angry. If such a good-looking and easy-to-touch body were to be touched by another woman, she felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. Definitely not. His voice became even more hoarse, as if he was playing a cello. He muttered to her, "Lin Che, are you going to take responsibility for teasing me again?" Her hand paused, but she felt Gu Jingza suddenly stop the car. Oh no, He was going to take revenge. Lin Shay had a bad feeling and was about to run, but unexpectedly, her hand was immediately pressed down by him. Then he leaped over the car, turned around, and held Lin Shay's hand, looking right into her eyes. Lin Shay felt guilty. She had been caught, and she immediately lost her arrogance. I can't. I don't know how to do it. You have to understand where we are. How is this possible? Lin Shay frantically avoided his eyes that were filled with fatal temptation, looking for an opportunity to escape at any time. However, Gu Jingze didn't give her any chance. Seeing her like this, he said, "All right. It seems that if you don't know how to do it, I'll have to teach you from the beginning." What? Lin Shay lifted his head, only to see him press his lips against hers first. His moist voice was strangely seductive, and his voice was hoarse and full of electricity. When Lin Shay took a breath, he bit her lips again. There was no one around on the small path shaded by trees. The dim yellow light from the street lamp shone on their heads, casting a beautiful pair of shadows. However, at this moment, Chapter 806. In the distance, someone suddenly called out, "Hey, who's that? What are you doing on the street? It's out in the wild. What are you doing?" Lin Shay hurriedly let go of Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze also raised his head. Lin Shay was so scared that he hid behind Gu Jingze. Damn it. Did someone come? Did they see him? He didn't expose anything, but that action was very flirtatious, very passionate, and very the person who came was the security guard of the neighborhood. He was holding a bright flashlight and shining it curiously. This was a well-known, wealthy neighborhood. The distance between the houses was very large, and it was set up like a park. It made people feel like they were visiting a scenic spot when they walked in. Naturally, they couldn't afford to offend anyone here. Not only could one buy a house here, but one had to be extremely wealthy to live here. However, these two people were on bicycles. So, the security guard walked over and shone the flashlight at the two of them. He thought that it was some unruly servant or nanny who came out to date in the middle of the night, and in public that, however, the flashlight shone on that indifferent face. When the security guard saw the prominent facial features, the flashlight in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Who was that? Who was that? How could he not recognize who it was? Gu Jingze and his family lived in the most eye-catching place in this residential area. He couldn't possibly not remember the biggest nouveau riche in this neighborhood. His first reaction was that this was bad. Only God knew what he had just done. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I didn't notice you. I'll leave right away. Please continue." Gu Jingze had already moved Lin Shay behind him. Lin Shay was still hoping that he hadn't seen her. However, the security guard continued, "I wish you and Madam a happy life together." Lin Shay felt that she had lost her face, that she didn't know how to face these security guards tomorrow, that she covered her face and hummed behind him. Gu Jingze could only look at her speechlessly. "All right, you asked for it. Let's see if you still dare to flirt with her next time." He wouldn't dare. He really wouldn't dare. The security guard hurriedly ran away. He didn't expect that the tycoon would like to do this. However, he had long heard that Mr. Gu and Madam were very close and loved to show off their love whenever they were free. He didn't expect that he would be here. He also heard that Mrs. Gu just came back recently, and she couldn't help but come out to make love. It seemed that he had to be careful in the future. Gu Jingze didn't tease her that night because he received a call from Mo Jinyan as soon as he got home, saying that Mu Firen was in the hospital. Lin Shay immediately ran to the hospital. Gu Jingze had no choice but to follow. When he arrived, Lin Shay saw that the hospital was already filled with people. Only when he walked over did he realize that they were all Mo Jinyan's men. Lin Shay hurriedly ran in. Mo Jinyan saw her and said, "Miss Mu is fine. Don't worry, she's just in shock." Lin Shay looked at him gratefully. "I heard that something happened in your shop. Thank you." "It's nothing. It's what I should do." Mo Jinyan smiled. Lin Shay thought that what he should do was because he was working with Gu Jingze. He didn't think of anything else and just walked in. Gu Jingze walked over slowly from behind. He looked at Mo Jinyan and said, "Hey, since you've already marked it out, hurry up and take action." He didn't want this woman to look for Lin Shay in the middle of the night for no reason. This was the best. Mo Yin lit a cigarette. The doctor at the side looked on, not daring to say anything. Mo Yin looked at it and then remembered that this was a hospital. He put out the cigarette resentfully and said slowly, "There's no rush. Take it slow." Gu Jingza smiled and said, "Take it slow? She's considering going back to America. If you take it slow, you'll have to go to America to see her. But I remember that America has recently restricted your entry and exit. You're number 1 on the blacklist. If she goes to America, you'll have to put in a lot of effort, right?" "She's going back to America?" Mo Jinyan asked. Gu Jingza nodded. "That's all I have to say. Do as you see fit." Mo Jinyan fell into deep thought. Mu Firen felt that everything was fine, but when she woke up, she felt a pain at the back of her head. Luckily, it was just a small injury. After applying some medicine and bandaging it, she was fine. Lin Che said, "That MSG is so disgusting. How dare she treat you like this?" Mu Firen said, "She's always been so evil. It's just that she's more powerful now." "What are you going to do?" "I can't take this lying down. If you don't let her know how powerful we are, she won't repent." Mu Firen said, "She thinks that I'm easy to bully. Yeah, in the past, I had no friends or family. I only had them, and I could only trust them. They thought that I was nothing without them. But now, I have friends and family." Mu Firen looked at Lin Che. She was really grateful. When she was choosing where to go, she decided to choose Seattle because of a movie that she couldn't sleep in. That was the City of Romance. In the end, she met Lin Che there. She looked at Lin Che and said with a smile, "Before I met you, I really thought that Wei Jingjing was my best friend. I had lost confidence in my friends. But after I met you, I realized that someone like Wei Jingjing can't be considered a friend. You made me understand what friendship and love are. Looking at you, I feel that there are still many things that I haven't realized. For example, I haven't realized my love." Lin Che covered the back of her hand. "I'm not that good. You always treat people with such sincerity. That's the best." She sighed and looked ahead. She once again thought of what Wei Jingjing had done to her all these years. "I won't let her off this time. Tomorrow, many people will see her photos. I'll give her what she's most afraid of." Lin Che said, "That's right. We have to use extreme measures to deal with this kind of person." Lin Che hated people who used their friends as a shield and stabbed them in the back, especially when they were bad people who had used them for so long. Lin Che said, "But Firen, if you really want to leave here and stay in Seattle, I'm worried that Mo Ding will harass you again after I leave." Mu Firen said, "But I really don't want to stay here. I feel disgusted staying in the same city as them." However, what Lin Che said was true. Mu Firen felt a headache coming on. Chapter 807. You don't have to worry about staying here. I can guarantee that in the future, that adulterous couple won't have the chance to harass you again. At this moment, Mo Jinyin suddenly walked in, taking steady steps one step at a time. Mu Firen looked at Mo Jinyin. "You?" Mo Jinyin looked at her. "I have my ways. I won't make a big deal out of it, and I won't let Yin Yun get hurt. You can do whatever you want to do here." Mu Firen sighed. "What I want to do? I just want to live a peaceful life. There's nothing else I want to do." "That's because you haven't found peace. When you calm down, you will have your own things to do. I can give you peace," Mo Jinyin said. Mu Firen considered his words and raised her beautiful brows. She looked a little confused. "Why? Are you helping me? I don't deserve it. How would I dare to disturb you?" Mo Jinyin said, "It's okay. It's a small matter. Besides, I like Yin Yun very much. I don't want anyone to do evil to such a cute and sensible girl. So I will ask my subordinates to do it. Don't worry, it won't disturb me." Mu Firen was surprised. She didn't know Mo Jinyin. Why was he always helping her? If he wanted something from her, then she really didn't think that there was anything worth it on her. Beauty? With her looks, if he wanted, people would come knocking on his door at any time. Fame? She didn't think her fame was useful to him. He didn't look like someone who would chase after a celebrity or a young model. Moreover, she had a child now. In a man's eyes, a woman like her had probably lost some of her value. Although Lin Che found it strange, he was willing to help her. so they were on the same side for the time being. Lin Che held her shoulders. That's right. Stay here, and we can all help you. You are so far away and can't see. We can't help you no matter how much we want to. You don't have to worry about yourself, but Yunyun is safe. Mu Firen seemed to think of Yunyun. She clenched her fists and finally nodded in compromise. Lin Che smiled. Then we can still be together every day. I'll be happy every year. Mu Firen sighed and said, All right, I've lost to you. I'll stay. Lin Che raised his head and saw that Mo Jinyin was also standing there, quietly looking at Mu Firen. His gaze made Mu Firen a little uncomfortable, so she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Lin Che suddenly felt a little suspicious. She suddenly thought that Mo Jinyin might not be helping her because of his relationship with Gu Jingze, but because Lin Che naturally didn't dare to think too deeply about it. However, his gaze shifted between the two of them, feeling a little suspicious. After Mu Firen was taken care of by the hospital, Lin Che and Gu Jingze went home. It was late at night. Lin Che fell asleep in Gu Jingze's arms in the car. When they got home, Gu Jingze helped her take off her shoes, socks, and clothes. Looking at this guy, he helplessly looked at his crotch, sighed, and hugged her to sleep the next day. Yu Minmin called early in the morning and said that many people from the company had called to inquire about her. The reporter's phone was exploding. Many people who wanted to work with her called to ask if she was going to film, participate in programs, and participate in interviews that Yu Minmin said. Didn't you see it? People on the internet said that you were really cool yesterday. You definitely beat Peng Yu. Peng Yu must be furious now. I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. I just went to a cocktail party, Lin Che said with a smile. Yu Minmin said, Yes, you just appeared at a suitable time. So Peng Yu looked very down and out. Lin Che also scanned the internet. She hadn't opened it for a long time and even forgot her Weibo password. At this time, she searched for it for a long time and opened the last Weibo post. There were many comments, but she didn't click on them. She took a picture of the weather in City B today and posted it with a sentence. The weather is really good today. No smog, no harm. Just this Weibo post made her Weibo explode in a short time. Many people rushed over to take a look. Some people realized that this was definitely B City. There had been smog a few days ago, but it had disappeared in the past 2 days. The sky was clear. Lin Che was in the country in B City, and she had even posted such a suggestive Weibo post. Could it be that she was really coming back? At this time, all the media had already focused on Lin Che. Every movement made the media surprised, and they hurried to catch up. In less than half an hour after the Weibo post was posted, the media had already started reposting it everywhere. They commented that Lin Che had suddenly appeared yesterday, and today, the Weibo, which had not been updated for a long time, had started to update again. It seemed that the day of her comeback was not far away. Before her comeback, her fans were in an uproar, and the number of reposts on Weibo had reached tens of thousands in an instant. It seemed that Lin Che's comeback was very strong. After Lin Che woke up, she found out that Mu Firen had been discharged from the hospital and was looking for her own place to live. With her assets, it was easy to buy a house. Lin Che called her and said that she could send Yunyun to Nian's kindergarten. Of course, Mu Firen thought that this was good. Nian was independent and had different intelligence and maturity from other children. However, Yunyun was naive. When she went to kindergarten alone, she was worried that other children would bully her. Now that she was in the same kindergarten with Nian, no one would dare to bully her, and Nian would definitely protect her. Peng Yu was already exploding with anger in her room. What was going on? She had gone to be a spokesperson, but she did not expect Lin Che to be so arrogant. Not only did she lose the endorsement, she was also completely trampled by Lin Che. She looked at her team angrily and said, "What are you guys doing? Lin Che hasn't even made a comeback yet, and he's already so amazing. Do you guys want me to become his shadow in the future?" They had no choice. Who knew that Lin Che would have such a huge impact when he came back? The news of his comeback had caused such a huge commotion and almost swept the entire entertainment industry. It could be seen that Lin Che was different from other female celebrities back then. She did not have many hardcore fans, but she had a lot of hardcore fans who had been following her for a few years. Moreover, There were too many good stories about her back then, and there were too many incidents that caused her existence to be very strong in people's hearts. Seeing that everyone was silent, Peng Yu said angrily, "Did they say what she signed on?" The person next to her immediately said, "I heard that she signed on for Minister Yin's new television series. Moreover, she came out of nowhere and kicked out the previous female lead." Of course, everyone felt that Minister Yin's actions were understandable. How could a newcomer compare to Lin Che? Chapter 808. Peng Yu harumphed. Can she still act when she's back? Peng Yu said, "Go and get the media to release the news." By then, the Gu family had already received the news that Lin Che had returned to the country. Early in the morning, Gu Xinda had already asked Mu Wanqing if she already knew. Mu Wanqing mumbled for a long time. She didn't say that she knew, nor did she say that she didn't know. Gu Xinda could only wave his hand and let her leave. Just then, someone said, "Yun Quishan requests an audience." Gu Xinda thought for a long time. "Call him in?" Yun Quishan threw a tantrum at Gu Xinda the moment he entered. Isn't it obvious that he wants that child to inherit the family? When the time comes, the Gu family will fall into the hands of an entertainer with no background. This Jingza looks so smart usually, but he's been fooled by Lin Che. He doesn't understand it all. Our Luo treats him so well and gets whatever he wants, but he doesn't like our Luo at all. More importantly, if he doesn't like Luo, he should have said so earlier. After toying with Luo for so long, he threw her away just like that. Our Yin family came all the way to Country C, but now we're embarrassed. Is he going to throw us away after using us? Gu Xinda looked at him until he finished speaking. He was also holding back his anger. This Yin Quishan. Back then, he thought he could marry his daughter to Gu Jingza. So he abandoned his previous agreement with Gu Xinda and turned to help Gu Jingza. Only now did he know to look for him. Gu Xinda said, "Quishan, I know you're anxious, but let me tell you, I can't do anything about this. After all, Jingza is the master of the family now. I can't do it anymore. I've been pushed down by him. There aren't many people who can stand by my side now. What else can I say for you?" Yun Quishan knew that he was purposely saying that it was all his fault that caused the situation today. Yun Quishan sighed and softened his tone. "I'm just anxious. Luo, she's such a good girl. Don't you like her? She's a perfect match for your Jingza." "But Jingza doesn't listen to me," Gu Xinda said. "It's useless for you to complain to me." Yun Quishan looked at him and said, "You can't say it like that. As long as you stand on Loloa's side and oppose Lin Che, the people of the Gu family will more or less give you face. In the end, your vision is right here. No matter how much Jingza manages things, he is still young and not as experienced as you. Everyone will trust your judgment. If you don't like Lin Che, they won't like Lin Che either, right? Now that I've retired, I'm not going to care about this anymore. We can't care about children's feelings. You should give up too. If it really doesn't work out, our Jingyu still hasn't found a girlfriend. How about I introduce her to Yun Luo?" "You?" Yun Quishan looked at Gu Xinda's attitude and knew that he didn't want to care about him on purpose. But before Yun Quishan came, he had already made up his mind. He wouldn't leave until he got a response. "Old master, the Yun family has been friends with you for so many years. My father has known you since he was young. We've worked hard together for so many years to get to where we are today. Are you really going to abandon us and cut off all ties with us?" "Quishan, what are you talking about? I have no other choice. I'm really old, and I'm just waiting to enter the grave. You have to stand on my side on this matter," Yin Quishan said sternly. Gu Xinda snorted coldly. "Although I've retired, it's not like I have to do something that I have to do." Yin Quishan laughed. "There's one thing that you've probably forgotten after so many years, but my father remembers it clearly." Gu Xinda's withered hand paused. He raised it and looked at him. The calmness in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by a different kind of threat. "What did you say? I don't know if you still remember that many years ago, your son had a relationship outside. Later you stopped it. From then on, he didn't want to stay at home anymore. He just wanted to leave home and live outside. In the end, He completely went to live as a wild crane and never came back. Until now, you haven't seen him for many years. Gu Xinda's aged face froze in place. His wrinkled eyes stared at him. Yun Quishan's expression became cheerful as he said, "It's said that the woman gave birth to a boy, but you threw him into the ice and snow, trying to freeze him to death. In the end, you don't know if he froze to death or not. When your son went to look for him, the child was already gone. He always suspected that you killed the child, but you actually don't know where the child went, right?" Gu Xinda looked at him in shock. "Don't say any more. You've covered up this matter so much that your wife doesn't know that she had an affair long ago. Her husband still hasn't come home because of you. He still has an illegitimate child outside, but you've covered it up so well that the 3 brothers of the Gu family don't know about it. The Gu family's reputation is still so good. They say that the Gu family is orderly and has never done anything wrong since ancient times. It's like there's no blemish during your reign. Tell me, if outsiders find out about this, let alone the 3 brothers, how will they look at you? If they know that there's a descendant of the Gu family outside who might compete with Gu Jingze for his position, how will the Gu family look at you? How will they look at Gu Jingze? I think the Gu family will be in a mess then." "Enough." Gu Xinda looked at him. "What do you want? I've said it before. Even if I force him, Jingze won't listen. Moreover, I don't have the ability to force him now. I don't want anything. Just tell me what I said. I just hope that you will always stand by my side." Yun Quishan put his hands behind his back and looked at Gu Xinda with joy on his face. It seemed that he was very happy at the moment. Lin Che brought Nian Yin to the kindergarten. He told Nian Yin that Yunyan would be in class today, so he remembered to take care of Yunyan. Nian Yin shrugged and said, "Isn't that what I've been doing all along? This little girl is really a follower. I've just gotten a little more freedom." Lin Che said, "Didn't you say that you might marry her in the future? Of course, she's relying on you to protect her now." Chapter 809. Nian Yin had no choice but to nod his head. Lin Che watched the little girl go in before leaving with a smile. In the kindergarten, when Yun Yin was sitting there, all the children went over to greet her happily. After all, a new child had joined them, and this child was so cute and beautiful. She was fair and clean, like a porcelain doll. Everyone looked at her and asked, "What's your name? Are you 3 years old too? Who are your parents?" In a kindergarten like this, children seemed to know the importance of who their parents were from a young age. It was probably instilled in them by their parents or the teachers here. Yunyan looked at everyone blankly and said obediently, "My name is Yunyan." "What Yunyan?" "Yeah, which family is Yunyan?" "There are many people named Yunyan. My nanny's child is also named Yunyan." Yunyan was so scared that she didn't know what to do. She looked in front of her and said, "My name is Mu Yunyan." "What Mu Yunyan? Are you from the Mu family?" Just then, "Move aside." Gu Xinian stood at the back. Nian Yin, who seemed to have matured later, might not be as tall as them. However, his small stature was full of vigor. Everyone seemed to see a hint of anger on his face, which had not changed for thousands of years. A few of them hurriedly jumped down. When Yunyan saw Gu Xinian, she rushed over. She called out happily, "Brother Nian Yin, you're here?" Gu Xinian walked over and sat quietly next to Yunyan. Yunyan hugged Gu Xinian's arm and said, "Brother Nian Yin, Mommy said that I will play with you here every day from now on." "Okay, that's great. I thought I was going back to Seattle." "I'm not going back," he said as he turned around and patted her little head. Gu Xinian looked up and said to the kindergarten teacher, "Teacher, she will sit with me from now on." The teacher looked at him in a daze. She thought to herself that this voice wasn't a question, but an order. She was being ordered by a child, however. The key point was that she had accepted her fate and compromised. One reason was because his expression was too natural and firm, and the other was because she knew that his family must be different from the others. The teacher wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why did she let such a difficult child come to her class? The other children didn't dare to provoke Gu Xinian. When they saw him, they felt that he was very scary. Some people knew that he came every day in a luxurious car with bodyguards, so they unconsciously felt that he was very powerful and wanted to make friends with him. However, Gu Shinian didn't like to talk, so these few days, they gradually treated him as the boss of the class. Basically, everyone would look at his face. But now, the new kid actually knew him, that although they were very curious about the beautiful young lady, they could only stay far away from her. At night, when Mu Firen came to pick Yunyan up, Yunyan seemed very happy. Mu Firen smiled at Gu Shinian. She must be so happy because Nian Nian is here. Thank you, Nian Nian. Gu Shinian looked up and said, "It's okay. I'm the only one who knows her." When Mu Firen went home that night, she heard from Yunyan that Nian Nian's brother was very powerful in kindergarten. He even protected her. She immediately called Lin Che and praised Nian Nian, saying that Nian Nian was really amazing. Lin Che listened and looked at Nian Nian. He thought to himself that he hadn't caused any trouble recently. It seemed that sending Nian Nian to kindergarten was the right choice. When Gu Jingzi came back, he saw Lin Che smiling happily. He walked over and asked her, "Did something good happen? Why are you smiling so much?" Lin Che said, "It's nothing. Nian Nian did well in kindergarten. I'm glad that she didn't cause trouble when she went out." Nian Nian was still listening at the side. She looked up and asked, "Mom, shouldn't I be rewarded for my good performance?" Lin Che said, "Can't you just give me a verbal reward?" Nian Nian said, "Where's your sincerity?" Lin Che was speechless. Then, "All right, let me think about what I can reward you with." Nian Nian looked up. Although there was a look of extreme disbelief on her face, at least it wouldn't be a verbal reward that Lin Che's face lit up. She snapped her fingers and said happily, "I've never taken you to an amusement park before. Why don't I take you to the amusement park as a reward?" Lin Che thought that the amusement park was a child's paradise. However, she had always felt that Nian Nian was too young and it would be meaningless to bring him there. So, she had never taken him there. Now that he was in kindergarten and had become sensible, it should be fine to bring him there. She thought about bringing him to the amusement park. He would wear a cute little hat and adorable accessories that the amusement park prepared for children. It would definitely look good. She couldn't help but look forward to it. Nian Nian had been too disobedient since he was young. She had never seen him being cute. Lin Che clapped his hands. "All right, we've decided to go to the amusement park. How about it, Nian Nian? Are you happy? It's your first time going to an amusement park." Nian Nian looked up. "Can I reject it?" Lin Che's face darkened. "No. Can't you give up the reward? I have to now." Actually, all he wanted was some money. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi. "Have you been busy lately?" Gu Jingzi glanced over. The mother-son duo had been talking about going to the amusement park just now. Why did the topic suddenly shift to him? Gu Jingzi said, "What has it got to do with me?" Lin Che said, "Of course you have to go too. It's only interesting to go to the amusement park as a family of 3. Think about it. Go on a merry-go-round. Go through a maze. Go to a haunted house. It's only fun if it's a family of 3. Actually, the more people there are, the more fun it will be. However, we've never been there as a family of 3, so let's go this time." Lin Che could no longer resist the urge to go as he said this. Gu Shinian's face was wooden and lifeless. "Dad." Gu Jingzi could only shrug his shoulders. Lin Che had the final say in their family. Gu Shinian was even more speechless. More yin than yang. Just as Lin Che was enjoying himself, he noticed the 2 dejected people. He looked down at them and said with his hands on his hips, "What do you mean?" Was she the only one who thought that going to the amusement park was interesting? Gu Shinian said, "What we mean is, as long as you're happy." Lin Che curled his lips and looked at the 2 of them. "I don't have any feelings for you. I think I should give birth to a girl like Yunyan. Wherever I carry her, she'll be obedient and enthusiastic." Gu Jingzi's eyes lit up. He quietly moved to her side and said, "I can help you with that." She watched him say such a thing in front of the child with a straight face that Lin Che turned around and rolled his eyes at him. Chapter 810. She watched him say such a thing in front of the child with a straight face that Lin Che turned around and rolled her eyes at him. Lin Che said, "Anyway, I've decided to go." Whoever wants to be my family can come with me. If not, I won't force you. Humph. Gu Jingze and Gu Xinian looked at each other. Then they looked at Lin Che, who lifted her foot and walked out. This woman was already so old, but she still had the nature of a child. What nonsense was she thinking every day? Gu Jingze and Gu Xinian lowered their heads in resignation. On this day, Gu Xinda had already called Lin Che and told him to go back. Gu Jingze said, "Grandfather, you're not feeling well recently. Don't tire yourself out. Lin Che is here. You can see him anytime you want. It'll be the same when you get better." Gu Xinda said, "I also want to see my great-grandson. I'm old, and I don't have many days left. I won't be able to see him anymore." "All right, you're the family head now. Can I still control you? What are you afraid of? You don't have to be afraid of anyone now." Gu Jingze thought for a moment and looked in Lin Che's direction. "All right, I'll take them home for dinner tonight." "Okay, I'll ask the chef to prepare something that Xiao Che and the child like to eat. Tell me what they like to eat. Anything is fine. It doesn't have to be anything special." Gu Jingze said to Lin Che, "Grandfather wants to see the child." Lin Che turned around. Although she wasn't the type to abhor evil, she had suffered so much because of Gu Xinda. If she had to see him, she would naturally be a little unwilling. Gu Jingze looked at her. "If you don't want to, I'll reject him now. You can think about it later." Lin Che held him down. "Forget it. What's there to reject? Think about it later?" She was going to see him sooner or later anyway. She might as well meet him now. Lin Che said, "I think since grandfather said he wants to see the child, he won't make things difficult for me. It's fine to meet him." However, if she didn't like him, she definitely wouldn't be particularly enthusiastic. In the past, it was because she liked her grandfather at that time that she was very close to him. Now that it was just a relationship where they had to meet, she couldn't guarantee that her face wouldn't turn black. In any case, it all depended on his mood. Gu Jingze said, "Don't worry. I won't let him make things difficult for you." He secretly squeezed her hand and thought for a while before saying, "But I still have to tell you that grandfather's days are numbered." "What?" Lin Che was momentarily astonished. Previously, he had always felt that his body was still fine. Furthermore, with so many people attending to him and the medical equipment they used was all the most advanced, there should be a problem that could be detected at any time. Gu Jingze said, "Grandpa got lung cancer a few years ago. Now a lot of his lungs have been cut off, and his trachea almost needs to be replaced by an artificial one. His body looks fine, but it's much worse than before. Lung cancer. It's so serious." Lin Che knew that it was probably because of the Gu family. If it was an ordinary family, it would have been long gone. However, he had persisted for so many years and nothing had happened to him. Gu Jingze said, "So he won't care about anything now." Lin Che said, "But even if he doesn't have much time left, I won't forgive what he did to us back then just because of this. It's not that I'm not benevolent enough. It's that he didn't even want his own great-grandson, which shows that he has no feelings for me at all. I just won't say anything harsh to him because he's sick." This was under the premise that he wouldn't say anything harsh to her. Gu Jingze said, "Of course." He held Lin Che's hand and said, "I won't let him say anything harsh to you, but I think he won't do that." She looked up and smiled at him. The two of them drove to the Gu family's house with the child. It was a fresh experience for the young master of the Gu family to enter the house. The servants were already waiting at home and couldn't wait to meet the young master. Previously, they had only heard that the young master was very smart and quick-witted. Gu Jingze had brought him to the company the moment he came back. He had already informed the shareholders that he would be trained from a young age. It seemed that this process was the same as Gu Jingze's, who was confirmed as the heir at the age of 3. However, what was different was that Lin Che's family background had been criticized from the beginning, but now it was forcefully supported by Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze's actions made the Gu family, who had originally wanted to stand on Miss Yun's side, give up on the idea. Gu Jingze had already confirmed Lin Che's position, and it might not be shaken in the future. They couldn't treat Lin Che lightly. After getting out of the car, Lin Che looked at the place he hadn't seen for a long time. He hadn't been here for a long time, so he was still a little unused to it. However, the servants seemed to be even more respectful towards him. When they saw Gu Shinian coming down, they were also very respectful. The servants in the 2 rows bowed their heads and greeted. "Greetings, sir, madam, young master." Lin Che noticed that Gu Jing's way of addressing him had changed from second young master to sir. This was because he had already succeeded as the master of the Gu family. Hence, the way they addressed him had also changed. Lin Che smiled at everyone. Gu Jingza pulled Gu Jingza inside. Mu Wanqing was sitting inside. When she saw Lin Che, she smiled and was still a little worried. She looked at Nian Yin and quickly waved. "Nian Yin, come quickly to Grandma." Gu Shinian was very obedient when he arrived. He raised his head politely and greeted, "Grandma." "Ah, how nice." She looked at Lin Che. "This child is exactly the same as Jingza when he was young. It makes me feel like I'm looking at Jingza." Lin Che was speechless. She thought so too. At first, she didn't think that genes were that powerful. However, as she watched Nian Yin grow up bit by bit, she increasingly felt that the power of genes was too powerful. Mu Wanqing pulled Lin Che and whispered, "If Grandpa wants to see you alone later, I won't allow it." "Don't worry." Lin Che knew that Mu Wanqing was worried. He smiled and patted Mu Wanqing, holding the back of his hand tightly. "Mom, don't worry. I won't let Grandpa do anything to me." Mu Wanqing's eyes were still not calm. However, just as she was about to say something, she saw Gu Xinda walk out. "Xiao Che." His voice had changed a lot. It was probably because of the artificial trachea. Lin Che turned to look at him and realized that he looked even older. His face was full of wrinkles, and the age spots at the corners of his eyes were becoming more obvious. However, Lin Che still couldn't believe that he would chase after her and ask her to abort the child. She could only greet him indifferently. However, she saw Gu Xinda walking over. Behind him, the person holding him was Yun Luo. Chapter 811. Gu Xinda said, "Xiao Che, how are you?" He was walking over. Behind him, Yun Luo's dress wrapped around her body. It was embroidered with fine, transparent lace flower petals. It looked elegant and decent, yet it did not lose its elegance. When Yun Luo saw Lin Che and Gu Jingza, he smiled at Lin Che. "Hello, Lin Che. We meet again. I was visiting Grandpa, and you guys came too." "Yeah, it was too much of a coincidence." Lin Che looked at Gu Xinda. He wanted to say something serious, but he took back his words. He smiled and said, "Grandpa, I'm very well. Thank you for your concern." Gu Xinda lowered his head to look at Gu Shinian. When he saw this child, it was as if he saw Gu Jingza when he was young. Actually, Gu Xinda had asked someone to take a picture of him in the past. He had secretly taken it for him to see. He didn't think much of it in the picture because he didn't look like Gu Jingza. But when he stood in front of him, he looked very much like Gu Jingza. He had liked Gu Jingza since he was young. That was why he had established his position as the heir at the age of 3. He liked him more than he liked Gu Jingming and Gu Jingyu. First of all, he saw the same feeling he had in the past from this child. Even if Gu Jingza was disobedient now, he didn't let him down. Reality proved that he had good foresight. He could see that this child would have a bright future at such a young age. Now looking at Gu Shinian, he felt the same way. This child would definitely have a bright future. He wouldn't be any worse than his father. Of course, he regretted treating his great-grandson that way. But he had no choice but to do it. Now that he thought about it, if he could go back to that time, he would probably do the same thing. Moreover, if he knew that Gu Jingza would retaliate so fiercely, he would have been even more ruthless. But as the head of the family, he had to do it for the family. As a grandfather, he regretted it. Such a cute child. He wanted to be his great-grandfather and watch him walk around his knees. He said, "Child Nian Nian good, just like Jingza when he was young. Xiao Che, you have a good son." Lin Che was really lucky to have met a good man like Jingze who was loyal to her. Now, the child she gave birth to looked different from ordinary people. In the future, he would definitely protect his mother and Dr. Lin Che. Gu Xinda had no choice but to accept it. However, Gu Xinda cast a sidelong glance at Yun Luo, who was behind him. "Yun Luo's presence here won't affect us. She's just here as a guest. Let's eat our own food. Lin Shay thought to himself. That's right, there won't be much of an impact. Gu Xinda just wants to be a matchmaker and make Yun Luo rely on Gu Jingzi more. Even if Gu Xinda was no longer the patriarch, this was still his home. So what if he wanted to invite 1 or 2 people over? No one could refute him. No one could chase Yun Luo away. Glancing at Lin Shay, Gu Jingzi spoke first. It's fine. Yun Luo is also my friend. If she wants to be my guest, then let her be my guest. It's no big deal. As Gu Jingzi spoke, he raised his head and asked Mu Wanqing, Mother, it's time for dinner, right? Let's eat. I'm hungry. Oh, okay, of course. At the dining table, Yun Luo sat there and looked at Lin Shay and Gu Jingzi. Jingzi, oh yeah, I've always wanted to give you the tie that I got someone to bring back from Paris, but I didn't get the chance. As she spoke, she even glanced at Lin Shay, as if to say that Lin Shay wouldn't give her a chance here. Who was she to give her a chance? Humph. She even gave a man a tie. Was she trying to embarrass Lin Shay in front of him? Lin Shay glanced at the tie. It was red with a floral pattern. How uncouth. Humph. Gu Jingzi said, there are plenty of these things at home. Don't bother so much next time. Yun Luo hurriedly said, it's not a bother. It's not a bother at all. These are all things that I want to do. After all, you've helped me so much. I still need your help with my heart disease. Gu Jingzi glanced at it and didn't take it. Gu Xinda frowned. Jingzi, Luo took the trouble to give it to you. Just take it. It's just a tie. Do you think that Lin Shay is unhappy? You're friends with Yun Luo. It's not like there's anything going on between you and her. Aren't you trying to cover it up? That's right. Just take it. It's just a tie. Lin Shay took a deep breath. He looked at Gu Xinda and said directly. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Shay and said, all right. Since my wife has said so, thank you. Dot. Everyone at the table almost choked when they heard this. The helpers at the side also wanted to choke. Did these words come out of Gu Jingzi's mouth? Gu Jingzi had always been a person who thought highly of himself. He wouldn't show weakness easily, and he never talked nonsense to others. Since when did he know how to speak in such a roundabout way? Lin Shay looked at Gu Jingzi. What did he say? In front of so many people, seeing that everyone's mouths were so wide open that even a fly could fly in, Lin Shay kicked Gu Jingzi's leg hard. Don't make people hate me for no reason. Yun Luo was already speechless. She lowered her head and ate without saying a word. She looked like a little wife who had been bullied. The meal was full of snacks. After eating, Lin Shay quickly used the excuse of rinsing his mouth and left. When he returned, everyone had already gone to do what they were supposed to do. Gu Jingzi was in the lounge. Lin Shay saw him from the window outside. Seeing him place the tie that Yun Luo had given her on the table in front of her, she was infuriated. Great, he really took it, didn't he? She walked in angrily and looked at Gu Jingzi with narrowed eyes. Her cat-like eyes were full of anger. Gu Jingzi! She stood there with her hands on her hips, looking like she was going to interrogate him. Gu Jingzi said, just in time, come over here. There are fruits here. Eat some after dinner to help with digestion. Oh, so you know that I have indigestion today. Lin Shay walked in with big strides, looking aggressive. Huh? Gu Jingzi looked up at her. He really thought that she had indigestion. What's wrong with you? Lin Shay slapped his hand away and said, take your little sister Yun's gift and go away. Don't touch me, lest you touch a commoner like me. I'm not worthy of your little sister Yun's freshness and beauty. Gu Jingzi was stunned. Then, a light smile appeared on his face. He pinched her lips, which were big enough to hold an oil bottle, and said, you look really unique when you're jealous. Her lips were pinched and flattened like a duck's. She grunted and said, ouch, it hurts. Hearing that, Gu Jingzi quickly let go. She looked down at Lin Shay's mouth, her face full of shock and annoyance. Did I use force? Sorry. Let me see. Why does it hurt? Chapter 812. Actually, Lin Shay didn't really feel much pain. No matter how much strength he used, it wouldn't hurt much. She said it on purpose, but seeing Gu Jingzi's concerned and frightened expression, she felt much better. She knew that he was good to her. and she also understood that it wasn't his fault. She pursed her lips and said, "Oomph, now that you have little sister Yun, you don't care about me at all." Gu Jingze really thought that he had hurt her. He knew that he was too strong, so he didn't control his strength well. He quickly lowered his head and touched her mouth. He carefully looked at her small lips. Her red lips were like jelly, with a little reflection. They were indeed very delicate lips. He felt upset and thought that he had to be more careful next time. This woman was very delicate. Her skin was so delicate, and her body was so delicate. Her lips were also so easily hurt. He felt that she was too fragile, and he didn't know how to treat her. How could it be? Why would I hurt you on purpose? I really didn't do it on purpose. How does it hurt? Do you want me to apply medicine? Is it broken inside? His face was full of anxiety, and his brows were already tightly knitted together. He wanted to pry open her mouth to take a look, but he didn't dare to reach out to touch her again. Lin Che finally couldn't help but break out in laughter. She also jumped up and said to him, "I'm just teasing you, silly." She jumped up and said to him, "I'm just teasing you, idiot. I'm not made of paper. How can I be crushed with just a pinch? You're really gullible. With your IQ, how dare you laugh at me? Oof. I can say now that you can become the CEO of the Gu family. Wouldn't I be the president of the United Nations?" Gu Jingze's face darkened. Great. This Lin Che really dared to tease everyone now. Gu Jingze, who knew that he was being teased, looked at Lin Che and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Like an eagle, he stared sinisterly at her smiling face. Only she could make a fool out of him. Only she dared to come in and denounce him for his crimes. He looked at this little woman and snorted. He jumped over the sofa and jumped towards her. Seeing that he was chasing after her, Lin Che picked up the pillow on the sofa and hit him. "Ah, Gu Jingze, what are you doing? What do you think I'm going to do? Come back and see how I'll deal with you." Is this domestic violence?" Lin Che ran around the table and threw everything he picked up at him. Naturally, she didn't dare to use any sharp objects. Instead, she used tissue boxes, packaging, and the like. Gu Jingze easily dodged them one by one and continued to chase after Lin Che. Seeing that he was about to catch up, Lin Che shouted at him in fear. "Oh, Gu Jingze, are you serious? If you come any closer, I'll scream." Gu Jingze snorted. "Of course I'm serious. If you know what's good for you, you'd better come over. Otherwise, if I catch you later, I'll spank you." "Bah, bah, bah. You said you were going to beat me up. Why would I go over to ask for a beating? I'm not that stupid." Lin Che continued to run. After circling a few times, there was really no place to hide, and there was nothing left to throw. She looked at the direction of the door and ran. However, just as she opened the door a little, his hand had already reached out from behind. Closing his hand, he pushed the small gap in the door shut, but he didn't retract his hand, but he moved his body closer to Lin Che. Lin Che felt his strong, masculine aura approaching. She cried out in her heart, "Oh no, I can't run away now." As expected, when she turned around, she saw his face pressing down on her. He had one hand on the door and was pounding on it. There was a sinister smile on his lips. His thin lips were slightly curled up. It looked like he was in a good mood. "Run. Are you still going to run?" Lin Che shook her head hurriedly. Why would she run? She couldn't run away. He said, "Hit me." "Are you still going to hit me?" Lin Che shook her head again. She couldn't beat him anyway. Gu Jingze said, "How dare you tease me? Let's see if I—" He lifted her up with one hand. Gu Jingze, put me down. What are you doing?" Lin Che shouted. "What am I doing? What did I say just now?" "I'm going to spank you," he said cheerfully. Lin Che's face darkened. He wasn't really going to spank her, was he? But she had forgotten that Gu Jingze really meant what he said. He placed her horizontally on his lap, and with one hand, he spanked her but, "Look at how brave you are. You actually dare to hit me and throw things at me. Do you still dare to do it?" Gu Jingze said as he spanked her. "I don't dare to." Lin Che wanted to cry. How old was she? Her child was already so big. She couldn't even get spanked every day and year. Today, she was actually being spanked by Gu Jingze. What the hell, however, she didn't know that her scream just now was too real and shrill. So much so that outside, the door was pushed open. When Yun Luo stood at the door and saw the scene inside, she was startled. What? What happened here? Yun Luo saw that Gu Jingze was holding onto Lin Che, and the floor was littered with broken pieces of things. The place looked as if it had just been through a catastrophe. It was a mess. What was even more shocking was naturally the couple. What are you doing? Gu Jingze paused. His relaxed and enthusiastic expression suddenly became cold, like a window that had absorbed cold air. He put down Lin Che in his hand and let Lin Che stand next to him. After the fight just now, Lin Che's hair was all messy and her face was flushed red. She looked as if she had just exercised. Her hair was still stained with sweat, but she didn't look ugly at all. Instead, she looked very healthy. Gu Jingze looked at Yun Luo and said, "Oh, we were just fooling around for nothing." Yun Luo looked at the two of them, only to see Gu Jingze reaching out his hand to remove a strand of hair from Lin Che's forehead. He smiled and flicked her forehead. "She teased me just now. I'm returning the favor." Lin Che's forehead hurt from the flick. She wrinkled her nose at him in protest. What do you mean I teased you? Why not? It's obviously because you're too stupid." "All right, Lin Che. Say that again?" Yun Luo's heart skipped a beat again. Lin Che actually dared to speak to Gu Jingze like that, and to tease him. However, it was obvious that Gu Jingze wasn't angry at all. For a moment, she was really envious. She thought that Gu Jingze could actually treat a woman like this. That Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che with a doting and gentle expression. It was as if he was looking at his mischievous daughter. It was so loving that no matter what Lin Che did, he would definitely not be angry. Even if he looked angry, he was definitely pretending to be angry. Chapter 813. This kind of man was really heartwarming to look at, paired with Gu Jingze's deep features. A man who was usually cold and emotionless was showing warmth in front of a woman. This kind of feeling was even more heartwarming. She really yearned for this kind of Gu Jingze. She really wanted Gu Jingze to treat her like this, even if it was just for one day. However, Gu Jingze only looked at Lin Che attentively. After a while, he seemed to remember that Yun Luo was watching from the side. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry to have let you see us. We don't usually do this. It's just that she wasn't being nice today." However, he didn't look embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled proudly, as if he was looking at his own child. No matter what his child did, it would always be cute in the eyes of his parents. Hence, no matter what Lin Che did, in Gu Jingze's eyes, it was something to be proud of. Yun Luo remembered what her father had said to her in the morning. Her father had said that Gu Xinde would help her. She didn't have to be afraid. In the future, Gu Jingze would still be hers. The Yun family had paved the way for Yun Luo so that she could continue on her path and become the young mistress of the Gu family. Hence, she had to be patient and work hard. She couldn't run away on her own anymore. She looked at Gu Jingze and Lin Che. "It's nothing. I just thought that something had happened." Unexpectedly, it was Lin Che who had caused a ruckus in the lounge. Gu Jingze didn't care at all and even helped her cause a ruckus. Looking at the situation, Yun Luo thought that Lin Che was really spoiled and arrogant. She even dared to cause a ruckus in the Gu family and cause such a ruckus in the lounge. Gu Jingze didn't look like he was going to leave after hearing her words. He smiled at her and said, "You won't laugh at me, will you?" Yun Luo laughed and said, "Of course not. We're friends. I'm happy to see you guys happy." Lin Che's jaw almost dropped. What was she playing at? Why was she pretending to be a good friend? Her thoughts were written all over her face. However, it seemed like she was determined to stay here and be a good friend. This made Lin Che feel even more disgusted. In comparison, this kind of white lotus flower-style shamelessness was even more infuriating than those arrogant and conceited young misses. Who was he trying to show off that submissive appearance of his? Gu Jingze looked at her indifferently. There seemed to be a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Then he raised his eyebrows without batting an eyelid. "All right. Actually, it's nothing much. We're just having a little fun. You don't have to worry about us." Yun Luo laughed dryly. "Yeah, I know. Oh, right. Grandpa has invited me to stay over tonight. It's right next to yours. If we have nothing to do tonight, We can chat and drink red wine together. You're staying here? Lin Che was even more shocked. This woman's face was much bigger than he had imagined. Lin Che forced a smile at her. Gu Jingze was also smiling. He lowered his head and looked at Lin Che. You don't like red wine, do you? Lin Che's eyes widened. What did he mean? You like to drink? Was he going to taste wine? Looking at Lin Che's angry eyes, he immediately laughed. His slender fingers lifted Lin Che's chin, and he said with narrowed eyes, I don't like it either. I like drinking the wine you brewed. Dot. Lin Che said vaguely, I don't know how to brew wine. Do you have any ready-made wine here? It's more intoxicating than any wine. His lips gradually moved closer to hers. His eyes were lowered, and his eyelashes were long and slender. Those thick eyelashes covered half of his eyes, and the other half of his black pupils were filled with intoxication. It was as if the sweet dew in her mouth was really aged wine. His lips pressed against hers and did not leave. Instead, he stuck out his tongue and began to explore the fragrance in her mouth. Lin Che was instantly stunned. He glanced sideways at Yun Luo. Yun Luo's face flushed red. She had never imagined that Gu Jingze would directly kiss Lin Che's lips and tongues in front of her. Not to mention Yun Luo. Even Lin Che had not expected this at all. However, he stirred the tip of her tongue. That skillful kissing technique, coupled with his meticulous expression, seemed to have sucked away her soul in an instant. Before she could say anything else, she had already fallen into his passionate kiss. It was the first time Yun Luo had seen such a beautiful kissing posture. It was the first time she had seen such a passionate side of Gu Jingze. He was like a domineering king, passionately sucking on the beauty in his arms, hugging her and claiming all of her in an instant. That look was so manly that Yun Luo looked at the rosy lips and felt that Gu Jingze's lips must be very soft. His kiss must be especially enchanting. That was why Lin Che's expression was instantly mesmerized. Yun Luo couldn't help but feel her mouth go dry. She couldn't help but think that if she was the one being kissed by him, however, it was Lin Che, that Gu Jingze gently licked Lin Che's lips before letting go of her. He turned his head and said to Yun Luo calmly, All right, good night. We'll go into the room first. It was a tradition to stay here for the night. As long as they ate here at night, they would basically stay here. Originally, they had even considered going back. But now, Gu Jingze suddenly didn't mention going back and directly brought her into the room. It looked like he had already decided to stay for the night. Lin Che's lips were still soft. After entering the room, she saw Gu Jingze taking off his jacket. She listened to the sounds outside and didn't know if Yun Luo was really going to stay here tonight. Anyway, he wouldn't be able to see her in the room. However, just as Lin Che turned around, she saw that Gu Jingze, who had just taken off his jacket, had already leaned over again. Lin Che was stunned. She saw that 2 of the buttons on his shirt had already been undone, revealing the faintly discernible honey-colored skin underneath. He messily tugged at his shirt and looked at Lin Che. I haven't finished cleaning up just now. Don't tell me you think that a few spanks will be enough? It's not over yet. Why is he so vengeful? Lin Che hurriedly begged for mercy. Gu Jingze, don't be like this. You're such a wise and powerful CEO who has to deal with so many affairs every day. There's no need for you to be so calculative with a woman like me. Gu Jingze harumphed as he looked at this typical fence-sitter. The combination of this woman and the villain made people feel even more helpless towards her. Gu Jingze harumphed and moved a little closer. He rubbed against her body and pressed against her head. She happened to be able to see the muscles under his white shirt. Looking in from the direction of the collar, those muscles were extremely clear, even when he was at his most relaxed. Her mouth was so dry that Lin Che smelled the sweat on his body, and her mouth instantly became even more parched. Damn it, his body was too alluring. It made her feel like she would be letting herself down if she didn't touch it. Chapter 814. Although Gu Jingze looked cold, he was the kind of man who was extremely coquettish on the inside. How could he be coquettish on the inside? He always looked at her seriously, but his body had begun to tease her faintly. He approached her casually and tilted his body bit by bit. He used his charming body lines to seduce her body and mind. His lips leaned against her cheek. Looking at her so closely, he seemed to touch her skin, which made the touch even more seductive. She looked at his eyes. In fact, his eyes were really very charming. His eyelashes were so thick that it was amazing. Thinking about it, Nian Nian must have inherited this from him. The fan-shaped eyelashes covered his deep eyes. Usually, this pair of eyes made people think of swift and decisive, resolute and ruthless. It was so cold that it made people feel that they should not get close to it. People outside certainly did not know that this pair of eyes, in the dark, when it was affectionate, it was unbelievably charming. His long sleeves and long eyebrows carried a bit of fierceness. Now that it was neutralized by the soft light, it showed a bit of tenderness. Her gaze slid down to his lips again. The originally sharp lines were now stained with a bit of laziness at night, as if they were water lilies that had just woken up. Beautiful, noble, and with a trace of charm. His perfect figure made her feel like pouncing on him and looking at him in front of her, completely enchanting. As Lin Che thought about it, his face couldn't help but burn up. She was too perverted. He smiled at the blush on her face. This woman could not hide her thoughts at all, especially when he was alone. Her eyes seemed to have expressed all her desires. When she looked at him, she seemed to have a feeling that she wanted to eat him up, and he also felt that it was too terrible, being stared at by her like this. He really wanted to immediately become food and automatically send himself into her mouth. But at this moment, he felt very patient. He calmly approached her body, leaned forward, and at the same time, teased her ear with his breath. "No one will disturb us tonight," he said. "What? We're not afraid of being disturbed." She held his face with one hand. Her face was burning red and full of embarrassment. She watched in horror as he lowered his hand again. She was so frightened that she screamed, "No, Gu Jingza, no, you." She couldn't take it anymore that he was playing such an explosive game the moment he arrived. She hurriedly shook her head. She couldn't take it anymore. She really couldn't take it anymore. She felt like she was going to die. "This is just the beginning. I said that I would deal with you today, didn't I? Let's see if you dare to go against me next time." Lin Che screamed again and again. There were a few times when he felt like he was about to fall into the water, jump into the whirlpool, and be pulled back again. She felt that even a roller coaster wasn't as exciting as this, that when it was over, he really couldn't muster up any strength. However, looking at the man in front of her, she thought of his gentleness towards her, thought of his dominance, thought of his tenderness, thought of his sweetness, thought of his abomination, thought of all of it. She felt that she liked all of it. Including everything he did today, he liked it so much. Yining looked at him with misty eyes. She wanted to be with him forever, and it would never end. Chapter 8:15. He carried her into the bathroom, and she was limp the entire time. She could feel him washing her body inch by inch, shaking his head as he looked at her. "Your body is still not good enough." Lin Che looked up angrily and glared at him. Whose body could withstand his torment? She lifted one leg and wanted to kick him, but he grabbed her leg. Her wet little foot had not been wiped clean, and there were water droplets on it, making it look even more exquisite. Because she was a celebrity, every detail on her body could be seen and criticized by others. Hence, her toes were trimmed very well, and they were as white and tender as lotus roots. He grabbed it lightly, looked down at the toes, and put them in his mouth. She was so shocked that she quickly pulled her hand back. He licked it and said with a smile, "Again? Annoying." She glared at him. "Don't you mind that it's dirty?" He smiled at her, his bright eyes full of fearlessness. He looked at her as if he was looking at a treasure. "I like every part of your body. I like every cell. I won't mind any part of you." It was over. It was over. Lin Che felt that her body, which had just regained some strength, was falling again. It was so soft that she couldn't lift it. Gu Jingze looked at her body, which was red and covered with his marks. It made him want to explode again. He hugged her and didn't help her wash up anymore. Instead, he carried her out of the bathroom. "Gu Jingze, where are you going?" Take it slow this time, really? No. No, I don't want it anymore. It's okay. Just lie there and don't move. What and only when Lin Che was about to faint did he finally stop. Gu Jingze looked at her and kissed her lightly. Although he felt that he hadn't had enough, he didn't want her to continue being tired. The two of them hugged each other and fell asleep. Outside, there was someone who couldn't sleep the whole night, that although the soundproofing here was really good, Yin Luo had courted death by sleeping in the room next to theirs. In the end, she could hear the sound next to her with the window open. This had something to do with the loud sound next to her. The sound lasted for a few hours. Occasionally, it would stop, but very quickly, it would start again. Although she was still a virgin, she wasn't a little girl anymore. Now that information was so advanced, how could she not know anything? So, she could distinguish the sounds of joy and comfort. She knew that Lin Che wasn't yelling because she was in pain, but because Gu Jingze was too strong. She didn't know that Gu Jingze, who looked so cold and aloof, was so passionate and tireless in bed. Moreover, he was so brave. Yun Luo felt a sharp pain in his heart when he heard the extreme sound. She even thought jealously, why wasn't it her that she also wanted to be treated so warmly by Gu Jingze? She wanted to experience this strong man. She really blushed when she heard it. This made her especially shy, and she couldn't accept it. But because it was Gu Jingze, the man she had fantasized about countless times, she couldn't help it. However, in the end, this was just a fantasy. She waited until the sound completely stopped, but she still couldn't fall asleep. She kept her eyes open until the sun rose. She secretly made up her mind that one day, this strong man would be hers. One day, Gu Jingze would also treat her so passionately that good things could wait. That was what her father had told her. Lin Che was too tired that night, so he didn't know how long he slept. When he woke up in a daze, he saw that the man beside him was still sleeping soundly. Although he was so tired yesterday, his face still looked refreshed. When he slept, he still looked so handsome. There were traces of sex on his body. They were scratches, kiss marks, and bite marks. Looking at them now, she felt that she was really crazy yesterday. But if he hadn't insisted on coming, she wouldn't have been driven crazy by him. The pure white blanket was draped over him, covering half of his body. Her eyes traced his face. Not a single inch of that extraordinarily handsome face could escape her gaze. The more he looked, the more she thought he looked good, the more she thought that it was him. The child she had with him was also so handsome. It was so similar to his silhouette and his aura. That was why he looked so good. And this man belonged to her. He gave her a unique gentleness, gave her a unique domineering, this perfect body, only she could touch. She felt that at this moment, she really wanted to selfishly take everything he had. She didn't want to leave anything for anyone else. She suddenly selfishly rejoiced that his body couldn't touch other women. If it was possible, this illness actually didn't need treatment. But thinking about the danger, she quickly dispelled this thought. Although dreams were beautiful, his life was still more important than anything else. Lin Che was letting her imagination run wild when she felt Gu Jingze suddenly open his eyes. Looking at her supporting her head and lying by his side, he didn't know what she was thinking about, but her face was full of joy. He couldn't help but reach out and hug her body. "What are you thinking about?" "You're dreaming." Lin Che said, "It's nothing. Let me see what time it is." She picked up her phone and glanced at it. She was shocked. It was already 12 o'clock. She jumped up hurriedly, but she felt a sharp pain from being pulled. She cried out and sat on the bed, her hands covering her nether regions. Gu Jingze caught this movement immediately. He frowned at her. "What's wrong?" Lin Che blushed. She looked at him seductively and shyly. "Nothing, nothing." Gu Jingze frowned and pressed her hand down to stop her from moving. "Hurry up and let me see." I. She didn't have a choice. He pulled her nightgown open. In one look, he was annoyed and wanted to slap himself. He had tried his best to be careful at night. He tried not to use too much strength and waited for her to be ready. But even so, he still hurt her. Although she had given birth to a child, and it was a natural birth, her body was still as tight as a virgin's. Of course, it might be because he was too old, but he really heard that after giving birth, the body would relax a little. He thought it would be better and not as miserable as before. But now he realized that it was not the case at all. He still had to be careful. Chapter 8:16. He had indulged himself yesterday because he hadn't had sex for a long time. In the end, her body had suffered such an injury. He really wanted to feel sorry for her. He looked up and said, "I'm sorry." Forget it." She quickly stopped him and turned her head away with a red face. She still didn't dare to look at him. The tips of her ears seemed to be burning. She stirred her hands to ease the swelling in her heart. "You didn't do it on purpose," he said, "but I still shouldn't have used so much force. I should have been able to control myself. It's all my fault." "All right," I said, "it's fine. I'll just apply some medicine," she said. "Okay, wait a minute. I'll go get the medicine." "Hey," he said as he got up to look for the medicine box. After a while, he brought it back and asked Lin Che to sit down. Lin Che was about to cry. "Can I do it myself?" He waited for her as if asking if she could do it, but the answer was definitely no. Therefore, she could only continue to spread her legs and sit there in an extremely shy posture, letting him apply the medicine for her. Fortunately, it was done in a short while. It was cooling and made her feel much more comfortable. When the two of them went out, the servants bowed respectfully to them. After sitting down, they saw that Mu Wanqing was there. Gu Shinian had already sent her to kindergarten. Mu Wanqing said, "Nian even asked if we don't have to go to the amusement park in the afternoon." "No, we have to go," Lin Che immediately said with wide eyes. Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "He's the same as Jingza when he was young. He just doesn't like to play these children's games." Gu Jingza glanced at Mu Wanqing and then at Lin Che, feeling helpless. But Mu Wanqing didn't force him to go back then. In the end, he couldn't escape from his mother at this moment. Yun Luo also came down. "You guys are up." Yun Luo greeted them warmly. Mu Wanqing said, "You've been playing chess with Grandpa until now." Yun Luo smiled and said, "Yeah, old people still need company. I'm fine." She sat down and immediately saw Lin Che, who was sitting opposite her. The mark on her neck was very obvious, but it was the mark left by Gu Jingza. Her heart tightened. She bit her lip and didn't say anything. She lowered her head and ate. When he got home, Yun Luo really ran into his room. Seeing this, Yun Quishan hurriedly walked in. When he reached her room, he saw Yun Luo lying there crying. He walked over. "All right, look at how useless you are." Yun Luo raised his head. "Dad, I don't think I exist in Jingza's heart at all. Luo, I have tried my best to make you marry him. You need to be patient. The old man has promised me that he will definitely stand on your side. What are you afraid of?" Yun Luo raised his head. "I think old master is very shrewd. How can you be sure that he didn't ask me to go there to be humiliated so that I would give up on myself? How dare he?" Yun Quishan said, "I won't hide it from you. I have something on him that Gu Xinda has no choice but to stand on my side. Don't worry, he won't dare to not help." "What? What do you mean?" Yun Luo asked curiously. Yun Quishan snorted. "Which rich and powerful family doesn't have any scandals? The Gu family has such a big family business. Of course they have done many shameful things. This is a stain on Gu Xinda's life. Unless he wants to be old and shameless, he has to help us honestly." On Yu Minmin's side, she and Gu Jingming went to Fang Zhongmo's house. Yin Suyao was there too. But since she was Fang Zhongmo's girlfriend, she was very obedient in his house. The Fangs have been friends with Gu Jingming for many years. When Gu Jingming came, they were very respectful, but at least they didn't treat him as an outsider. Fang Zhongmo watched Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin come in. He smiled and said, "I really don't want to be apart for even a moment." Gu Jingming didn't avoid it. He lowered his head and looked at Yu Minmin gently. He raised his head and said, "My wife and I came together. We won't make the Fangs poor. What are you afraid of?" Fang Zhongmo said, all right, but I have to remind you originally Mr. President came alone, and his personal guards brought one person's personal guards. Now, two people came together, and they brought two people's personal guards. Look, those personal guards outside also eat a lot." Gu Jingming looked back and smiled. The dignified fangs are so stingy. We won't come next time? Okay. Don't. I'm just saying. Sui said, we won't go to your house. We'll go to my house next time. Our family doesn't mind that you have too many people. When the time comes, we'll just get the reporters to interview and take a few photos. I'll take them out. Many people will chase after me to give me money. One look, and I know Zhomo doesn't know how to do business. Fang Zhomo laughed. Yes. Only you know how to do that. Yu Minmin didn't pay attention to anything else. She only saw that Fang Zhomo's garden was very beautiful. She said, there are so many plants here. You must have spent a lot of time taking care of them. Fang Zhomo looked at Yu Minmin. Madam, you seem very interested. Yu Minmin said, yeah. I feel that Glass Palace is too heartless. It would be better to have more plants, right? Fang Zhomo said, that's right. Actually, it's not hard to take care of them. Just hire 2 gardeners who specialize in taking care of flowers and plants. Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin. You want to do it? Yu Minmin turned her head. Yeah, I want to try. Gu Jingming said, then I'll take you to pick some flowers before we go back. Yu Minmin said, really? Gu Jingming said, of course. Glass Palace is also your home. You can do whatever you want. Why can't you? Yu Minmin said, I just saw that no one mentioned it, so I thought I couldn't. No one mentioned it because everyone knew that Gu Jingming didn't care about these things and didn't like flowers. Gu Jingming said, if you like it, get someone to do it. You make it sound like you're doing it for me. Yu Minmin laughed. Gu Jingming hugged her. Of course it's for you. Otherwise, I think it's all the same. Yu Minmin said, you're sacrificing so much for me. Of course. You're my wife. Fang Zhongmo and Su Yi looked at each other, and then at In Suya, who was looking at them from behind. In Suya didn't say a word. Since a long time ago, she didn't like to talk much, especially in front of Gu Jingming. Actually, Fang Zhongmo and Su Yi were a little surprised as well. Seeing how Gu Jingming treated Yu Minmin, they didn't expect that this man, who had never fallen in love, could act like this when he was angry. Perhaps this was normal for other couples, but when it came to Gu Jingming, it was strange no matter how one looked at it. It was shocking no matter how one looked at it. The more blood type a man was, the more they would feel when they were tender and sweet. The contrast was too strong. Chapter 817. After leaving Fang Zhongmo's house, Gu Jingming brought Yu Minmin to the center of the garden. There were all kinds of flowers and plants being cultivated there. He wanted Yu Minmin to pick some, so that he could have someone send them to the Glass Palace to be cultivated. Because of the sudden visit of the president and his wife, it became busy all of a sudden. Gu Jingming said to them, feel free to do as you please. We're just here to see if there are any beautiful flowers and plants that we can plant in the Glass Palace. As soon as they heard that they were going to be planted in the Glass Palace, they naturally took out the latest and best flowers and plants and placed them in the greenhouse behind them for Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin to choose slowly. Yu Minmin said, are you really going to plant them? I'm just saying it because it looks good. You don't have to listen to me, really. Gu Jing sneered. Since you said we're going to plant them, we'll plant them. Yu Minmin laughed again and looked at him. Do you think what I say is true? Of course, he said. In our family, we all listen to Madam. Oh, it's still family business. But you don't have much family business. If you want, going to the toilet can become a national business. Yu Minmin pouted. Gu Jing sneered. You're right. But at the same time, if I want to, any national affairs can become my family affairs. Yu Minmin's eyes widened. The corners of Gu Jingming's eyes were slightly wrinkled, making him look even more shrewd and wise. Yu Minmin said, but you need to think about it. Gu Jingming said, but there is one thing that is most important to me. What is it? It's about Madam. Yu Minmin's heart was filled with sweetness. She realized that all the men in the Gu family were like this. When they didn't want to be sweet, they could be cold to the bone. But when they wanted to be sweet, they would throw people into a honeypot. She didn't expect that he would be so sweet to her after she told him everything. It was as if she had thrown away the barrier in her heart. She became more calm, and her words of love became smoother. Yu Minmin chose a few. Looking at the plants and bonsai, they were all species that she had never seen before. She said, "I'm really ignorant. I can't recognize any of these flowers." Gu Jingming said, "I don't know them either because they are newly trained." "Oh, really? That's good. Of course, this is the National Garden Center. All the flowers and plants used for the state banquet are taken from here." "Wow. Then if I come over to take it, wouldn't that be indiscriminate?" Yu Minmin had never thought of taking the flowers directly from such an important place. Gu Jingming said, "Didn't you say that if I want to, I can turn going to the toilet into a national affair? So, I want to buy some flowers for my wife. Of course, it's also a national affair. Since it's a national affair, why can't I get it here?" Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming and said, "Humph, how domineering." Gu Jingming said, "Doesn't Madam like me for being domineering?" Yu Minmin harumphed. "Who told you that I like him?" Gu Jingming pulled her back and told her that they would bring the flowers to the glass palace to decorate it later. Before evening, the experts had indeed arrived at the garden of the glass palace and arranged the flowers and plants. When Yu Minmin went out to have a look, the flowers and plants had already been arranged. Looking at the flowers and plants, she felt that they were even more beautiful than when she was looking at them. Because they had been arranged by the experts, they were arranged in a picturesque manner and looked even more beautiful. Looking at the flowers, Yu Minmin's mood instantly became better. She seemed to have understood why those women would be so happy when they received flowers. It was because flowers could really make people happy. Gu Jingming hugged Yu Minmin from behind. "Do they look good?" Yu Minmin nodded vigorously. "Yeah, they look good." Gu Jingming said, "They say that women like flowers." "It's true." Yu Minmin said, "They say that women like flowers from men. I don't think you've ever given me a bouquet after being married for so many years." Gu Jingming sneered. "What's the point of a bouquet of flowers without life? Today, I'll give you a garden. Isn't that much more meaningful than their bouquets?" Giving her a garden, that sounded really domineering. She said, "Then if I take a photo now and post it out, saying that other people also receive flowers, and I also receive flowers, but the flowers I received were so special, wouldn't they be so jealous?" "Of course." Gu Jingming whispered into her ear, "First of all, you took a photo of this garden in Liuli Palace. If they know that I'm the one who gave you the flowers, they will be so jealous no matter what the flowers are like." "Go away, narcissist." She looked up at his confident side profile and said, but even without him saying it, she thought that he was right. The most popular Mr. President? Many fangirls idolized him more than any movie star. If they knew that Gu Jingming treated a woman so well in private, they would definitely be jealous. Thinking of this, Yu Minmin felt even sweeter. She turned around and hugged him as she said, "Why do I feel like I've found a treasure? You only found out now, but it's not too late." He gently touched the tip of her nose and said slowly, "Since you know that I'm a treasure, be good to me at night. Don't avoid me unwillingly anymore." "I'm not," Yu Minmin protested. "Why not? You always act as if I'm very scary. You avoid me whenever you have nothing to do." Gu Jingming still felt uncomfortable thinking about it. How was he that scary? Did she feel scared when she saw him? Yu Minmin looked embarrassed. Did she make it so obvious? But had she been afraid of him in the past? Especially when he was overbearing and didn't care about anything. Also, he had a bad temper and got angry easily. She said, "Then I won't be afraid if you don't get angry at me anymore." Gu Jingming said, "I get angry at you? Yeah. You're always tense up. Don't mention how scary it is," Yu Minmin said. Gu Jingming touched his cheeks and made a deep self-criticism in his heart. He looked at Yu Minmin. "Okay, I promise you that I won't get angry at you." Yu Minmin really felt that he was too gentle at this moment. He was too good to her, so good that she felt dizzy. She felt that she was really going to be lost in his gentleness. Just then, Gu Jingming had a cabinet member come to discuss national affairs. Gu Jingming told Yu Minmin to look after him while he went to work. A servant came over to give Yu Minmin some water. She put down the tray and said, "Madam, Mr. President is so nice to you. We're so envious of him. Mr. President never smiles at people like this." Yu Minmin smiled and squinted her eyes. Really? Of course. We're really surprised to see this side of Mr. President. But we're happy for Madam that Mr. President and Madam are so nice to each other. Madam, hurry up and give Mr. President a baby. Then Glass Palace will be livelier. Yumimin held the cup and looked ahead. She really wanted to, but she wasn't sure how her body was doing. Chapter 8:18. However, if it was possible, she wanted to give birth to a child for him. After all, he was already a grown man, and he needed a child to make this place feel more like a home. In the past, she had thought that having a child did not mean much to her. After all, they were just making do with each other. However, it was different now. She felt that Gu Jingming did not have it easy. She should think for him, since she had already gotten the man that so many people wanted, and she had been by his side for so many years. How could she not repay him? Moreover, she really wanted a child who looked like him. It would be best if it was a boy. He could be handsome, brave, and fight alongside him. After thinking about it, Yu Minmin made up her mind. She had to take care of her body. It would be best if she went to the hospital for a checkup to see if she was suitable for pregnancy. Lin Che and Gu Jingze went to pick up Nian Nian from kindergarten. After that, they went to the amusement park to play together. Gu Shinian said, "Can I ask Yin Yin to come with me?" Gu Jingze looked at Nian Yin. Nian Yin, you have to know when to advance and when to retreat. It's not good for a relationship if you stick together all the time. Occasionally separating can improve your relationship. Understand? Gu Shinian looked at Gu Jingze. I really don't want to go alone. Lin Che was speechless with his hands on his hips. Gu Shinian, say that again. I'll go. Gu Shinian immediately said, it's Dad. He said he doesn't want to go, so he urged me to protest against you. Gu Jingze was speechless as he watched from the side. He really knew how to shirk his responsibility. However, the three of them still arrived at the amusement park very quickly. The family of three alighted from the car. Lin Che ran to buy tickets first. There were actually not many people who came to the amusement park in the afternoon. Many people came early in the morning and bought a pass that allowed them to play for the whole day. However, she only came when it was almost 2 o'clock. The ticket seller looked at her and reminded her, we close at 8 o'clock sharp. You can only play for a few hours. Do you still want to go in? Lin Che nodded. She didn't really care if it was worth it or not, since she usually didn't have time to come here. Even if she came in the afternoon, there was nothing she could do about it. After all, it wasn't easy for them to find a day like this. The ticket seller looked at her as if she was a weirdo. However, when Gu Jingze came with the child, the ticket seller's expression changed. She stared at the handsome man and then at the handsome child. At first glance, she knew they were father and son. In an instant, she was conquered by the father and son. They were so cute and handsome. Lin Che naturally noticed the look in the ticket seller's eyes. Because she was wearing a mask and a cap, she was not worried about being recognized. At this time, under the cap, her eyes rolled. Looking at the ticket seller's infatuated look, she thought indignantly. When he looked at me just now, he looked as if he had eaten shit, but when he looked at the man behind him, he was so excited. Humph. As expected, opposites attract. In order to take revenge, Lin Che walked over and held Gu Jingze's arm. She wrapped her arms around him and walked in affectionately. Sure enough, when the ticket seller saw the three of them, he thought that they were a family of three. He was indeed angry in his heart. Why did the whole family look so good-looking? What kind of luck did this woman have to have such a handsome man and give birth to such a handsome child? She was too loving. Gu Jingze saw that Lin Che actually took the initiative to climb up to him. He lowered his head and looked at her with a straight face. What are you doing? Lin Che said, declaring ownership. You see, if any women around look over, I have to let them know that this is my husband. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked around. Then, he lowered his head and smiled. Okay, I'll help you declare ownership. Ah! He lowered his head and kissed her hard on the lips. Lin Che let out a moan and felt that he had let go. It was only then that she realized what he had been doing. Seriously, she blushed instantly. She felt that the people around them were indeed looking at them. For a moment, she felt as though they were shooting daggers at her, as though they were scolding her. She had such a handsome husband, yet she was still acting so arrogantly. She was really too naughty. Lin Che looked at the hateful gazes and thought to herself, it's not my fault. It's Gu Jingze who's naughty, all right? At the side, Gu Shinian had already narrowed his eyes speechlessly. The expression on his face clearly showed that he had nothing left to live for. He looked at the two of them and said, I told you that I wasn't going to do it. You two could have done it yourselves. Why did you have to make me do it? Lin Che raised her arm at him, gesturing for him to shut up. Gu Shinian sighed and touched his forehead with his chubby little hand. Lin Che said, What's wrong? Is your head very hot? Do you have a fever? Gu Shinian said, No, let me touch it to see if my fever is high. What? Third wheel dot. Lin Che glared at him and continued to pull Gu Jingze inside. There were many places where they had to queue up, and they only played 2 things in the afternoon. Actually, it didn't matter what they played. They bought some food and drinks while they were shopping. Although Gu Shinian didn't really like the amusement park, he still felt very proud when he saw the children around him walking with their parents. Then he looked at his family of 3. His father was actually much more handsome than other people's fathers. Needless to say, his mother was definitely a great beauty. As for him, he felt that he was much better than those childish kids. For a moment, he was very glad that he was back. The feeling of being a family of 3 was actually not bad. He lifted his head and looked at Gu Jingze, then at himself, and then at the others. He yearned for those children who were carried by their fathers, but he also felt that it was too childish and that he shouldn't think that way. However, he was still a child after all, and he couldn't control his expression very well. So Lin Che noticed it immediately. He patted Gu Jingze and said, Shinian must be tired. Carry him for a while. Gu Jingze also looked at the man carrying the child who walked past them. He smiled and pulled Gu Shinian up. Come on, I'll carry you. No need. Gu Shinian's ears turned red. Although he said that he didn't need it, he didn't reject Gu Jingze when he was carried by him. Gu Jingze effortlessly lifted him above his head and rode on his neck. This scene was so handsome, a stay-at-home dad with a cute baby. Although the baby's face was a little ugly, Lin Che still felt that it was very cute. She quickly took out her phone and secretly took a photo. It was so handsome. She couldn't help but want to show it to everyone, but she couldn't. What a pity. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.